Hello, dear friends. The world of Warships may rejoice in knowing that we are headed to the paradise of competitive tournaments for the best of the best of the best of the best. I am a Boxy, leader of the free peoples from the tiers of the desert map, to introduce you to Warship Masters Invitational Tournament 2024 and to show you the ways. Warship Masters is an invitational-only tournament based on the top teams from the Asia, EU, NA, and China servers in Season 24 of Clan Battles. It takes place over 4 days and ends when 15 teams are eliminated and only one remains to earn the title, Lisan Al-Gaishu. This is the title, of course, after the creator of Warship Masters, Gaishu Ichoku. Now he is the man who looks like Abraham Lincoln, and I have faith in him as the one who will lead us to entertainment paradise. Warship Masters differs from the other tournaments in that individual ships are assigned point values. The format is 7 players versus 7 players, but the ships that are considered very strong have higher point values, while ships that are considered less strong, they have lower point values. So, teams will have to decide which ships to bring based on how many points they cost. Wait, how come the teams don't just bring 7 of the high point ships? Because they're limited to 100 points total. Lisan Al-Gaishu. So that means a team has to choose their lineup with a limited budget of chip points. Maybe you want a Louisiana. Well, then that costs 28 points out of 100. Maybe then you have to take some Jinan, which costs you only 7 points each. Yeah, I like Jinan. Jinan, very good. Gaishu is wise, I see. Jinan is good in randoms, but hard to make work in competitive. While Louisiana has the all-seeing eyes of the airplane. These point values, yes, they will include all Tier 10 and Super Chips. Next to discuss is the flagship feature. Now, flagship is unique to the greatness that is Warship Masters, and let the teams put extra power into their match when they need it. Flagships are 8 specific chips that the team has decided are good. Like really good. Like as good at tournaments as Lisan Al-Gaishu is at being a prophet. These are the chips that are especially good for tournament play and can be the centerpiece around which an entire chip lineup is built. However, each chip can only be used 2 times each per team in the whole tournament. Oh, hold on. I thought that the flagship could only be used until it got sunk. Oh, they changed it. Now it doesn't matter if you lose it, you can only bring it twice, no matter what. Lisan Al-Gaishu has made his brilliance clear. Now teams don't bring the same chip over and over until they lose it. Also, being a super chip no longer means it is automatically a flagship. The flagships are Patry, Vermont, Petropavlovsk, Annapolis, Novosibirsk, Konde, Napoli, and Zorki. You see, Lisan Al-Gaishu is wise, but he is too humble to admit how wise he is. Do it in the chat now. Tell him how wise he is by typing Lisan Al-Gaishu. Lisan Al-Gaishu. Make him see it. We are almost done now, friends, I promise. Now, the teams will each ban a map for their matches. And the maps available are Shatter, Islands of Ice, Hotspot, Riposte, Tears of the Desert. Lisan Al-Gaishu! This is my home! My home map! This is amazing. Sleeping Giant and Warrior's Path. Gaishu himself will tell you about the prizes. Okay, friends. Enjoy the tournament. Fair winds and following seas. Got to go find Lisa and Al-Gaishu now.
Captains, welcome to the second day of Warship Masters 2024, where we will be beginning our international playoff bracket. I'm one of your hosts, Gaishu Ishoku, and a community manager, two-time second place COTS champion. And joining me once again is Baz.
Hello everyone, I am the EU community manager, and I have been a long-time competitive veteran at this point, playing for clans like Rain and Omni. And our casters today are going to be the Sailing Robin and Zuikatsu.
Hello there. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. We are back, day 2, playoff stage today. Exciting times. Zui, yesterday was already sort of intense. Do you have any expectations for today?
Well, we are going into our first round of international matchups. So now teams are facing opponents who are maybe they're less familiar with. And I'm excited to see the different regional styles clash.
Definitely.
Yeah.
In any case, sorry, we should introduce ourselves. I am Robin. I am a veteran player of World of Warships. I am also content producer for World of Warships Legends, the console version. Been working for Wargaming for 5 years now. And with me is Zuikatsu.
Ignore the name tags that are below us right now. They're a little bit incorrect. I'm Zuikatsu. I am not a community manager. I'm just a player from North America. I play for Yikes, who was the original producers of Warship Masters. And I'm happy to be here, casting alongside my buddy Robin.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Why don't we go over a little bit of what the tournament was? Obviously, you've just watched a video with our friendly Bogsy to give you an overview of what the tournament is about. But just to recap briefly, it's a 7v7 tournament featuring the same maps from the last Clan Battle season, featuring a unique point system by which ships are priced according to their competitive viability. There's also a few other interesting things, such as the flagship rule. You'll notice that the ships in orange there, those will be our flagships. You can bring those only twice throughout the whole tournament per ship. And you can see a few interesting ships on the point list here. Competitive standbys like Kremlin, St. Vincent, priced quite highly. The Genons, Austins, Colberts of the world, on the other hand, only 7 points out of 100. Teams do have 100 points total to build their lineups. So we've already seen a lot of really unique stuff coming out of the first day.
We have seen quite a few interesting compositions of ship lineups that we have seen so far. Some without battleships, some with multiple battleships, some with even more than 2 battleships.
Do you have a favorite lineup from the first day?
Yeah, I think the triple Slava, yes, Stalin, Golden Liu lineup was definitely by far my favorite to watch.
Yeah, I would have to agree. In any case, there's a quick rundown of the tournament format. We also have something special for you guys today, for the viewers. We have some Twitch drop rewards, and we also have a special dev blog that we'll be revealing about halfway through our stream today. So, for yesterday's drops, which unfortunately you cannot receive anymore, but if you did receive them, they were combat signals, a couple of fire flags, a speed flag, a heal flag, and a fire duration reduction flag. If you're watching today, you'll be able to get a pack of green boosters, as well as a chance at 62,500 free experience in the mystery drop. You will be guaranteed to receive at least 5,000 free XP, so there's no chance that you receive nothing. You will get at least a little bit of something.
Indeed. Quite a nice amount of free XP to get if you do get lucky to skip some of those stock modules that may be painful to grind through.
And how about next weekend, Baz?
So next weekend, we get the famous, or maybe even infamous, paid actor flag that was available last WMI, but will be brought back for next weekend, as well as the Sir John Vincent captain that you can put on your Vincent, as well as a mystery drop for Cole this time.
And then for the second day of weekend 2, you will be able to get a pack of blue boosters, the flag for the 2024 Warship Masters tournament, as well as the Viscount of Victory St. Vincent skin, which has some extra special animations added to it, import, and it is really just a fantastic looking skin, modeled after a ship of the line from the Age of Sail. You can see there that it has wooden planking, some amazing detail added, as well as gun ports that actually open and close and fire cannons. Who doesn't love cannons firing on their battleship?
The detail that this model, the skin has is quite spectacular. I believe this is if not better, at least at par with the previous skin that we had for tournaments, which was the Space Shuttle inspired.
The Space Shuttle Vermont is a little bit hard to top just because of those dynamic thrusters.
Yeah.
Oh, those are
It is pretty
so
slick,
cool.
yes.
In any case, you'll be able to earn that as well as another mystery drop for Cole on weekend 2, day 2. We've also partnered with Asus Republic of Gamers to bring you guys some special physical prizes for the second weekend that we'll be giving away. Those will be 2 ROG Ally handheld devices, a 49-inch ultra-wide 1440p monitor, as well as a ROG Strix gaming laptop, all of which are pretty fantastic pieces of hardware, so we hope that you will join us for the second weekend to participate in those giveaways courtesy of Asus Republic of Gamers.
Indeed. So maybe we should go over the tournament prizes and
Yes.
what the players are actually playing for.
They're not playing for fun?
No.
Oh, they might be playing
They
for
are
fun.
playing
They
for
might
fun.
be playing for fun, but they're also playing for a $10,000 USD prize pool in total, with first place able to receive up to 6,000 USD across the team, second place 1,800 USD, third place 1,400, and fourth place 800 USD.
Indeed. So that's some nice rewards for the players. What about the t-shirt that the viewers at home can get?
Yes, as is tradition for our tournaments, we do have a t-shirt available for you. It is fantastic. I'm a big fan of it. I also have one, but I once again forgot to actually bring it out to show you. Actually, it's in my bag. I can actually describe it. If
You have to.
Excuse me reaching over.
By the way,
Very
there won't be written winner shaft on the back of the t-shirt.
Yes.
It will be actually the winner of the tournament, obviously.
Yes. If you are a winner of the tournament, then you will get a winner t-shirt.
Yes, okay, so I actually did bring the shirt today.
Oh, here we go.
It is mostly in black.
Hold it up. Yeah.
Block my face out. But yes, it is
Very cool.
fantastic. It is made out of some very fine material. And the Warship Masters logo is very beautiful. I'm a little bit biased, but I really like it.
Mm-hmm. As
Any
a
case-
tournament organizer,
Yes,
I
as-
believe you are entitled to be biased.
In any case, you can go to the link on the bottom there or scan the QR code to buy one of your very own, if you so desire.
Mm-hmm. So let's go over what we're going to cover today and the schedule for today.
All right, for our first round today, we will be watching ATFD, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, versus Rain. Then we'll be moving on to KSE versus CL. Then we'll be watching the winners of the first winners bracket match versus the winners of the second winners bracket match in the first round.
Indeed. So we watched ATFD yesterday play against War, I believe.
Yes, against 4.
And they won that game after having a loss. I think it was a 2-1 series. They lost the first game and then they reverse swept them by winning the second and the third game.
Yep.
In quite convincing fashion as
Quite
well.
spectacularly, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what do our
it was
casters
quite
think about
good
that
games.
match? I mean, we saw some fantastic gameplay, I think.
Well,
out
it
of
was
for sure.
it was the only best of 3 of yesterday's stream that went into a best of 3, so it was pretty exciting. And also, that first game, Vol sort of dominating them and like not really giving them any chances, only to get clawed back on the 2 second games, was just a great comeback. Anybody likes a comeback story, so
Of course.
it's great.
And ATFD, as the viewers predicted, were very heavily unfavored in that matchup. I think as high as 87% of you expected Vor to win the
Wrong,
second
yes.
game, but turns out ATFD flipped that on its head, achieving a 2-1 victory over Vor and heading into the upper bracket.
And I personally made 80,000 channel points off of that, so thank you guys. much appreciated.
Today we'll also be going into best of 3s, so we expecting at best 9 games.
Yep,
At
and I will
worst,
mention
only
again,
6.
guys, that after our KSC versus CL match, we will be revealing the dev blog
Yes.
with some extra special content prepared for you guys.
Some very special stuff indeed.
A sneak peek at what's coming.
All right, how about our first series here, guys? What about the maps we're playing?
Well, we're going to start with Warrior's Path, which I believe we've only seen once yesterday. We can talk again about the cap location because they differ from previous tournaments such as King of the Sea. The caps placements are different on both Warrior's Path, Sleeping Giant, and also Shatter. So it is quite interesting to see how these teams are going to work on these maps on top of the already pretty spicy rules of the tournament itself. To be fully honest, I don't have any specific experience in terms of maps in competitive, so I will leave it to Zui maybe to give his opinion on that.
So Warrior's Path is a map that is pretty common in our the regular clan battle season. I think it's a map that all of these players will have a ton of experience on. And knowing the map like this means that they can craft really, really interesting comps out of the limited ships that we have available in Warship Masters. So rather than playing around the ship picks and being kind of unfamiliar with the map, they can craft strategies specifically for this path, for this Warrior's Path map. Our second map is going to be Sleeping Giant, and our third is going to be Shatter, obviously, if they make it that far.
I am hoping we'll make it to a Game 3 because I don't think we've really had an opportunity to see Shatter yet.
No,
and it's
not
a very
yesterday.
interesting map, so greatly hoping that we'll see it. Interesting to note about compositions and the challenges of the format here. I just want to note that in one of our matches, which has started already, Resin brought 4 Grosser Kerfers against TWA.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that match ends.
I'm really curious about the result of that
I think
one.
TWA is definitely favored to win, but I mean, 4 Kerfers, that's a lot of HP and firepower. So
It is extremely funny what these teams can come up with. We've seen some pretty interesting lineups during the games we covered yesterday, but also some screenshots on the Warship Masters Discord with people bringing 5 Clausewitz and a Hindenburg with just a random DD on top somewhere, or some other really crazy lineups. One of the main things yesterday is we didn't see that much battleships. So hearing that 4 Grosser Kerfers are being brought up is a good omen, maybe for today's stream.
Yeah,
I hope
hopefully.
so.
Yep. Definitely hoping to see more battleships. Again, they are cheaper than they were in previous iterations of the tournament. They are still a little bit underpicked, but we're already seeing a few more than we did in the past. So I'm pretty hopeful.
Yeah, definitely. I think from yesterday's games, every time we saw a team bring battleships, they won as well.
Yeah.
Compared to the team that did not bring battleships. So it may be perhaps a bias from us because we have been seeing battleships win over and over again.
Yeah.
That we
I mean,
expected
the
to happen.
battleships that we saw teams bring yesterday did extraordinarily well, I feel
Yeah,
like.
I think the teams that did bring them brought a lot of value out of them. We saw Sicilia and Colombo, especially, some ships that aren't as common in
And
competitive
I think
play.
ATFD was the one that brought the Sicilia,
Yes.
if I remember
Yes.
correctly, and they
They
got
made
a lot of
fantastic
use
of it. Yeah, definitely.
So I'm hoping that they'll bring battleships to this game one. I think Rain might be a team that leans more into the battleships as well. They do have Dastard, a pretty infamous battleship player, on their team. Although I did see them put him into a Zhao for some of their matches yesterday, so hopefully he won't be chained to that ship again. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rain is one of the best, given that they've won the previous COTS as well.
Yeah.
You're just
So-
biased, Baz.
I may be a bit biased.
former
yes,
Rain
as a
player?
Might be a
former
little
Rain
biased.
player, yes.
He might be
They-
in the clan.
From experience, I can tell you that Rain is a clan that will basically stick to their own guns. They will come up with their own strategies instead of going for hard counter-strat plays. And so I would say this is going to be a matchup between two teams who are building their own sort of strategy instead of going for anti-strats.
For sure.
And in that case, it's going to be a mix match of styles of gameplay as well. So I'm very curious how they start off and how they adapt after seeing what the enemy has brought.
Do you have any predictions for the results of the series?
I feel like if I answer, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Big trouble.
But I would say I favor the COTS champions of last year,
Sure.
and I think it will be a closer game than I expect. So I'm predicting a 2-1 for Rain.
Okay, I'm going to go with a 2-1 for Rain as well. I think Rain is definitely the favored team here. I would like to see ATFD take at least one series off them, and I think they're capable for sure.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
mean, they showed some strong performances against Vor. Vor, also one of the very classically strong competitive teams that we've seen a history of very strong performance from. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to pull at least one match out, and especially because I want to see Shatter in Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. What about our casters? What do you think?
Oh, to be fully honest, of course, Rain showed so much metal on the King of the Sea the last time. So obviously they do have a bit of a, the bright child kind of vibe. But at the same time, like, there's nothing is set in stone ever. This is the number one rule, I think, of all tournaments. Everything can happen at all time. But the good thing is about today, though, is that we will be able to actually cast a game with Rain, because yesterday's technical issues prevented us from covering the European game. It seems that the teams are also ready, so it's a good timing on this. We will be diving into the first game of today's stream, playoffs, Rain versus ATFD. So the game is about to start shortly. And
I'm expecting something like a 2-0 out of Rain, to be. If I have to be very honest, I'm expecting Rain to 2-0 this.
Brutal.
But let's see. We're going right into the game here.
Okay.
Teams are already in the match. So let's take a look at these lineups.
Zoe, what do you see in ATFD's lineup? This is actually interesting. ATFD bringing the most expensive battleship.
Yes, Louisiana is in fact tied for the most expensive battleship in the game at 28 points. A ship that carries a bunch of battleship caliber guns, as well as aircraft able to do some precision airstrikes, as well as spot for its team. Is going to be backed up by a Zhao, a Plymouth, a Colbert, a Gudenliu, a Shimakaze, and a Tromp. So they have definitely made their sacrifices.
They did,
to bring that Louisiana.
It's quite a very expensive ship to bring, and then you do have to tone down a little bit. Colbert being then one of the cheapest light cruiser as well. On the other side, Rain is going to bring a Rhode Island, which is extremely interesting. Low caliber 356mm guns, but the ship is extremely quick, has great secondaries, and also has radar with some very potent HE and armor-piercing shells as well. So Rhode Island versus Louisiana, we'll see. But Rain also brings a double battleship. They bring a Sicilia.
Yeah.
The rest of the lineup being a Goliath, a Gudenliu, a Regolo, which is extremely interesting to see. I'm not sure which lineup they brought in the previous games yesterday.
Yesterday, they kind of favored bringing that double Khabarovsk pick. I think we saw out of them from some of their previous lineups. Double Kava, obviously a gunboat destroyer that was recently buffed with a much improved heal, and it provides a lot of that sustained firepower. Kind of a cheaper version of ships like the Kleber or the Marceau.
It's interesting to see that Rain is already sending a lot of forces, both battleships, the Golden Lion, the radar Yue Yang, paired with the smoke train of the Regolo. Extremely heavy deployment on Rain's side, on the home cap, on the sea. And they're only sending a Lucian, which has been the most popular ship of the tournament so far, with the Goliath. Two ships that can actually pair together quite well, even though there's no smoke in play. They can pair together quite well with their great heals and the utility, the deep water torpedoes, and of course the main battery guns of the Goliath, which is sailed by Gangbarang, surprisingly.
Yeah, and with this kind of deployment, they're going to be mirrored kind of opposite of what ATFD has brought to the A-cap. 5 ships of ATFD heading over towards here. Tromp, Shimakaze, Plymouth, Colbert, and Gudenliu all making their way there. Obviously, they're sending their Louisiana to the home cap. He's able to make his presence felt anywhere on the map using those aircraft.
Most definitely. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash here because it's literally just, as you said, a complete mirror. That Lucian and Goliath from Rain are going to have to basically block that A side as long as they possibly can, while this stage push, I assume, from their home caps to ATFD's home cap is going to be triggering eventually. They're going wide, of course. The Rhode Island already using the engine boost. They're going to go all the way to that 9-10 line, try to get that massive flank going on and basically push inside the home cap. Do you think Louisiana will actually survive this sort of onslaught?
So. Louisiana is a battleship that does not survive under sustained fire. Its superstructure and hangar, obviously, they saturate very, very slowly compared to the superstructures of other battleships. So even the ships with smaller caliber guns can deal pretty good damage to the Louisiana.
We already see some pretty interesting action here. The Louisiana showing its strengths, already spotting the Lucian basically in front of the entire ATFD's lineup here. Bombs are going to get dropped. The question is, that's a lot of damage already on to Lucian.
Good damage coming out of latest world Louisiana bombers already. Obviously, Lucian is one of those ships that has a ton of healable HP, and those HE bombs are going to be able to be healed. ATFD is sending in the Tromp airstrikes as well, so this Lucian is not out of danger yet. Looks like they all missed, so World Spawn probably has to try to stay near the cap though, because ATFD, if they can take this A cap away, they're going to be sitting on 2 caps for a while the rain push comes in towards that home cap.
Meanwhile, we see some Zhao torpedoes in perfect timing, actually, to try to counter range. Rhode Island is spotted, the Zhao having that really great concealment. But what the Zhao doesn't know is that there might be destroyers right there able to spot her momentarily. The Regolo has to be careful. These Zhao torpedoes can really do some damage. He fits through, obviously. And here we go. The Zhao is going to have to kite Rhode Island, and that's not going to be extremely fun to do. First salvo lands, good angle here. Remember, these guns can cannot overmatch the Zao, so the Zao might actually be quite survivable here.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he does have a Regolo to deal with as well, and this is a destroyer that can put out a surprisingly high amount of damage.
But that Rhode Island has to be careful about the Louisiana here. We might see a big AP salvo coming in from Latest World, maybe on the broadside of the Rhode Island. He seems that he has his guns pointed, but he's holding the fire.
He's controlling his dive bombers right now. One thing to note is that Louisiana cannot fire while controlling bombers, so
that is correct.
While he is controlling those dive bombers, he's not able to take advantage of this broadside Rhode Island.
That is quite unfortunate indeed, because that Rhode Island was completely flat broadside. The Zao has to try to disengage, but I believe the Yue Yang is going to keep her spotted at all times, so it's really complicated for her. Cross map coming in here from the Cecilia and the Good and Lu, of course, which have came on the 7 line, basically just splashing the deck of that Zao, not really doing any critical damage. Zao can be a very difficult kiter to deal with, but crossfire like this can be really difficult. They're going to get pushed to the corner of the map right now.
And the Rhode Island and Cecilia, 2 ships that can happily switch to HE fire, I think.
Indeed.
Lots of guns on these 2 ships. So
to good effect, actually.
Even if Zao is well angled and well protected against AP, it's not going to survive for that long against HE fire. And we can see here that Rain heavily favored to win this matchup at 87%.
It's an interesting thing as well that the Zao is running a legendary mod. I'm not exactly sure what it does. Maybe improve the accuracy of the main guns, I believe. But it's an interesting pick. In the meantime, Rain, making that very aggressive push here, is also sort of pushing into a crossfire of their own, because there is the Good and Lu and the Colbert here from ATFD basically staged on that other side on the 4-5 line that might actually try to put weight into the fight here.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for ATFD, neither of these ships really having a really heavy AP broadside, so the threat of these 2 ships is not super high to the pushing ships of Rain. I think Colbert obviously going to try to add his high HE damage output to this lineup. That is
a really wrong time to use the dive bombers right now. That Louisiana, as you said, when using the bombs, cannot actually really maneuver the ship, and there is a double set of 10 Yue Yang torpedoes plus some broadsides from the Cecilia coming in. That Louisiana, remember, one of the most expensive battleship in this tournament, is about to get taken out fairly easily here with a mix of AP and the Yue Yang torpedoes. That's a dead Louisiana right there. Absolutely no way to dodge these.
He does finish off his airstrike, so he's now regained control of his ship, but I think it's a little bit too late.
No.
One Yue Yang torpedo will connect, and the second set is on its way here.
Is he using DCP?
No,
he does not have it on. He might actually just dodge it, but even then, it's a dead Louisiana anyway. Just a couple of more salvos will take care of it. Another torpedo on the aft.
I think he will take this one on the aft. Maybe a second one as well, so down to 10,000 HP.
That's a gone.
For a Rhode Island and a Cecilia, very easy pickup for them. And Rain has completely run over this V-cap.
Yep.
ATFD's remaining ships all fairly light.
As expected, to be honest.
The sacrifice they made to bring that very expensive Louisiana.
And not really making any big use of it, to be honest. We saw some bombs basically denying the Lucian at A, but that's about all the Louisiana did. Now it's left a Colbert and a Trompe, which both cannot use smoke at all. And this Colbert is now literally going to open up broadside to a lot of targets here. The Rhode Island, having improved penetration angle on the AP shells, obviously takes that shot. And this Colbert has to be careful here.
Here comes both battleship salvos coming into the Colbert at the same time. Cecilia's will whiff, as well as the Rhode Island. So
Colbert is a very agile
good
cruiser.
Dodging from the Colbert, but it's only a matter of time before a stray shell or 2 lands in that citadel.
Yeah, it is going to be problematic for this Colbert here to basically keep herself safe from that battleship crossfire. Maybe the right approach here would be to go dark and just try to, I don't know, reconcile.
I don't think they really have the time. There's so much HP on the side of Rain. Their 2 battleships still fairly healthy. I don't think Colbert can afford to hold its fire and stay dark, so they're trying to concentrate their fire onto whatever they can find. Right now, it happens to be Dastard's Cecilia taking fire from the Good and Lu's airstrikes and guns, the Colbert and the Trompe as well. Plymouth also smoking himself up to try to add in some damage, so Dastard under pretty heavy fire here, down to about 30,000 HP.
Torpedo coming in from the Trompe as well, might hit the bow and put a flat on it. Yeah, that's a torpedo hit. Yeah, look at the amount of focus fire about to drop. The Good and Lu from ATDF gets hit quite hard by the Cecilia, but they might be able to bag Gunner Dast here if they keep that focus fire going, which is raining down on this Italian battleship right now.
Yeah, and Rain has not had success shooting at this Colbert yet. Lots of salvos from the Sicilia and the Rhode Island connecting near him, but Colbert still at about half HP, so one bad salvo from the Rhode Island could end his life, but so far, so good for him.
But look at ATFD's Goodenloo here on less than 3k HP. Sacrificed a lot of HP trying to get that Sicilia kill. He is dark right now and able to heal a little bit, but at this point the only cap that ATFD is controlling is A cap. The Colbert goes down finally from just that horrible crossfire of the fast Rhode Island, able to keep up with its speed, and of course the Goodenloo, which overmatches it. Radar being burned by the Yang on the Trump is gonna yield yet a 4th kill for Rain. So yeah.
And the strength of this Yang Regolo Rhode Island push, this is a battleship that brings a lot of firepower, and in a format such as WMI, where there's kind of fewer heavy ships with a ton of armor, the smaller caliber guns of Rhode Island, not really a downside.
He's on 300 HP and actually surviving. In the meantime, of course, the rest of ATFD's team is being essentially wiped off the board, and they reached 1,000 point quite easily.
Yeah.
Wow, just decisive. Lots of action. Oh, of course, this big staged push from the home caps to ATFD's home cap just flawlessly applied here. The Louisiana and the Zao being taken out so quickly. What I'm seeing here is kind of the same sort of things we saw from Rain in King of the Sea, where they just make a push happen and they just do it flawlessly.
Yes, I think Rain is especially very, very good at using their battleships very aggressively, and this time bringing 2 of them means that they have so much HP to play with. And again, Rhode Island, a ship that is fairly new to the scene, and I think they've used it exceptionally well in this first game.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that we talked about yesterday that we should mention for today as well is for things like the home cap, especially on Warrior's Path, you need to make that push quickly.
Yes.
And I think also key in this match is the fact that since ATFD has a Louisiana, they have plane spotting available 2 minutes into the match as soon as they come off cooldown. So that push needs to happen extra quickly before ATFD figures out what's going on.
But yet they send their plane to the A cap to spot the Lucian.
Yeah, so ATFD may be making a mistake. They're not trying to scat out the whole deployment of Rain. But even at the point that the planes came out and spotted that Lucian on A, the Rain ships are already quite far down in their push. So I think Rain basically sees the plane spotting. They decide to still execute their planned strategy, I assume, of pushing the home cap. And they execute it so quickly that they're still able to pull it off, even considering the plane spotting, which I think is quite impressive.
I think the Regolo is a ship that we haven't seen yet in WMI. It's a ship that brings a ton of close-range firepower. Obviously, its limited main battery range is really its main weakness, but at the kind of fights that they're taking, they're really only targeting one ship at a time in close quarters, able to help out the Rhode Island against that Zao.
And I would say that was almost the dream situation for them.
Yeah,
it was, because there was no way of the Zao and the Louisiana to just spot either of the Yang or the Regolo here. So yeah, it was actually just, I don't really have anything else to say. It was just flawlessly executed and just unfortunate. There could have been a response, and I believe ATFD tried to basically get their A forces back into their spawn, essentially. But at this point, you're facing a Rhode Island, which can do what? Almost 40 knots with a radar. You're going to send a Trump to counter this? No,
It's not going to work too well, that's for sure.
And unfortunately for ATFD, didn't get a ton of value out of their Louisiana, and we saw the remaining ships of their lineup really not having the HP or firepower to deal with the remaining ships on Rain.
There could have been a very nasty Louisiana salvo on the Rhode Island early on before she entered the Regolo smokescreen, but as you mentioned, the player was controlling the planes, so it is what it is.
It's a delicate balance to strike there.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes.
After seeing the lineup, do you think that ATFD actually brought the Louisiana expecting Rain to bring a lot of destroyers as a counter, essentially?
I think it might be possible.
Yes.
I feel like what their plan was I think they expected Rain to play a more controlling match towards the A side. We saw by their deployment that ATFD put only 2 ships on their home cap, the Louisiana and the Zao. And with the planes, the Louisiana is capable of influencing basically anywhere on the map. So I think what they were expecting to do was to play essentially like 6 ships on A, with the Louisiana's body still on the east side of the map, but able to send planes over to contribute and gain an advantage that way. But unfortunately for them, Rain was almost entirely committed on the east side of the map. So it didn't quite work out.
But to answer your question, Baz, I'm not sure, considering the point system, some radars are cheaper than Louisiana. And if you want to have DD spotting, why not bring a Moskva instead, for example?
True.
If you want to really lock down an area, because planes can be shot down, radar cannot be turned off.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
so
true,
it
that's
is
true.
like in terms of consistency, in terms of spotting and countering DDs, especially a Regolo, for example, which can basically negate air spotting on the press of a button. It is maybe not. I don't think it was their approach. I think they wanted to use the Louisiana as an extra good and low in a way. Maybe that can actually bring battleship firepower to the fray as well.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. But it's definitely an interesting lineup, and the first time we see the most expensive battleship in the tournament so far.
All right,
Louisiana is a very difficult ship to make work because you really do have to get value out of both its hull and its planes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I think we're going to go ahead and get into the replay here.
Yes, we do have replay vendors available today.
Excellent.
All right. So let's break this match down a little bit. Baz, if you want to take the controls here so I don't conflict us. In any case, you can see the initial deployments here, as I was mentioning. Only 2 ships on the B side for ATFD, and Rain making that super, super aggressive push up here, if we can pause it. And again, I think this is basically a perfect deployment favoring Rain. Even though ATFD reacts quickly and brings these 2 ships back in a way that they can try to influence, maybe put some firepower on the push. I can't really draw too well.
Yeah, definitely. So, Gaisho is the red one. I'm going to be the blue one here. We also see that Rain have 2 ships on the A flank, the Lucian and the Goliath. Both of these ships have excellent staying power with their heels. So, in the case that they needed more time on the home push side, the Goliath and the Lucian would have probably been able to stay there for quite a long time and survive, hopefully, just to give the pushing flank a bit more time to make their play happen. Luckily, in this case, Rain did not need that time, given that they were quite, fast.
Yep.
And I really do like the fact that they had Golden Liu and Cecilia going through the 6-7 line channel just straight down. In addition to the Rhode Island Regolo and Yu Yang.
I think this is one of the things that we mentioned yesterday talking about Warrior's Path, which is that when you are pushing the home caps, control of the 7 line is so important.
Definitely.
Because it gives you the crossfire with your ships pushing on the 8, 9, 10 line. And again, considering the deployments, the Louisiana has to make a choice. Does he control his bombers and maybe spot the Yo Yang, which is the ship keeping the Zhao lit? And unless they can force the Yo Yang off, that Zhao is going to stay lit forever and die.
Yeah, definitely. I think the correct choice here was to spot the Yu Yang, because if the Zhao dies, which he does die eventually, the Louisiana would be the next one to go. And I don't want to use the term flagship, but as the capital ship of their lineup, you kind of want to protect that flank and not want to lose everything, because if you do, the counter push back into your home becomes very difficult. You really need something that has a lot of HP and that can brute force a push, essentially, to make a counter push happen. But since they lost the Zhao to Porma spotting from the Yu Yang, the Regolo and the Rhode Island are more than capable of just farming it down. And after that, it was kind of over because they had lost too much map control and unable to make a push back.
And I feel like the tricky thing into Louisiana is it does cost 28 points, of course, which is an extreme investment.
Indeed.
And to basically have 28 of your points, Louisiana does go down there, invested into doing something like just keeping a Yo Yang lit with planes, and then you only have 1 Zhao to shoot at the Yo Yang, that's already a losing condition.
Definitely. I think it's maybe something they overlooked or maybe didn't think through enough. Or maybe they just simply did not expect such a hard push on home.
Yeah, I think they certainly didn't expect the push. We can see now that Rain basically just has complete control of the map on the B to C side. But I think ATFD really did expect more of a game around the A cap. I think they expected to be able to use the Louisiana to help with that. I almost feel like, though, that if you're going to spend 28 points on a Louisiana, you should probably maybe play it with the pushing flank so that you can actually use the spotting to keep targets that are trying to go dark lit.
Indeed.
So you can actually secure kills, which is one of the key features of planes, that you can keep things lit. But unfortunately for them, they also brought a Colbert at 7 points. It's a point saving
I think
measure.
it was just a sacrifice that they had to make.
But I maybe would have liked to see a Genon in that slot instead at the same point cost. I feel like especially if they had put it on their home side, the Genon smoke plus the massive amount of deep water torpedoes could have really contributed to maybe slowing down the Rhode Island or the Sicilian Howden in the middle.
Yeah, I can see that working out probably better than having a Colbert, definitely in this case, since the Colbert is probably going to be unable to play in open water against so much
And
firepower.
like we saw with Rain bringing 2 battleships, the Sicilia and the Rhode Island, which both have a lot of guns. The Rhode Island has the advanced AP penetration angles. They both overmatch the Colbert super light armor. So the kind of open water play that you would expect out of a Colbert here really doesn't lend itself well to fighting those 2 battleships.
Indeed.
As we progress, I mean, I think like Baz mentioned, the game pretty much ends as soon as Rain gets the B cap here and kills both the Louisiana and the Zhao. So, yeah, I feel like a very big compositional and maybe initial deployment mismatch here favoring Rain.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rain had the better game plan overall. I think this was a game that was decided based on strategy than player skill or maybe mistakes that were made. Any closing thoughts for from our casters about this game so far?
I think the Rhode Island showing up finally is really nice because I think this is a ship that, even in an unrestricted format like King of the Sea, I think it's a ship that could be seen as a kind of like brute force pusher. You just kind of trade away your own HP for bringing so much firepower and utility.
It's quite fast for sure.
Do you remember in the previous cuts where Mecklenburg was brought to counter Kabatov's clan?
I do,
Yeah.
right? And it's quite cheap in this Warship Masters as well. So
The
hopefully,
Rhode Island wasn't there back in the days.
Yes.
Would
I
you say
believe.
it's almost like a faster, better Mecklenburg?
In a way, you trade secondaries for. I mean, the Rhode Island also has a decent secondary if you spec for it, which I'm not sure is the way to go in competitive. But you're losing essentially torpedoes, and you gain the same firepower in a way, better AP pen angle, exceptionally better turret angles or firing angles,
Definitely.
and the ability to basically, as you said, you mentioned Jinan trying to counter a Rhode Island. I don't think Jinan can actually keep up with a Rhode Island push.
It would certainly have to be.
It would be run
stay in its
down.
smoke.
It would be run down via the radar. The Jinan is not really a fast light cruiser. It can push over 35 knots maybe, but maybe like the Rhode Island I think runs it down anyway as well. So
Yes.
it's tricky.
Hopefully, we'll see some Rhode Islands again in this next map here. I think it is Sleeping Giant.
It is Sleeping
correct.
Giant. So the
Which
next map is going to be Sleeping Giant. And this is a Rain pick actually because ATFD picked Warrior's Path.
Yeah, so a pretty promising sign for Rain being able to take their opponent's map.
Yeah.
I think they probably have something pretty aggressive prepared for Sleeping Giant, considering their play style so far that we've seen. I would expect them to bring fast ships, like maybe another Rhode Island.
Yeah, I think Rhode Island can definitely do a lot of work on Sleeping Giant, even pushing out around the side there. Can lob shells over the islands. Obviously, Rhode Island, being an American battleship, has a little bit floatier ballistics than most. And it also can provide radar, which is very rare in a battleship.
Yeah,
Most
it is only
definitely.
9 kilometers, but it is there, and you have
Yeah.
to think about it if you're playing something that wants to be sitting in a smokescreen for sure.
I think our teams are pretty much ready to go into the Sleeping Giant. So, any predictions for this next game here?
Well, I hope we're going to a best of 3. I really hope ATFD here picks up their metal as well and just give Rain a run for the money a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though we love to see Rain win, it's also nice when they get a challenge. It didn't really seem like the previous game was a challenge for Rain, and I hope that we see a bit of a challenging lineup here on that second game.
I'm
But-
certainly
for
hoping
sure.
that ATFD can bring out something spicy for Sleeping Giant. I mean, we did see them perform very well on this map versus Vor.
Yeah.
But my feeling is that with Rain's dominant performance in the first game, I'm probably expecting a 2-0 now, especially considering that this is Rain's map pick.
Yeah.
But like Robin, I would hope that we go to a game 3 just so that we can see Shatter.
Exactly. I do agree with this sentiment as well. So let's hope for a great map 2 and let's throw it over to the casters.
All right, spawning in the north, it is going to be ATFD again as Green Team. They have brought a Thunder battleship that was kind of fallen out of favor a little bit, but in WMI, maybe it has its use. Castilla, Worcester, Salem, Colbert, and 2 Grozovois as the rest of its lineup. And over on the Rain side,
Bit of a, I would say, lighter approach on Rain, which is kind of interesting. Sicilia, we've seen Sicilia yesterday on this
Yes.
map do wonder. Moskva, Goliath, Moskva being a rather expensive ship, I believe.
Yes,
You can
for
see on the
sure.
left side, the Moskva is actually costing 24 points, which is basically above anything ATFD has brought in their own lineup, with the Thunderer only costing 20. So the Moskva, big expensive pick from Rain. That's why they also bring the rest of the lineup quite cheap. We do see a double Regolo in a 4 destroyer lineup with a Radar Yueyang once again, and a Z42, which is going to make its way towards the C cap and then A potentially. But 3 destroyer push on 8, 9, 10 here.
Yeah, they did get a lot of value out of the Regolo in the last game, I think, contributing a good amount of damage against the Zhao and the Louisiana. This time around, they've brought 2 of them, and they're hoping for some close-range DD engagements, which their Yueyang can provide spotting for.
Bit of a delayed deployment here, I feel, on ATFD's side. You can see that Rain is already well underway on their push with a triple DD Wolfpack. And it's only going to be a Grozovoy with some floaty Worcester fire support that is going to be meeting with them eventually down the line.
I think that ATFD is going to sit their Grozovoy and Worcester fairly far back passively. You can see Grozovoy taking a position kind of passively here behind the island, waiting for more things to waiting for more things to get spotted before they commit to anything. But I think this is going to be their weak flank as they send a Colbert, Salem, Castilla, and Grozovoy out towards the Sleeping Giant Thunderdome.
I mean, a Worcester can do a lot of work against DDs, though, but a double Regolo, how well do you think a Worcester can sustain just 2 smoke trains of Regolo sap just raining on him?
Well, again,
every
the problem,
5 odd seconds?
Regolo's main issue is that its main gun range is quite limited. Obviously, they're going to do everything they can to improve their main gun range. So you can see that Antaro's Regolo here does have the AFT skill to improve his main gun range, as does Gangbarang. So they're going to extend it out to, I believe, around 11 kilometers is their main gun range with AFT. So still within pretty well effective firing range of the Worcester, I think. So maybe it can do a bit of work. Unfortunately for Worcester, it being a light cruiser means that it's very vulnerable to the sap fire of the 2 Regolos.
That's what I was trying to say, yeah. And they will have a Sicilia at long range. Gunnar Dast being an extremely good battleship play as well. A bit of a delayed home cap as well from ATFD. They've only parked the Thunderer and just have capped Objective B. So bleeding a little bit of points into Rain's favor, something you don't want.
Yeah.
Especially at that start, because Wallspawn here from Rain is already parking his Z42 with Hydroacoustic on into the A cap. That's going to be a double point lead for Rain, and it's going to tick really, really quickly.
Yeah,
especially
we do have some blind fire coming in from the Thunder. Not quite able to decap. Pretty close to it.
Close, indeed, yeah.
But in 5 seconds, Rain will claim their second cap, and with already a 50-point advantage coming from that delayed B cap, Rain's going to be only under 7 minutes away from a victory right off the bat. 2 caps ticking away.
The Worcester being spotted, obviously being smoked up by the Grozovoy here. It seems that the Yueyang took a torpedo from the Grozovoy. The Yueyang is already half HP here. Kimi using his radar, spotting nothing yet. He has to be a little bit careful. He took a Grozovoy torpedo, and the Yueyang doesn't have a heal, neither does Regolo. So this is actually a very good start here from ATDF. This is going to help Wonder. The Worcester burns his radar, spots the Yueyang. Let's see how much damage can be dealt. He's just outside of the range, but...
Yeah, he'll get maybe 1-2 salvos of accurate fire into that Yueyang, but nothing too dangerous for him. And now that that radar is down, they can just bide their time. And once this radar goes away, this Worcester is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Now, the Worcester is using the legendary upgrade, which basically adds a charge of every single consumable. So the utility on the Worcester side is really great. So, of course, he used 1 radar. I believe he has 4 more to go anyway.
Yes.
So these DDs are definitely not safe, and they have to respect the Worcester. They have to respect that light cruiser. It is extremely potent against DDs. The Regolo from
Antaro.
Antaro.
He is trying to get some long-range fire into the Sicilia, but looks like it's going to be switched over to the Regolo as he gets spotted by Yichui's Grozovoy.
It's interesting. So lots of fire being credited on these DDs here. The Grozovoy obviously using its great rail guns on the Regolo, trying to trade some HP here, trying to be useful and keeping Antaro spotted under Worcester fire. At the same time, ATDF here in the Salem is going to start facing off basically against the Sicilia, trying to get some crossfire here. That Salem can actually ignore the 380mm of Sicilia. It cannot get overmatched. We're gonna have the prediction coming in soon. 89% for Rain. Come on, give some credits to ATDF. They're trying their best as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, after such a dominant game 1 out of Rain, after being kind of ridiculously shredded in the first game,
Yeah, it doesn't look like that Worcester is going to be alive for long. The Sicilia here, under a little bit of fire, is going to use the smoke and basically reconceal for another, 60 seconds? A really long smoke duration here on the Sicilia.
Having those special fuel smokes.
But this Worcester is being bullied by that triple DD now. SAP from the Regolos raining in from all sides, and that's going to be a dead Worcester rather soon.
Yeah, Regolos can do some serious damage once they are in range. Gangbearing now just joining his buddies out on the 9-10 line. Going to be using that smoke screen to keep himself safe as they finish off the Worcester.
So that's the first kill already, and they're going to put the Sicilia into Bravo. It's only Thunderer and Grozovoy now. The Thunderer has been untouched right now, but against the triple DD, basically pushing them back behind their own spawn, and the Sicilia essentially providing some sort of crossfire against these torpedoes. It's going to be tricky to survive this. It's a 4v2 here with
and
the Sailor maybe helping.
Thunder is not a particularly heavily armored battleship. There's a lot of 32mm sections that the Regolos can take advantage of.
Some smoke being laid down by the Grozovoy to try and essentially... incoming Sicilia AP. That's a lot of damage. Not a death strike, though. Could have been. The Thunderer does have an above-water Citadel. And we see some deep-water torpedo. Latest wall here will eat one on the stern. Does he have his DCP on?
He does have it now, so he will be able to repair that flooding, and he's healing up in the smoke screen. They are trying to put as much damage as they can onto Dastard. They have forced him out of the B cap at least, so that's a little bit of a consolation here for ATFD. They also have managed on the other side of the map to push their Colbert and Salem onto that A cap, so locking down the point bleed for now, but there's only a matter of time before this Thunderer and Grozovoy are run over.
I mean, this Thunderer, Grozovoy, the Thunderer won't last long. It's out of the smoke already, spotted again, so the Sicilia might do short work of it. But the Sicilia from Rain is under some pretty decent fire support from the Salem here. We do see a bit of a stalemate here. Colbert, Moskva, the Colbert has been parked here. Maybe the Sicilia could actually get some lobs on this Colbert if he's not careful. But right now, the Thunderer will go down from ATDF eventually, and that's going to be the second kill being picked off by Rain.
Yeah, again, Rain executing a very, very fast home cap to home cap push, very, very quickly, taking away ships and the cap.
That's kind of brilliant. I mean, now they basically have 2 caps ticking for them and no points ticking at all for ATFD with the full HP Moskva here just parked there. What we see on the other side, though, is a Castilla Grozovoy versus Goliath. Artorius here in a little bit of trouble, half HP with just 1 heal left. So while Rain is doing a really good job on the home cap push, we do have a kind of spawn push as well from ATFD with the Castilla and the Grozovoy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think ATFD, Artorius has really done his job here as a Goliath. Again, the incoming fire to him, the Grozovoy and the Castilla, probably most of their damage output is HE, so
it is.
Goliath can easily sustain for so long, and you've seen, with only a minute and a half left until Rain ticks over to a victory, Artorius has done his job, distracting 2 of ATFD's ships away and taking them away from the fight, because even if they pick up the kill now, they're in the corner of the map and unable to get back into the fight.
But here's the super heal from Artorius. He will be surviving a lot more. Burst fire HE coming down. No, not enough to kill him. Even if they pick up that kill, it doesn't really solve the issue, because the way they want to pick up Artorius here is to get some angles on the Moskva. But the Moskva is so healthy, there's no way they get it under 57 seconds. Yeah, and the Salem's about to go down.
Falcon, Salem under sustained fire from the 2 Regolos. This destroyer's damage output is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Down goes Falcon arrows. Only 20 seconds for ATFD to pull something out of the bag, but I don't think they have the ships available to do so.
There's
Colbert,
nothing they can do.
One of the rare French cruisers that doesn't have torpedoes, so it's not really able to do anything against the Moskva. And,
this is essentially over here. Rain asserting the dominance over the caps, completely denying ATDF any sort of points, and essentially winning this game under what? 11 minutes, 12 minutes?
Yeah, very, very quick 2 games out of Rain. A very decisive home cap push twice.
Yeah, they've basically pulled the same maneuver, just on a different map with different ships, essentially.
Yep. And it looks like I'm the only correct prediction here. You guys believed in the upset, but...
We believed in the 2-1, but Rain taking a very convincing 2-0 there. Yet another very dominating match. It just seems to me like ATFD was not really ready for the home-to-home push.
No, I think the Rain play was maybe a bit difficult to read this time around. The first game was maybe a bit more obvious. They chose to have basically the double Regolo Yu Yang go down the flank, and then they were positioning for a mid-game home push instead of an early game push. The whole strategy did not revolve around going for the home push only, because they had the early game Z42 contest on the off-flank cap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw a more conservative deployment from Rain this time, that they sent 3 ships over towards that west side, so they actually could have a presence on the contested cap at the start of the game.
ATFD's very, very late deployment onto their home cap, as well as the entire force around A going around the side there, means that the Z42 got a completely uncontested cap. That's a lot of points taken away for Rain before a single ATFD ship even joins the fray.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to usually give the enemy team the contested cap for free, and you also want to try to get your home cap as early as possible. Giving a 50-point lead to Rain even before the match really starts is a little bit unfortunate. And I mean, the double Regolo was just so hard for them to deal with.
It's really rough.
Yeah, they really just did not have the ships, I think, to deal with that much firepower. A Worcester obviously can do a lot of damage at close range, but 2 Regolos, they're perfectly happy trading away one of them to kill the Worcester.
For sure.
A Regolo has 30,000 HP.
It does.
Even if the Worcester can put out DPM, it's still not going to kill it into one radar, especially
and
now
the
that this
Regolo
is
has a couple
competitive.
of really strong survivability tools. I mean, the exhaust smoke that allows it to push at full speed while remaining concealed. They baited out the Worcester radar with the Yo-Yang, which was phenomenal play. So he didn't have that to defend against the Regolos pushing him. And the Regolo obviously also has that massive speed boost that makes it really hard to hit, especially when you're playing something with ballistics that are as floaty as Worcesters are.
What did you think of the Castilla Grozovoy on basically around the Thunderdome back into Rain spawn, which essentially, yes, they knocked out the Goliath eventually, but it was basically the end of the game.
I think that's actually
at this
another
point.
critical part, and that the Goliath only cost 10 points. Rain is spending only 10 points on one ship on that side of the map, that stage of the game. And he's tying down 11 points in the Castilla plus 13 points in the Grozovoy, I believe, which is a pretty substantial investment.
Yeah, and this comp of the Grozovoy Castilla, these are 2 ships that are really fast. They can run down a flank, but they met kind of their arch enemy in the Goliath. Just this ship that can take a billion HE damage before it goes down, and he's survived pretty much the entire game.
I think we saw the Goliath get all 4 of his heals off, so he basically spent that entire game getting punished by them, and was able to take it until the very end and just tie down basically more than double his point cost in ships.
Yeah.
We have the render available, so we can go ahead and take a look at that and break down the game for you guys.
Indeed.
Take us away, Babs.
So let's play it.
Yep. So right off the bat, I think noting the deployments, just want to mention again that ATFD kind of dodging their own home cap, a little bit weird. Maybe just putting more emphasis on getting their ships out towards the A side a little bit faster. But Rain's deployment here actually quite well balanced. You have this kind of self-sufficient destroyer force going down the 9-10 line, able to put a lot of pressure on any ships they find. The Radar Yo-Yang plus a double Regolo is basically going to outtrade any other destroyer they find guaranteed.
Yes, definitely.
And
I think also there's something important to note in terms of points. Regolo is the cheapest destroyer at only 10 points.
Only 10 points, so very easy to bring one. And then for the rest of the deployment, you kind of have a Cecilia that is going to move into the center position and be pretty flexible. It really could play any side of the map. So it's a pretty good idea when you have a battleship to be a little bit more flexible with it, not commit it immediately. And then the Mosfa and Goliath, I mean, this is a pretty heavy point investment, especially in the Mosfa. But again, it's flexible. The Mosfa adds the 12-kilometer radar. It can really lock down the A-cap in combination with the Z42 Hydro.
Yes.
And then the Goliath is just a cheap 10 points that can survive on the 1-2 line very easily.
I think an important question here is, do you think they built the composition around the more expensive ships? Or do you think they built the composition around the cheap ships? Because it seems like the Regolos and the Goliath are like the main pieces of Rain's team, where they are doing a lot of playmaking with the cheap ships.
Yeah, it's
and
definitely
then
an
just
interesting
filling
point.
the other points with expensive ships that can fill other roles that are
I
necessary.
would actually agree with that. I feel like the Regolo push especially is one of the key components of the Rain composition here. And the most expensive ships, and really the Cecilia and the Mosfa, are just kind of... I would say like maybe linchpin pieces. They're like foundational pieces that the other ships can play off of. But they're just good in a variety of situations. They don't really do anything particularly specific to the composition.
Yep.
So they're kind of like enabler pieces, I would say.
Sure.
On the side of ATFD, you can see the Worcester there kind of planning to anchor down this island. But again, pretty unfortunate matchup for him in that the Virgolos are so hard to hit.
Yeah.
And the Worcester Ballistics are so bad. I almost feel like ATFD, obviously they don't know where the Virgolos are going to go, but they probably would have done better if they had something like the Castilla on that side as well, with the Napoli Ballistics to be able to punish those destroyers.
Yeah, I think as soon as we saw the Grozhavoy smoke go down and the Worcester having to leave the smoke, the Worcester was basically in a really terrible crossfire with the two Regolos.
And at this point especially, I think he actually has an interesting decision to make. He's in the smoke. If he leaves the smoke, he's going to get spotted by these destroyers and under a lot of fire. But if he stays inside of it, this Sicilia just pushes up to here, and then the Worcester is dead. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
So we can pull it forward a little bit more here. You can see the Worcester does leave the smoke, but it's a little bit too late. Goes down to the Sicilia, and at this point, Rain is in a really phenomenal position.
Yeah, definitely. This is like 6 minutes into the game. They have absolute 9-10 line control. They have had the A cap for the majority of that as well. The Colbert is just getting into it from the Thunderdome side, so he's relatively safe there. But by the time he gets there, the game towards the home side especially is almost already lost. And then we also see the Thunderer, similar to the Louisiana in the first game, kind of be caught in their home cap defense.
And I think in a not, like, that's definitely not a situation that you want your Thunderer to be in.
Definitely
just shooting
not.
at like two Virgolos and being torped by a Yo Yang. Definitely not ideal. And in general, I feel like the pacing of ATFD's play was just a little bit slower than Rain.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, their deployment here, I mean, you can see what it's trying to do. And that they have a pretty solid hold flank, assuming the Worcester would have still been alive here. I mean, Salem in this position is quite strong. Getting the Colbert in the Thunderdome where he can shoot out and over is phenomenal. And the Castilla and Grozavoy are a pretty good push side here, but given what Rain is doing, it's just not enough. And the Castilla especially really doesn't have anything to do in this position. He can't shoot at the Mosfa. The Goliath is already running away. And again, like we mentioned, the Castilla plus Grozavoy, both these ships, quite a heavy point investment into the 1-2 line.
Yeah.
Just matched by one kiting cruiser from Rain that's just going to run all the way away here and live forever.
Yeah, definitely. I think the game plan out of Rain again has been phenomenal. They had a clear idea that they wanted to execute, and they did it with minimal to no mistakes. And unfortunately, I think ATFD may be just a bit too slow on either reacting to what they saw or simply not having the correct reaction.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it almost feels like in both of these matches, ATFD was kind of missing a piece on their home side to help them defend against a push. I feel like in general, they weren't very well prepared for the idea that somebody might like push their home side very hard.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they had pieces in play like the Grozavoy and Worcester in preparation for it. But in total, it felt like they were just missing a little bit of something there that would have really helped them.
Yeah, definitely agree on that point. So, quite a clean and decisive victory on both maps by Rain. Any closing thoughts from our casters about the series?
No, I think you covered it up pretty good. Like I was hoping for a best of three, but I mean, with a team like Rain, that you know, like it's credits to ATFD to even like just stand up correctly and go into a best of two. Anyway, it was entertaining, but it still goes to show that Rain still has a pretty clear. Strong arm on this kind of situation.
Definitely showing why they were previous King of the Seas internationally. Definitely one of the strongest teams in the game at the moment, with phenomenal players. So unfortunately, ATFD not able to match them there. I believe for our next match, we're going to be taking a look at a game 3 of a series, RB versus ELSR. I believe ELSR is the number 2 seed from NA, whereas RB would be number 2 from the China region, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure if we have the maps available for that. If we do, we can take a look at it. If not, we can talk a little bit
Let's talk about the results of the games that have happened so far.
Sure.
So TWA played Resin, and it was a 2-0. I believe that is probably
I think most people would expect the result.
Yeah.
We can mention that Resin did bring some spicy compositions, maybe a little bit of fun having. In their first match, they brought 4 Grosser Kurfürst, 2 Genons, and a Z52. And their second game, they brought 6 Sevastopols and a Kleber.
6 Sevastopols.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very spicy compositions. I think I'll definitely go back and have to watch the video myself to see how they played those compositions. But TWA, a very seasoned team, have won probably more King of the Seas than any other team at this point.
For sure.
And just very, very good players individually as well. So not surprised that they beat the meme comps.
Yeah, I believe that this is probably something that they wouldn't have expected either, but being a seasoned and very, very experienced team, they would be able to react to the wild composition of ships that the enemy team brings, and then on the fly be able to adjust their strategy, adjust how they're playing, and basically be able to win out from there.
For sure.
The other game that has also happened was TSYMQ versus GNMJ, which is a Chinese team versus number one on Asia, I believe.
Yeah, I think both of them number one from their servers. So
Yes,
number one China versus number one Asia.
TSYMQ actually won that game 2-0 as well.
So it's been 3-2-0s.
There have
so
been
far.
3-2-0 so far.
And
yes.
we are hopping into the final.
We are
Final
hopping
one,
into the
which is a
actual
1-1.
best of
The
three.
only game 3 of this bracket.
So if I
so
understand
far.
correctly, whoever wins this best of 3 will be facing off Rain later today.
I believe so, yes.
All right.
Yeah. So going to our series that we're going to go into the map 3 of, the first 2 maps were ELSR picking Sleeping Giant and RB picking Hotspot.
Oh, so the teams basically took away the other team's map pick.
Yes.
But you do see it happen sometimes. It's usually an indication that maybe the strat that they prepared for their own map was not as solid as they thought it would have been.
Indeed. So quite an interesting way of going about the series so far. And we're going to go to map 3 of this series. We watched ELSR and RB yesterday, I believe. We
Yep.
watched the RB game definitely. And they were pretty interesting to watch. They were playing against ATFD as well, I believe, at one point. And they did win one of the series that we watched. I'm not entirely sure which one it was.
In any case, we definitely haven't seen ELSR yet.
Okay,
I
yes.
think we did, didn't we? We watched a one shot. They provided the only one shot of the day yesterday.
Against the Brisbane.
Oh.
You're right.
Yes, we
Oh,
did.
yes, that's right. Okay. I'm a little bit delusional. It's okay.
It's all right. It's been all
any
the games
case,
already.
ELSR, one of the best teams from the NA region, have taken the last couple of King of the Seas for the regional NA tournament. So excited to see what they'll bring here. 1-1 so far in the series, and our only 1-1 of the winners bracket round 1. So pretty excited to see what they'll bring for Warriors Path.
We did watch RB versus TSYMQ yesterday, I believe, which
Okay,
was the
yes.
2-1 that happened. And RB actually won that series. It was a 2-1 for RB, beating the number 1 seed on China, which
Yeah.
is honestly good showing.
It's a bit of an
I
upset.
would say that this basically proves that they are definitely capable.
Should we mention the compositions that RB and TSYMQ brought against each other?
We
in game
should
2?
definitely.
RB opted to bring triple Clausewitz, Salem, Austin, Minotaur, and Lucian, whereas TSYMQ brought four Clausewitzes, 2 Shimikazes, and a Druid. So very heavy on the Clausewitz. A ship that we've mentioned is pretty good and is priced quite low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think our casters have
Our casters may
maybe our singular caster who is part of the tournament organization has a bias towards the Clausewitz. He's been really going on about this ship and how cheap it is for the value it brings.
it is interesting to note that in the first 2 games, neither of the teams have brought a Clausewitz. So interesting to see the swap from yesterday's games and that not spamming Clausewitzes. ELSR also brought a fair amount of them. ELSR did bring 1 Clausewitz in game 2.
I see. So the game is going to start soon. Any thoughts about who is going to take this game potentially? Any score
Honestly,
predictions?
I have no idea. I think because I'm NA, I have to go for a 2-1 for Elser here.
Okay. Zoe, Robin, thoughts?
I am favoring Elser. I think they're a team that has a lot more experience than RB does in the competitive
sure.
stage. And when you're in a high-pressure situation like a 1-1, I think that does play a big role.
For sure.
I see.
To be fully honest, they've done, as you said, 1-1. So everything's still on the table, to be honest. And on a map like the Warriors Path, I believe the lineup's going to be very, very interesting here. So we start off with RB bringing a Bourgogne. First time we've seen it, at least on our casting.
Yep.
Clausewitz as a super ship, Yodo, Salem, Z52, Druid, and Lucian. And surprisingly, again, Lucian. On the ELSR side, on the other hand,
It is going to be a Colombo, a Stalingrad, a Gudenlu, a Khabarovsk, Delny, Regolo, and Trump. We've seen a lot of value being brought out of Regolo by Rain. Let's see if ELSR can do the same. And they have again brought their single battleship comp. I think ELSR has been pretty good at playing the single battleship comps, a little bit more similar to the clan battles setup, where you have a single battleship able to flex its power over the entire map. It's going to be a Colombo this time. And it's going to be matched up against the Bourgogne. I think it's a matchup that Bourgogne is maybe not happy to be in.
With how explosive, Bourgogne can hold a run against the Colombo for sure. But what do you think about the Kabados pick on Helsar?
I think Kaba is a ship that provides a ton of firepower and staying power now with its newly improved heel. It looks like the teams are
might have a reset.
Stopping, so we may have a mulligan here.
Might have a
teams
reset.
might have had a disconnect or two. Again, all of these games are being played on the EU realm, so there's a potential that there are network issues for the players who are playing from other regions. We're going to be going back into the training room and hopefully getting us back into the game as quickly as possible.
It's all right. Maybe a player disconnected. It's always good to have a fair battle here. So if a reset happens, especially in a best of 3, it needs to happen.
Yep, and teams do get a restart to use in the event of any technical difficulties, so no worries there. Now that we've seen the lineups, any thoughts about the match?
I'm happy to see a Kaba. Definitely.
I am too, for sure.
Yes.
I would just ask myself, Zorki is a flagship, correct?
That is correct.
It is a flagship. Fair enough. Because I was wondering, if it's not a flagship, why not bring a Zorki? Because you benefit so much from the extra torpedo range, essentially.
Zorki is significantly more expensive than a Kaba, so that is one factor. So if they want to invest the points into a Colombo, for example,
yes, I understand.
there is definitely some sacrifices have to be made there. And ELSR has been very, very, very conservative with their flagship picks. I believe they haven't used a single one.
ELSR has not picked a single flagship yet.
Yes.
And TSYMQ has used only a Conde as a flagship so far. Both of the teams have Zorki available.
Okay,
The Bourgogne pick is quite interesting, I have to admit, though. The Bourgogne, we haven't really seen that ship in competitive much. It is an extremely strong battleship. But
Yes,
it lacks the overmatch, and it lacks the staying power, the armor. It's
I would say
coated
the
in
main
32
advantages
millimeter.
you get from bringing it would be that fast speed and maybe the fast reload, especially with the main battery reload booster. Bourgogne can put a lot of damage downrange, even though it does lack the overmatch, as you mentioned. And in a format like Warship Masters, where some of the cheapest ships are those super light cruisers, you might retain the overmatch against
You don't need
things
to
like
have the bigger
Reginons or
guns,
the
yeah.
Coldairs.
I see.
So definitely could pay off for them.
And both of these clans have been classically bringing pretty destroyer-heavy comps, so it's no surprise that a lot of the battleships that we're seeing be more popular are the ones with the higher gun counts. We've seen Sicilia, Colombo, Bourgogne now from RB, and
The Rhode Island.
It is
The Rhode
interesting.
Island as
I feel
well.
like
Rhode
we've
Island,
seen a fair amount less Colombo than we've seen Sicilia.
That is
Sicilia
true.
is, I believe, 2 points cheaper at 17 instead of 19 points. Teams not really valuing the SAP as much, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sicilia has this very powerful exhaust smoke generator, which lasts much longer than Colombo, and it's been used in previous games to just secure a cap.
For sure.
There's not that many BB in competitive that can just walk into a cap as long as there's no radars and just capture
it's
it
well
undetected. So I think this can be actually used in Warriors Pass to stage some sort of push from home cap to home cap with it.
Yeah, for sure. And radar, again, is pretty expensive. The ships with radar, especially the ones that can also be either tanky or output a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the long-range radars as well. The most expensive ones, the shorter ones like 9 kilometers on Plymouth would be the cheapest. So
but
you do not want to be 9 kilometers away from a Sicilia or Colombo.
No,
Definitely
you don't.
not.
Not in a Plymouth.
No, for sure not.
In a Shima, why not? You know.
Indeed. I think also something to note is that if there is going to be a DD heavy game, the SAP doesn't actually bring that much more over.
Right, like you would
just having
you would
AP or
actually
HE.
want the high explosive on the
Probably,
Sicilia in
yes.
most cases.
Yeah, the HE will be able to in-cap more modules, cause fires potentially be more annoying
And
for
the sub secondaries from Sicilia are actually quite potent as well.
Yeah,
True,
that actually is a
definitely.
good point that we neglected to mention. Thank you, Robin. Is that Sicilia does get actually a lot of secondary DPM. The accuracy isn't improved, but SAP doesn't need to be particularly accurate to do damage.
Yeah, for sure. There's a ton of damage output coming from those secondaries. So if there's any destroyer spotted within its range, even some light cruisers can put out a lot of damage out of those secondaries.
And it seems the
Absolutely.
game has begun, so let's jump into the match. No resets this time. And the lineup seems to be the exact same. Bourgogne, Clausewitz, Yodo, Salem, Z52, Druid, and Lucian on RB's side. And the same lineup for ELSR with Colombo, Stalingrad, Gudenlu, Kaba, Delny, and Regolo. So let's see if they do the same deployment as before.
Yeah. So those 4 destroyers of ELSR are going to be heading towards... It looks like they're pretty much split, actually. So the Delny going to be heading towards that A-cap. This is a destroyer that is... used in even unrestricted formats like King of the Sea, mostly for its, it's a little bit more maneuverable than its brother in the Kabaros. It doesn't obviously bring the same gun power, but it is a little bit more survivable, I would say. It's a little bit more maneuverable, still has a little bit of plating, so it sacrifices some of the firepower of Kaba for a little bit more staying power. Now, Kaba has been buffed since that King of the Sea.
It did, yes. I believe it doesn't need the legendary upgrade anymore to get the range, because the player who's using it, Ayase Asia here, is not using the unique upgrade of Kaba, which basically gives it the range it needs to really compete. Yeah. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck at that 13.5 kilometer range, so I'm not entirely sure what the range of Kaba can be right now.
Kaba right now is still a 13.5 kilometer gun range. A lot of players, especially in competitive, they opt to take the rudder mod in slot 5. Again, the Russian destroyers, they're not as flexible as the other destroyers in that they cannot bring the range upgrade in slot 6, actually.
That is correct.
So they have to use AFT to bring their gun range out. Kaba, in particular, has a very, very slow stock rudder, so a lot of them opt to take the rudder mod in slot 5 instead of concealment.
We see on RB's side a pretty heavy deployment on home cap B. They've sent the Clausewitz, Druid, the Bourgogne, the only battleship, and the Salem. The Lucian from Yakea here seems to be AFK. That's a little bit unfortunate. It seems that that was the reason for the resets previously, and it's still a problem for this game. So unfortunately, RB seems to be one player down. Not the great start here. And they've sent a Yodo and a Z52 on the A side, essentially to just block any sort of heavy push. But the heavy push is actually not happening on A, and they're giving the cap essentially for free. I assume the Lucian should have been in here contesting the Delny with both spotting and sonar. Right now, not an excellent start for RB.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate they have player disconnect. Unfortunately, the teams are only afforded a single restart per series, so they used it in the previous game, maybe because of the same problem, but yeah, Chaos's Lucian, unfortunately, not able to connect. Delny, though, even if he was in the game, Delny is a very fast destroyer. Lucian is not particularly fast. I believe he's even slower than the Z52 that RB has brought over to that A-cap, so I'm not sure that would have changed the cap situation here.
They would have had something else to play with around that Delny,
sure.
Especially in terms of spotting, because right now the Z52 and the Yodo are so far away, and they're gonna... of course, we have a bird's eye view. We see where all the ships are at all time. These players obviously do not. So they don't know that there's only just a single Delny at A, and they are basically putting both Yodo and Z52 down there. But it seems we have some action going on the other side of the map right now.
ELSR has positioned a Guden Liu almost uncontested in that 7 line. So we've seen Warriors Path before that this 7 line control between the islands here is pretty important. So the Guden Liu being able to park up here pretty uncontested means it can get those airstrikes out.
And the Salem is already suffering from that, hitting about 8k on the deck here. The Druid spotting the torpedoes sent by the Rigolo, I assume. These are very slow Italian torpedoes, but they do have good range, so they can surprise people. And Salem is going to start taking some pretty heavy damage.
Yep, Tromp and Guden Liu both able to put out some good damage with those airstrikes over the islands. A very evenly matched teams, according to your viewer predictions. 54% favoring RB, actually 46% for ELSR. And unfortunately for RB, we were not able to see them at their full potential, obviously, having a disconnect. Their deployment here, the Salem, able to go undetected at least against the heavy push out of ELSR, but the Guden Liu and Tromp are threatening that middle of the cap. We saw yesterday that ELSR is very, very quick to make movements around the map, and the Tromp and Guden Liu are already right up the throats of RB.
In the meantime, RB is realizing that it's only a single Delny. They've been spotting him for a while. The Yodo has been taking some pot shots at it. Nothing really crucial. But now the Z52 knows the cap is essentially opened. They know that there's most of their ships are staged around their home cap, the BC push, so they can actually put the Z52 here in the cap and maybe start leading the point to their advantage, because right now the difference is over 100 points already. We do see torpedoes coming in from the Delny, some excellent RPF topping here, and it seems that the Z52 is not using the sonar, which is a really, really big mistake, because he might be sailing straight into these torpedoes if he's not careful.
I believe these are actually blind torpedoes. I do not think Delny has RPS.
Oh,
so
goodness me.
Totally blind.
This could be a death strike. The Z52 is not a maneuverable DD at all. He's gonna eat one of them at least. That's 2? That is really bad.
2 torpedoes connect on Angel Osama's Z-52 down to 900 HP, just barely staying alive through that. Unfortunately, Delny's not able to spot the Z-52 easily, especially with the Yodo backing him up, so I would expect RB to still take away that A-cap.
One of the only DD with powerful sonar decides not to use it and eats 2 Delny's torpedoes. Quite unfortunate. Angel here is basically on a counter until he dies. The Delny knows it landed 2 torpedoes, but at the same time pushing a Z-52 is not something you want to do. That smoke hydro combo is kind of devastating. Angel seems that he's just taking it very easy now. But now that they know that they've actually put so much damage on it, they're actually rotating. Elsa is rotating the Trump and the Gudenlu to try and finish him off.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they chose to take this rotate. I felt like they had a pretty strong position set up around that B cap, but maybe dissuaded by the aggressive play out of RB's Burgone. Did trade a lot of HP for it, but he has managed to force them away, at least from that home cap push. Incoming Trump and Gudenlu over to that A cap. I think they realized that, well, you know what, we're on 2 caps. Why not just keep them rather than play for the third?
Most definitely. And the Yodo here has to be really careful because he is going to be caught. It is actually now spotted in a crossfire with the Delny, which is going to start using his guns as well. The Delny has some pretty powerful AP shells as well. And the Yodo just keeps on pushing. He's going to be broadsided to a Gudenlu and then sustained DPM from Delny at the same time.
Yep, and the Colombo of ELSR is now getting underway. As soon as he clears this island,
it's gonna have
Yodo's going to have a lot of trouble.
Now, the Yodo is a rather tanky cruiser as far as light cruisers go. It does have some pretty decent armor, but against ASAP from a Colombo, I am not entirely sure. It's a lot of fire, of course, being put on that Yodo. Basically, like every sort of armament that can possibly.
And here comes the shot from the Colombo.
Oh, yeah, Italian improved pen angles can do a lot of damage. Yeah, that's about 25k.
He chose to use AP, got 1 Citadel and a few pens, so down goes the Yodo's HP, down to 6,000 HP, and under fire from both the Trump and the Delny means that it's going to be a quick kill for ELSR.
Do you think a turnout could have been an option here?
I
Even
feel
against
like
Colombo's AP shells?
For sure that Yodo, knowing that the Z-52 is on such low HP, I think they should have conceded maybe the cap here. Z-52 obviously at 900 HP is not going to be able to contest anything of sorts against the Trump and a Delny.
Gotta be careful because the Gudenlu here has still 47 seconds on the sonar, and this Z-52 on no HP at all is awfully close to it, with a Delny at long range maybe able to lob some shots on this.
I think the Gudenlu is turning around to maybe try to provide some support for its Colombo in the middle of the map.
Oh, we actually have some blind bombs dropping in from the Trump on the Z-42. This actually could be a kill.
Oh, just barely misses. The Z-52 escaping with his life here, but he needs to get away from the hard light from the Trump.
Goodness me, I'm sorry. Colombo just basically bounced every single shells from his AP on the Selim. He's actually going for a ram. This will not kill the Colombo. Never mind, the back turret did the job, it seems. No ram.
The saved back turrets from those Colombos. Colombo obviously has 360-degree turrets on the rear, so it can switch around really quickly if it need be. And obviously, sometimes your front guns bounce, but your back guns do not, due to the length of your ship.
We always say, you know, back turret, best turret. It is the case here, and that's it. It's already 3 ships down for RB, and it seems ELSR will be facing rain later today.
Yes, a very decisive victory here in the third game. Obviously, a disconnect, truly unfortunate for RB.
Yes.
Lucian not able to get into the game. So ELSR will take a fairly easy third game here against RB. And we will be going into our next match, which is going to be... Let's take a look here.
I believe it should be KSC versus CL. Based on what we planned, but things can always change, so we'll have to see what our next match is. But pretty convincing match there from ELSR. Again, like you said, very unfortunate with the disconnect. Fortunately, neither of these teams would have been eliminated because they are in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
So RB will have another chance in the loser's bracket. But quite unfortunate there. Definitely hate to see a team forced to play 6 versus 7. But again, you only get 1 restart. Can't delay games indefinitely because of issues, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunate that technical issues sometimes get in the way, but we have rules for this, and given that we already had a restart, we can't do anything about it. Regardless of that, Let's talk about the Z52.
I'm not sure what happened. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed.
I am confused.
Maybe the goal was to save the sonar for the cap, but you have APF on DDs. You know that there's another DD somewhere, and you know there will be torpedoes in the water. There are always torpedoes in the water early games just to do exactly this. And these Delny's torpedoes were absolutely perfect. They could not have been better. I guess the better thing would have been to outright death strike him, which he almost did. He almost just blew up and had like less than 1,000 points left. And from this, you're crippled because your Yodo has your support for as long as you can survive with that amount of HP. And also the second thing, which I believe was a little bit tricky, was the Yodo push. After this.
I mean, I
like
think
these
at that
two
point,
things back to back.
They were definitely a little bit desperate. I mean, down a ship from the start, the Z-52 taking the hit points. It looks like their plan to push home to home on the 8-9-10 line didn't really work out for them. So they were probably pretty desperate at that point to get anything done, in which case they probably decided, well, maybe the Chomp and the Howden haven't rotated fast enough yet. Maybe we can push towards the cap. But did not work out for them. Yodo, pretty squishy with the 25mm size. It does have a lot of hit points, but the ship itself is massive because of having 6 turrets.
Yep.
So the Columbo able to do a lot of damage. In general, though, I think I was a little bit more of a fan of ELSR's deployment. Like we pointed out for Warrior's Path, controlling that 7 line in between the home caps is very important. And they did it with 2 ships that have airstrikes, which means that even if they don't have line of sight towards the 8-9-10 line, they can still bomb the Salem, which they did quite successfully. And then they just rotated them towards the west side once they saw the Yodo pushing.
Yeah, I think ELSR made the decision. We saw them maybe still having an advantage actually on the 9-10 push. A very, very favorable HP trade onto the Burgoyne, especially down to, I believe, 30k HP when he broke off. But they still made the decision to rotate the Tromp and the Guniliu across to the other side of the map. Maybe the safer pick.
I mean,
even though they had the advantage on the 9-10, anything can really happen. Pushing into a Salem especially is always difficult.
And like you mentioned, they already controlled the A-cap. If you're in the winning position, you might as well just defend the winning position instead of trying to win harder.
Keep it,
So a pretty good decision there.
Especially because you know you're against a Destroyer, which is a one-shot kill, and a Yodo, which cannot really do anything against a good and Tromp push.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for RB, I think their game plan probably revolved around having the Lucian with their 9-10 line push.
Yes.
They had the Druid in front of the Clausewitz and the Bourgogne, and Druid is not a fantastic spotting destroyer. I believe it can only have 6.6 kilometer conceal at best.
Quite bad.
Which means that the Rogolo and Khabarovsk on ELSR side that were able to play there could just kind of trade with him, bully him off. And having the spotting is so key for a push like that to succeed. So if they had the Lucian in front of them, maybe that goes a little bit more different.
Yeah.
Maybe they can actually successfully push it out. The Bourgogne can do a lot of damage, especially to something like a Stalingrad if it just spams AT.
For sure.
So, yeah, unfortunate disconnect, but I think ELSR did play a very solid game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think while we're on the topic of the Lucian not being able to play, do you think he would actually be part of the home push or of the Z52 Yodo group?
I speculated Z52 Yodo, but at the same time, you often see just 2 ships, a DD and a cruiser, basically stalling one of the side of the map, and the rest of the teams essentially just making that push. So maybe you're right. Maybe the Lucian would have been helping against the Kaba and the Ricolo, maybe with the Hydro. But at the same time, the Lucian, outside of just gun firepower, doesn't have torpedoes which can deal with these DDs, and no smokes either. So it's also tricky.
Yeah, it's still a little bit tricky for sure. But I think my main points of reasoning here is you need a destroyer of some kind which has a spotting advantage or parity with the enemy destroyers in order to execute a push. And on the Z-52 Yodo side, they already have that. So adding the Lucian doesn't really do that much for them, I feel like, other than a little bit of extra gunpowder maybe against the Delny. Whereas missing that capability on their push side is so critical that I really feel like they probably wanted to have it there. The other option is maybe they replace the Druid with the Lucian and the Druid plays behind the Z-52, which could also be quite successful against something like a Delny. It has that 50mm plate to arm the AP.
Druid can definitely do a lot of damage to a ship like the Delny.
As you mentioned, I don't think the disconnect was actually a deciding factor because also played really great as well. But just unfortunate.
Yes.
We'd like to see fair matches, and it was unfair to have a disconnect twice in a row as well. So
hopefully no more issues of that kind as we move through the day here. I think for our next series, we'll be taking a look at KSC versus CL.
We are indeed.
Yep. I believe we may have the map pick ban done for that, if we can take a look at the maps. Both of these teams, pretty strong seeds from their respective regions. KSC number 1 from NA, CL number 3 from CN. But actually, I believe this would be the first match in the losers bracket. KSC did not finish first or second in the regionals, and CL didn't either. So we actually will see one of these teams get eliminated based on the results of this best of 3.
Yes. Unfortunately, we are sending teams home today.
Teams do have to go
yesterday.
home eventually, unfortunately. But for our map lineups, we have Sleeping Giant, Hotspot, and Warrior's Path.
Yep.
We haven't
we-
seen Hotspot yet.
We haven't
I
seen
believe.
Hotspot, we haven't seen Chatter either. We haven't seen
Yes,
Chatter at
I
all.
mean-
I'm still holding out for the Shatter match.
Yeah.
I'm
We're still
convinced.
unfortunately dodging Shatter. At least we will get a hotspot game. This is
Yeah.
a map that has been in and out of the competitive scene for a while now.
I think since season 1 of Clan Battles,
Yeah.
Hotspot has been around. So Mainstay has had some updates to the islands, but in general, the layout is quite familiar for veterans of the competitive scene. But interested to see how teams will approach it in Warship Masters with the unique ship compositions.
Oh, that C cap is gonna get bloody on
For sure.
Hotspot. It is gonna get
It is
bloody.
always a very key position in the map. You can get a destroyer in very safely onto that sea cap, and even some close-range brawling ships. We've seen in unrestricted formats, Napoli can even play very, very happily in the
For
sea
sure.
cap.
But these aggressive position on C rely on a good defense of the right side.
Yes,
Like
of course.
is it 8-10 or
9 to
1
10
No,
line,
9-10,
yes.
yeah, because these positions instantly get opened up. If you park a DD there and something pushes down these lines,
Yeah.
there's no cover against this. So yeah, it is safe as long as you have teammates supporting you there. So we will see what happens on that.
Interesting to note that neither of these teams have brought very many flagships yet. KSC only bringing 1 Annapolis, 1 Conde, CL only bringing 1 Patry and 1 Napoli. So still a very many amount English. Still a great many available options to them. So interested to see if under the threat of elimination they might bring out some more.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
for sure.
going into a bit more context about the maps that have been picked and banned, KSC banned Riposte, CL banned Shatter.
No.
The two fun maps.
Indeed.
Disaster.
So, and then the first map pick, that is going to be Sleeping Giant, was picked by KSC. Hotspot was picked by CL. So I assume there's going to be some interesting things happening from the CL side on Hotspot specifically.
Yeah, I think if you're picking Hotspot, which a lot of teams have seen a little hesitant to do,
Yes.
if you're picking it, you probably have a pretty interesting strategy ready for it. So definitely excited to see what they'll bring. As for the banned maps, like we said, Shatter and Riposte, these do play very differently from other maps in the pool.
They do.
Some teams prefer to avoid them entirely. Other teams prefer to strat specifically for them.
Yep.
Because for the odd maps, if you have something good planned, you can really surprise a lot of other teams on them. But in this case, seems like both teams more comfortable just not playing on them at all.
Yep.
Yep. I think the shying away from Shatter is most likely because they may want to save their explosive strats for later on in the tournament.
That's absolutely a good point.
I think this is a common thing that's done by quite a lot of the top teams, where they will keep banning a map in particular, regardless of who they're playing, just so they can save that one strat that they have
Yeah,
prepped.
and keep in mind
for
with
the later stage
with
of
the
the
map
tournament.
bans being blind, at the time of your match, you don't really know what they're going to ban. So if you, let's say you see a team ban Shatter throughout the whole tournament, and maybe you expect them to keep banning it, but they actually, in reality, have a very strong strategy planned and bring it out in your match against you, and you don't ban it because why would you? Then it can be a pretty deciding factor.
Yeah. Unfortunately for these two teams, they are playing for elimination here.
Yeah.
So
Definitely don't want to be
Riposte-
saving things.
with
Yeah.
You're
Riposte
under
and
threat of
Shatter ban, I
elimination.
think we can assume that neither of these teams have a strat prepared
Yeah.
for these
Are we going to
two
see
maps.
flagships then? Because this is basically the Hail
would
Mary at
hope
this
so.
point. If they have flagships left, now is the time to bring them out.
Yeah,
Now
so
or never.
maybe another point of clarification on the flagships. While the flagships are very, very powerful ships in general, they have had their points slightly reduced from what they would have been if they were not flagships, because they generally, for example, the Conde would have been easily one of the top, maybe one of the most expensive ships in the game if it was not a flagship. But
Yeah.
because of its unique limitation and its 2 picks per tournament, its point cost is somewhat reduced from what we had planned for it to be.
To emphasize on using it at least.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are still quite expensive.
Yes.
They are still a significant investment to bring. But again, they are quite powerful, so hopefully we'll see a couple of those picks. But I mean, it is still possible to draft some pretty strong compositions without them entirely, which we've seen a lot of teams opting for. So definitely not forced to use them at all if you don't want to.
Yep. There's plenty of strong ships without the flagships in play as well. For example, Kremlin and Ushakov, 2 very expensive and very popular battleships that are not flagships.
And it seems the games are about to begin, CL versus KSC. So, Sleeping Giant, and shortly we will be able to see what these
last predictions
teams.
before you get into the series?
Yeah. What is your score prediction for the series, guys?
This is
Put
a
Robin on
difficult
spot.
one because CL is a fairly new clan to the competitive scene, especially in our regions.
Yeah,
let's
and
say.
internationals for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to have to maybe favor KSC here, being a little bit more experienced. But we can see the lineups now.
I'm just literally wanting to go into a proper best of 3. So my prediction is at least 1-1.
Okay. Okay.
If it makes sense.
So you don't mind who wins as long as we get a third game.
I want entertainment.
For sure.
That's it. After this, the winner deserves the win. So.
Yes. So on the CL side, spawning in the north, they are going to be bringing a Clausewitz, a Moskva, a Minotaur, a Goliath, a Jinan, a Grozovoi, and a Lucian. So a fairly heavy radar lineup, I would say. It's very expensive to bring 2 radars, to bring 1 radar, let alone the 2 that they have brought. Over on the KSC side, our first Schlieffen.
On the KFC, yeah, Schlieffen is actually interesting. I'm not sure exactly how expensive Schlieffen is. We can see the points here. It's
Quite an expensive
23 points. The same price as a flagship that KSC is bringing, Petro Pavlovsk. Legendary mods, Petro, meaning less consumables, but the guns. Goodness me, they're going to do some real work if they use it correctly. So yeah, they bring also a Holland, a Venezia, a Lucian, a Jinan, which is one of the cheapest ship in this tournament, with only 7 points, and a Yoshino.
Yeah, definitely having to make some sacrifices. The Jinan, only 7 points. I feel like it's maybe the most valuable of the 7-point ships. It does provide a decent smokescreen, a lot of torpedoes, and the improved gunpowder from its initial iteration, let's say, making it a pretty potent little holding ship. Obviously, if anything has radar, it's not really a threat. But let's take a look at their deployments here. KSC is going to use their Jinan and Yoshino over in the south side towards that 9-10 line. So I'm expecting a lot of torpedoes in the water, but not a lot of pushing out of that side.
It's quite interesting because the Minotaur from CL is radar, meaning that it will actually sort of counter the Jinan, but yet the Yoshino can actually counter the Minotaur with some very powerful AP salvos. It seems Yoshino, both of them actually get spotted. Hydro being burned on Lucian here. We might see already some shells in the air, but it's only light ships versus light ships. The Clausewitz, though, is going to start using the guns against the Jinan, maybe switching to some armor piercing, but they're already both kiting, so... Oh, here we go. We see the Petropavlovsk AP just raining down on the Clausewitz, broadsided. First salvo dropping in. Doesn't do that much damage, but the Clausewitz has to be careful.
Yes, for sure. Petropavlovsk, obviously one of the flagships of the tournament. A very, very, very popular ship in competitive play. And unfortunately for him, Clausewitz...
It's not spotted.
Unfortunately for him, Clausewitz is pretty happy to be taking this fight. I think with
because
that 50...
it's just sitting broadside to hit, basically.
I think the KSC is not quite able to keep eyes on the Clausewitz currently, and he's just able to put in that 50mm penetrating fire into the Petropavlovsk. Don't want to be taking direct fire from a Clausewitz for too long, because that ship's damage adds up quickly.
It is just a buff your Hindenburg, and we all know that Hindi can actually damage, basically dish out a lot of damage. On the side here, we see that a KSC is taking the Lucian into the cap here with essentially nothing to contest but a Moskva. The Moskva will have radar range. Oh, I apologize. The Moskva will have radar range on the cap. It's just a matter of knowing if they can actually get angle on the Lucian after using it.
Yes, so as the Moskva comes around the corner, he should know that he has the angle to fire at the Lucian. Is still holding on to that radar. About 10 seconds left until Lucian completes the cap.
Has to be burned, has to be used. What's going on here? No radar is being used. Maybe he wants to make sure he has the full range, but no, they're going to give a cap for free.
A cap will be taken away by KSC. Obviously, Alikat's Moskva is going to move down that 4-5 line onto that island. They'll give him a good spot to contest that A cap from, but he's really only backed up by Goliath on this side. And these are two ships that, I mean, constitute a lot of the team's points to be used on a weaker flank.
Deep water torpedoes from the Jinan going under the Grozovoi, basically spotting it for their team here. But we see a big push. Grozovoi basically spearheading that against the Jinan on KSC side, which already has been severely injured. Smoked up to try and disengage from the spotting, but is literally spotted right after that. And both Jinan and Minotaur are going to open up. Minotaur not scared to face the Yoshino's AP, actually. Yoshino overmatches the Minotaur, so she will lose a bunch of HP trying to get some fire on that Jinan. And that's the Clausewitz AP.
Oh my god,
From
long-range
how far?
fire from the Clausewitz. Obviously, the German AP
Wow.
does have incredible AP alpha, but generally is not known for its high pen. But
That was 18 kilometer, 19 kilometer plus.
yeah, Clausewitz putting that German AP to work.
And now the Yoshino is essentially into a 1 versus 4 situation, and with the slow DPM of these big guns, I mean, there's essentially nothing that Yoshino
Yeah, he's
can
gonna
do.
try to deal some damage to the Jinan and Minotaur. They are crossfired actually between the Yoshino and the Petro, so let's see if they can at least trade away either the Jinan or the Minnow. I think the ideal target would be the Minotaur, taking away the radar.
Is there any smoke available here on the Jinan side? No, 30 seconds left on the smoke. AP coming down on the Minotaur here, basically removing almost 30k HP.
Yeah, and the Minotaur has to choose angling between to the Yoshino or the Petro, and it seems neither is possible.
Maybe a little bit of an over push here on that side. He's gonna have to basically use that rudder. Minotaur is agile, but at the same time, not that much.
Yeah, and he will go dark finally after stopping his
Is it enough,
gunfire, but
no, it's
too
not. Back to
late.
it better.
And the final shot out of the Yoshino will end the Minotaur's life. Way too much damage output from those two ships. Looks like you viewers have predicted CL to win over KSC, but KSC taking away their Minotaur right off the bat.
Radar from the Petropavlovsk being burned to try and spot that Jinan. Actually, a nice trade here, losing one Jinan for the radar Minotaur. Both the destroyer Grozovoy and Lushun just making use of their 130mm guns and just peppering the Yoshino with high explosive.
Yeah, and
backed
Yoshino
all the way to a corner at this point.
Yoshino being a larger cruiser means that those fires last for a really long time. So the combined firepower of the Grozovoy and Lushun, while there is no full pen damage from them, they can do a lot of damage with those sustained fires.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean on this side, Yoshino will eventually go down. I don't think that these two destroyers will ever stop shooting until it's burnt below the ocean. So we have fixed predictions. Maybe there was a bit of a mistake here on the first time. 34% for CL and 66% for KSC. Right now though, both ships, both teams have lost one ship, but it seems that KSC is holding the caps. Unfortunately, though, that Petropavlovsk is going to have to deal with a Clausewitz. Now, remember, Clausewitz has torpedoes. If we look at the ship here, it is actually 10 per side. Hindi only has 4 tubes per, sorry, 2 times 4 per side. The Clausewitz bring 1 more per side. So this is actually a lot of torpedoes if the Clausewitz decides to go into a brawl versus the Petropavlovsk, which eventually she might want to.
Yeah, and Clausewitz, being a German cruiser, does have a turtleback. Generally protected against cruiser fire at close range, but a Petro with its improved angles can certainly find his way into that citadel.
We see a really good rotation here from KSC. The Lucian is going to have to be facing the Grozovoy and the enemy Lucian, but he's backed up by a Venezia, and we all know what Venezia can do against DDs here.
Yes.
They are going to be basically spotting each other in hydro range, and this is going to be a bloodbath really, really quickly. Watch what happens here. Hydroacoustic spots the Lucian, instantly gets engaged. The Venezia will help on this. The Yoshino goes down, obviously, but incoming SAP salvo on that Lucian. If he tries to get all guns to bear, he's going to basically eat a lot of damage.
Not too much damage coming out of the Venezia just yet, and unfortunately for KSC, Grozovoy and Jinan add a lot of firepower to this engagement. Venezia has to make those shots count in order to be effective here, and he might even go down, actually. Hataka Hiyoshi's Lucian will just
and
go
he actually
down.
stays dark. He stays dark thanks to the smoke, so the bloom doesn't affect this, and the Venezia is blind.
Yeah, unfortunately for KSC, those single shots out of the Venezia, while they do a ton of damage, they are very slow to reload.
Oh my goodness, and the Schlieffen this whole time staged a 5 push against the Moskva. What can the Moskvas do against the Schlieffen rush at this range? There's literally nothing. Even if the Goliath is going to help out, there's essentially nothing the Moskva can do. It's burning the radar. The Schlieffen will lose a little bit of HP here against these AP shells.
I'm wondering, where are those torpedoes? Here they come. The first set actually a little bit off the mark, so Moskva will only take one of them, but the second one looks like they will connect, and down goes the Moskva. She even lost a lot of HP during that rush, though.
It did lose basically half of its health.
Plenty of potential for the Goliath to pull that kill back.
Petropavlovsk here basically killing the Jinan right there, yes, but he's about to get rushed by a Clausewitz. He is in the right position actually to... No, he is bow on. Never mind. He is bow on, and with the guns pointing out to the Jinan last position, this Clausewitz can basically make a rather free rush on the flagship of KSC.
Yes, that Clausewitz coming around the nose now. Petro does not have the guns aimed, and Petro, for a cruiser especially, has very slow turret traverse. So
it does, yeah.
Not
but
quite able to get those guns on target while the Clausewitz makes his way around the island, and now he's going to be able to angle nicely against the Petro.
Yeah, but that's a lot of damage still on that. The only unfortunate thing is that CL, even though they bagged the Petro Pavlov's kill, they have to get the cap back. They have to get C back, and they have to do it really fast. They have the Venezia to contend with, and the Lucian is going to have a hard time getting into Charlie without the Venezia basically just contesting him. So in terms of points, it's looking kind of bleak for KSC. Sorry, for CL.
Yeah, 2 minutes until KFC takes over to a victory. King Viper's Schlieffen in the middle of the map is also very low. So there is potential here for CL to pick up this kill if they can find a way to spot him.
Venezia not actually pressuring the C-cap, turning away from it. They should know that it's only a Clausewitz, which, speaking of, that doesn't have any hydroacoustic, and is going to take 2 Grozovoi torpedoes.
2 friendly Grozovoi torpedoes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am getting confused here. My bad. I was expecting it to be damaged, but no.
Looks like Venezia's going to try to put some blind fire. It actually connects on the Lucian, so we will delay this cap, but it's only a matter of time before Lucian picks up the C cap. Schlieffen is going to retreat out towards the A cap. I think he's realized that a Goliath and Clausewitz can remove him from the game very, very, very quickly. So he's going to go and try to conserve his life while the rest of KSC ships, I don't know, a Halan and a Venezia don't have a ton of pushing power, and will CL be able to clinch the victory with 2 caps to 1? Looks like they cannot. They're still about 100 points off.
Plus the Haaland here is going to make its way towards B with only the Goliath to contest him. Not really anything to spot him except some hydroacoustic. The Haaland will actually pick up B momentarily.
Yeah, and while I am a big proponent of the Clausewitz, this is a ship that is very slow. It's like its counterpart, the Hindenburg, very slow to move around the map, and he has been committed so hard to that 8, 9, 10 line, especially with the island chain in the way, is not going to be able to make his way back into the fight to try to put some fire on the Schlieffen.
The play from CL here is to kill the Schlieffen. They really have to play for kills and to play for points. It seems the Goliath will deny the Haaland from actually getting into B. He will have to contend with torpedoes. They get spotted with 20 seconds left on the Hydro. So right now, CL is kind of keeping the game afloat. They just have to pour every single shells they can on the Schlieffen and get the points that way.
Thankfully, the Clausewitz does have the range to put out the damage even at this extended range, so Schlieffen's HP very quickly evaporates to the sustained HE fire of the Grozovoi and the Clausewitz.
He has a heal burning though, meaning that he might actually be able to disengage and get dark the moment he gets behind that island. I don't think anything can actually spot him, and on 6,000 HP he survives.
Thankfully for Schlieffen, he does have a very fast reloading DCP, so 10 seconds until his next DCP comes back. As his heal runs out, he should stay alive, but barely.
He should, and that's actually critical for CL because that was the only point source they could actually try to get. 1 minute, KSC has to just chill. Even though they don't have the point, they just get the Schlieffen to live, get the Venezia to disengage, which is exactly what they've been doing.
What they have realized is that the only play that CL has in this game right now is to stick the Grozovoi onto that A cap. So Raiden Shogun's Halan here is making his way down towards the A cap to try to contest that Grozovoi. There's about 35 seconds left in this game before KSE takes over to a victory, but I think Udachi's Grozovoi is going to have the time
He's going to have the time to get in there, and I don't think the torpedoes from the Haaland will actually do anything. They are a little bit behind. This is actually very interesting. The question is, there's a hydroacoustic running here from KSE Schlieffen, and the Goliath, the Haaland, won't really have anything to do. The Venezia, on the other hand, will have shots on the Grozovoi if Udachi here gets into the hydro range, which is going to happen right now.
Is going to do. King Viper, unfortunately, in the Schlieffen did step out of the cap inside the island chain. I'm maybe a little bit too worried about keeping himself alive, but unfortunately this means that Udachi will be able to...
But Udachi just has to survive for 44 seconds. He has to survive that Venezia SAP, and they actually might win this if they don't make any misplay. If the Grozovoi can survive, it's a win for CL right now.
And he is well angled to that Venezia SAP. No real threats from the other ships of KSC, and he still has a heal remaining. So I feel like he has all the tools.
Haaland torpedoes, on the other hand, coming in the Clausewitz, they die off. They die off, and the Clausewitz had hydroacoustic anyway. It seems it's going to be a win for CL. Actually, excellent play from crawling back, getting both their home cap back and then contesting the A cap.
Yeah, a matter of about 10 seconds. 10 seconds left on the timer before.
One of the closest game we've seen so far.
Yes, for sure. Pretty much on par with that final set that we had yesterday. CL barely clutching the victory here against KSC, despite not being able to pick up the kill on the Schlieffen, the fast speed of the Grozovoy, allowing him to make his way onto that cap.
And Venezia just not able to get the Delny out of here. Excellent play from CL. It was looking really bleak for them, but they reacted right on time.
Yes.
I think just a couple of seconds wasted here and there could have been the deciding factor between a loss and a win here.
Wow, what a game. That
Definitely.
was
One of the
a nail
closest we've
batter.
seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, to the wire, literally, they had 987 points.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
then
I
they
mean-
stepped on the cap, and then they were winning with that.
Like our casters mentioned, a difference of 10 seconds there in the victory for KSC or not. So KSC probably pretty sad to see that. Yeah, some maybe key decisions towards the end of the match that could have swung it either way. We saw the Clausewitz put in a ton of work in that match. I was
Definitely
super happy
a
to see.
very good performance out of that Clausewitz. Able to get a lot of damage into the Petropavlos, finishing off in the end with the torpedoes, knowing that there's not really any other threats to him.
Right.
So happy to see Clausewitz finally do some torpedoing stuff
Close range?
rather than getting shot at 17 kilometers and dying. Which
Come on, it was a lighthouse built most of the time, remember. So
Yeah.
it is contextual at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I hope we have a replay render for this, because I would love to see your guys' take on this. A lot of things has happened, and when the first game of a best of 3 goes down to the wire like this, I'm really excited.
Yeah,
for
I'm
that.
definitely
most
excited
likely
for
will.
the next couple of matches. It may take us a couple of minutes just to grab the render and get it set up. But in general, these deployments, I mean, we've seen teams kind of dodge that contested cap on Sleeping Giant a few times and just give it over. Even though CL won this, I feel like it's still a mistake.
Yes.
They were trading up on ships, but were still down over 200 points at one stage of the match, even though they did have, I believe, 3 ship kills to 2, which is really not where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe it was something that they planned from the beginning, given that they did not really have a comp that was designed to be very push heavy.
Yeah.
Whereas KSC's comp, as soon as CL loaded into the game, they would have seen a Schlieffen and a Petro out of KSC. And that should have definitely rung some alarm bells and been like, okay, they're going to make a push somewhere.
Yeah.
Where is this going to come? What are we going to do when it does
Speaking
happen?
of the Schlieffen, do you feel like KSC got their value out of the 23-point Schlieffen pick?
That's a difficult question to answer. It would definitely be a question that would be answered if it was a win for KSC, but given that they lost, you could say it probably wasn't. They could have probably saved a bit more HP. And
I feel like personally I would have liked to see him maybe go down the 7 line, play those islands.
Yes.
He would have definitely been able to bully the Clausewitz out.
But if you're talking point-to-point value, the Schlieffen with 23 point trading the Moskva for 2024
Yeah, I feel
is
like
a good
that
trade in a
that
way.
is value.
I feel like
That is
definitely-
It
value.
is value anyway, but there was a few moments as well where the Moskva itself basically gave out the A cap so early, where he could have contested it for a few points, which would have mattered in the outcome of this game.
And just a reminder
No.
for our viewers that the loser of this series does get eliminated out of the tournament, since we are casting the losers bracket games. And we can take a quick look at the general bracket structure here before we move into our next game to give you guys a reminder of what's happening. We will be casting later today the second round of the winners bracket, but we started off in winners bracket round 1, where we saw ATFD get kind of handled a little bit by Rain in a 0-2.
Yeah.
But they're not eliminated just yet. They did go down to losers bracket. A lot of 2-0s in the winners bracket. T2A winning out versus Resin, I think an expected result.
Yep.
TSYMQ actually taking 2-0 over JNMJ, which I would have expected maybe to be a closer series,
Yeah, I
given the
think-
relative strength of both teams.
TSYMQ has been improving year after year as the Chinese clans kind of enter the competitive scene late compared to the other regions.
And we have seen TSYMQ be a consistent show up in these tournaments, and they've come a long way, certainly, from their first King of the Sea appearance. And they're doing pretty well so far, so definitely pretty excited to maybe see T2A versus TSYMQ later today. We did watch ELSR. No, we didn't. ELSR versus
We watched the final
yes,
game
we
of
watched the
that.
final.
ELSR
Yes.
versus RB, I believe.
Unfortunately, they had the disconnect there, but that did go to 2-1. And now we're back in the losers bracket.
We are indeed. So this will be now the map 2 of CL versus KSC. Whichever team loses this series is knocked out. So this is the losers bracket round 1 that we are currently watching.
And to go over the other ones, Vor versus Shaft. Vor actually up 1 game already. I think Shaft, a pretty traditionally strong EU team that we've seen show up to previous games of the season and do pretty well. So maybe a little bit of a surprise there, but of course Vor, also one of the standouts from the Asia region that have consistently showed up to tournaments and done well. So that might be a Game 3 series. We'll have to see. TSYM down 1 game to RSTC. I think both of those are actually the number 4 seeds from their respective regions, so it could be another close series there. And then Them Boys, a rename from WND, another consistent EU team, up 1 game over Bonks. I think traditionally WND, also known as Them Boys now, have shown that they're a pretty strong team. So I would probably have to go with the prediction for 2-0 for them over Bonks.
Probably, yeah. We'll definitely check in on all of these teams after the series is over and see where we stand with the brackets and what teams are going into round 2 and which teams are getting knocked out. In the meantime, also a reminder that after this series is over, we will be showcasing and giving everyone a first look to the new devlog that's coming.
Yes, and we have actually a lot of stuff in that devlog to share, including some new ship models, some new operations, some new content. So definitely very excited to give you guys a sneak peek of that. It will be after the series, so stick around for some exciting news. In the meantime, we do have the render available for the last match, so we'll go ahead and jump into that and show you guys how this game kind of broke itself down. Take us away, Baz, once you have changed your mouse color.
Indeed. So let's hop in and we'll quickly pause relatively early on here. So we see actually quite an interesting deployment. CL favoring more of a home push or like home control even, because it's not really... They don't have ships that are very suitable for a home push.
I would be hard-pressed to actually call that a push side. Typically speaking, with something like a Genon and a Minotaur, 2 very light ships that struggle quite a bit to apply their damage to longer range. Usually not ships that you want to be pushing with. So actually a pretty conservative deployment from CL, as opposed to KSC's deployment, which is, I think, pretty obviously going for more of a A-side control. But it does offer some flexibility with the Petro going up the 7 line, giving them maybe something that can apply pressure towards A or help hold that home side push. And the start of this match, I think, ended up being pretty critical. I mean, Genon and Yoshino, this is a pretty low point cost pairing. Only, I believe, 16 points in total together. But they're actually lacking a key component here, which is the spotting.
Indeed.
Genon, 10-kilometer concealment. Yoshino, pretty super heavy cruiser, so it goes out to, I think, 12.1. And just getting completely outspotted from this area by the Lucian and the Grazovoy, which basically just allows the Genon and the Minotaur to put free damage onto them.
Yeah, definitely. I think going off with just a contest towards the home side was quite an interesting play out of CL. I think this was a result of seeing a Petropavlovsk and a Schlieffen on the enemy team. Maybe they expected a very, very strong home push out of a Petro Schlieffen just walking down the 6-7 line.
Personally, if I saw Schlieffen, I would probably expect it, like I said, to be playing in these 7-line islands, maybe around here. Just because it offers a lot of cover, it gives it opportunity to use the secondaries, let it get a little bit closer in brawl. Although it is, I think, pretty effective sending it out this way as well. I mean, either way, you're going to end up in close quarters combat.
Absolutely.
So it works out either way. But until CL knows where that ship is, where those 23 points are invested, definitely makes sense for them to play a little bit more conservatively.
Definitely. I think in the meantime, also something important to note is that the Lucian and the Haaland are both going towards the A cap. But the Haaland is not with the Lucian immediately. He's taking a more passive route, maybe going towards the 1-2 line. We will see as the game develops. But in the meantime, we also know from watching the game that the Genon does end up going down to the Clausewitz, who is actually slowed down and waiting inside the B cap. I believe this
is actually a pretty cool position in that with the range of the Clausewitz, it can kind of apply gunfire towards either side of the map. Pretty often you'll see a cruiser play something like this position here on A. So the Clausewitz can farm that pretty effectively, and then also with its range, I mean, we saw the AP come out and almost death strike the Genon from 14,000 hit points at almost 20 kilometers. So excellent shooting from him.
This was basically him imitating to be a battleship and playing that like central east position where he has having potential influence over both flanks at the same time.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Clausewitz is one of the heavier ships on this composition, has very long range. The ballistics are decent. They're not extraordinarily amazing like they would be on a battleship or some of the Soviet ships like Petro. but they are definitely serviceable, and we saw him land those shells, so it makes a lot of sense.
So let's keep playing.
We can see here the Genon just takes so much fire, and again, missing the destroyer here on the side of KSC means that they have no way of actually pushing the spotting off of him. So as soon as that smoke, as soon as he's forced to leave, he just goes down. But CL also make a pretty key mistake here, in that the Minotaur and Genon may be emboldened by the pickup of the Genon, continue to fire and push, not really respecting the crossfire of the Petropavlos, who is placed here. And like we mentioned earlier, the Petro in this position can shoot this way, it can shoot this way. It offers a lot of control from that spot. So definitely getting some value out of it there.
Yeah. And as our casters mentioned, the Petro was using the unique upgrade, which makes his guns more accurate and do more damage. So him being in that key position basically made a crossfire with his Yoshino that was on the 10 line down to the Minotaur, which Minotaur is getting overmatched by the Yoshino, so he would want to minimize his profile to the Yoshino. But the Petropavlovsk has improved bounce angles. So what do you choose? Which is the lesser of two evils to
and
give
the thing
broadside
is,
to?
in that position too, while he's still lit, if he tries to make the turnout, the Yoshino has enough alpha in its volley that it can basically just 100-0 him.
Indeed.
But from that point, I mean, we can see it did go down to the wire. I think this push was quite successful from CL, and that they managed to pick up a lot of ships. Picking up the Lucian especially was maybe a key mistake there from KSC, trying to man-fight that with the Venezia support. The Lucian from CL made a very smart decision in that he just decided to stay bow in and tank those SAP salvos. But again, the point lead from KSC here, massive.
Definitely.
On 2 caps for almost the entire game. The 24-point investment of the Moskva in this position wasn't really able to actually accomplish that much, I feel. He wasn't able to stop the cap from being taken. He got rushed by the Schlieffen, and kind of led to this position here where CL just has to put the Grozavoy here, or they lose the game. But fortunately for them, they managed to farm a lot of HP off the Schlieffen, so it couldn't really stay in a position where it could defend the A cap, and basically just allowed CL to just put this Grozavoy in the cap and just tank the Venezia bow in.
Indeed. I think good read from CL in the end to definitely be aware of the point situation and brute force the Grozavoy into the cap. Regardless if he died or not, it would have been a good play. If he did die, the game would have instantly ended and KSC would have won. But Venezia at that range, if he's bow in, the amount of damage he's going to take is average. He wouldn't have died to it most likely.
Great. I think we're getting ready for our next match, so why don't we take a look at the next map here in the series. Will be Hotspot. I am excited to see this map, especially considering it is CL's map pick. I'm very, very interested to see what they'll bring for it.
I think CL did a really good job responding to information in that first map. As soon as they saw where the Schlieffen is, the Genon and the Minotaur, generally not ships that you would push with, they just immediately made their way down the 10 line, picked up a lot of kills, did a good amount of map control from there. Unfortunately, a little bit overextended, but they did manage to barely clinch out the victory in the end. Onto Hotspot, I'm looking forward to see what they actually have planned for this map. Looks like they had a plan set up to receive a Schlieffen push on the 9-10 line. Didn't happen, and then responded correctly, I think, with their
you definitely
ships.
have to be flexible with your ships and move them from their intended rules to respond to the ongoing situation. Do you have any thoughts about Hotspot, Robin? How do you feel about this map?
Well, I honestly never seen Hotspots in a competitive tournament yet, so I really have no idea. But I have pretty big knowledge of the game, having it played hundreds of times, and I know that there's a lot of cover in this map which can be very well utilized.
For sure.
But at the same time, that cover is always temporary. We've seen on Riposte kind of the same thing, because it's such a close map with the Salem basically being overrun by the Conqueror and the Golden Liu. Anyway, cover is temporary as long as you allow the enemy team to basically deny it by overrunning you from one side to another. And I believe Hotspot, especially on the C cap, is all about this. It's going to be all about crossfire, because the cover is bountiful, but also the way of denying that cover can be easily reached if you play your cards right.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely a correct read, especially for the 8-9-10 line.
For sure.
I think if you want to control the C cap, if you don't control the flank, which is all the way in the east, that 10 line, you can easily get overrun like you're mentioning. But the tricky thing about doing that is if you're committing assets to the 10 line, you are so far away from the home caps.
And you're also stuck in there for a while as well. Because if you fail that push, then you're the one essentially getting rooted out. So
And WMI, generally we see ships with radar being used to contest the sea cap, if not the destroyers themselves. So the 10-line contest, there's very few ships that have radar and long-range damage output and high damage output.
Rhode Island does.
That is true. That is true.
We have to remember this is a new contender
so knowing
that might actually
that
be...
KSC is going to maybe bring a Schlieffen again, I hope that they do.
Well, the game has begun, so we actually have eyes on the
Okay,
we won't spoil it.
Should I spoil you or not?
No. So I'm hoping that we see Schlieffen again. But knowing that Golden Lures are very popular in this tournament, maybe the Golden Lure will be the reason or the way to counter the Schlieffen that's going to sit in the sea gap.
Okay. Well,
we will definitely see what happens.
I'm excited to see what happens here.
Yeah.
Indeed. So let's let the casters take it away.
Well, I am really sorry to disappoint you, Baz, but there's neither Schlieffen or Golden Lure on this lineup. Why don't you bring us through the pace of the teams, Zui?
On the CL side, got a lot of value out of the Clausewitz in game 1. Now they've got 2 of them. A Minotaur, a Genon, a Druid, a Kleber, and a Lucian. Kleber, notably, pretty expensive for a destroyer. Obviously, it's very, very powerful in competitive play, even in unrestricted formats. So at 20 points, that is a heavy investment to make, but Kleber on this map in particular is very powerful, giving you a lot of map control early on, as well as the ability to torpedo rush anything that sits on the islands. Over on the red team, though,
we might see a little bit of a bloodbath, indeed, yes. KSC is bringing a Castilla, which we've seen do a lot of work in previous games. Moskva, very expensive ship here with 24 points. Henry IV, Venezia, Double Lucian, and a Holland. So, very light on the DD side, but quite heavy on the cruiser side. No battleships whatsoever. So we might see a lot of flanks, pushes, falls back, rotation, especially with the Henry IV. We see him already from King Viper using the Spood Beast, as I like to say, all the way to help the Castilla, Holland, and Lucian. So a 4-ship push on the B side here with only Lucian, Venezia, and Moskva providing the, I guess, contesting support on sea. The Lucian with the good Hydro, the Moskva with the radar, the Venezia with the devastating AP, will be trying to counter CL's Druid here.
Yeah, and we see here a little bit of a different philosophy coming out of the two teams. The two Clausewitzes obviously offer a lot of sustained damage output at any range, really, a lot of HE damage output. On the KSC side, though, they're opting for those ships that have really, really reliable long-range damage output, particularly with good ballistics. So going to be a little bit more able to hit destroyers at longer ranges, which is potentially a very big asset on this map, because getting out wide on that 10 line, especially for KSC's ships, is going to be a key factor in taking away the sea cap, which they are about 10 seconds away from doing. But I believe Migaud's Druid will be able to get onto the cap before KSC takes it away.
A bit of a struggle here from the Druid to get into the position he wanted to do, but thanks to the great response on the engine on Royal DVDs, he actually gets into sea and contests it. The Moskva, though, will have the radar, the Lucian will have the Hydro, but so far not really any ships which are able to shoot at the Druid, perhaps the Castilla from long range, the Henry as well, once they get into proper position. We have to pay attention on what happens to this Druid, because it's a very, very risky play. Usually, you might see DDs trying to push on this island, or maybe if they feel daring, this one, because it provides actually cover from any crossfire from this side, but the Druid is just sitting here, and this could be actually a bit of a problem in the long run.
I feel like the Druid's position is actually just tailored for the ship. Druid is a ship that has pretty strong ballistics for a destroyer, and it's also able to present all of its firepower while completely bow in. So it has a little bit...
When you're facing Henry IV Castilla crossfire from long range, your frontal firepower, that doesn't really matter. I'm just afraid about the crossfire, basically, from that position.
KSC definitely has the tools to get spotting on him from safety. The Moskva and the Lucian both able to spot the Druid through the islands. So we'll see what happens to him as the rest of his team takes their positions. It looks like CL is going to pretty much abandon the C cap after a little while. He's doing his best to stall out the cap, but with only a Minotaur and a Genon in tow, I don't feel like they have really much of a contest on this cap.
It's true, plus both of these light cruisers from CL are actually just kiting away on the 910, and the Venezia is just, it's basically just a long stalemate. The Druid, of course, doing the best to stall the point, as you mentioned, but right now, I'm not sure a lot of things are gonna happen at sea until everything happens at once.
Yes,
so let's keep an eye out on this, but so far, what's going on at A and B right now?
Looks like KSC is kind of staging more aggressively. The two cruisers, the Henri and the Castilla, they're making their way up to the 3 line I am kind of curious what the actual game plan is for CL, because it feels like both of their sides are playing pretty passively. Generally in competitive, you see one side being aggressive and the other side being passive, but both the Clausewitz staged pretty passively, let's say, behind that A cap. And no real attempt to actually push onto the C cap. Well, the Minotaur is making his way back into the game now.
It is, yeah. Maybe we'll try to actually make a play. It would be the right way to do it, because the Moskva is not really into any position to contest that Minotaur. Radar being burned by KSC here, spotting the Druid, and this is where we might see any sort of crossfires, but not really. The Henry IV, the Castilla, they are way too far.
I feel like maybe they're burning this radar as an info radar, so to speak. They will actually catch the Minotaur right at the edge of the cap, so they know that he's making his move back into the game now.
That's a good call, actually.
So that's actually a little bit of information, allowing their maybe the Venezia or the Moskva to reposition to receive this Minotaur push.
Man, a Minotaur push right now would be really dangerous for the Lucian, because the Venezia is not there.
Yes,
the Moskva
exactly.
doesn't have any stay, and the crossfire long range from Castilla and Henry is just way too far. Predictions? Very, very balanced. 49-51. Almost seems like elections.
Yeah, KSC was a little bit more favored in the previous game, but CL barely clutching away the victory, maybe winning the hearts over of some of you viewers.
Look at this. CL here, after taking a little bit of damage on the Druid from the Venezia, is rotating the Lucian, but the other Lucian, having potentially APF on this, is going to try to counter this as well. We might see a very, how can I say it, combined push here from CL with the Minotaur, now pushing into the cap right on time with the Lucian, actually only having 5 seconds left on the sonar.
I feel like the KSC Lucian here, I'm curious, George, probably should kind of see this coming and maybe should have gotten himself away from this a little bit sooner rather than later.
The sonar ranges are really, really close right now. Both Lucians being spotted. Yudachi here engaging instantly. He's going to have to be facing against the other Lucian, but the Minotaur here and the Druids are responding.
Yes, and the Kleber has joined the fray as well. This is a ship that has... it's very expensive, but it's because it's able to put out so much consistent damage output. Let's see if he can dissuade these two Lucians from destroying his buddy here. Yudachi taking a ton of damage. Obviously, Lucian, a ship that can heal a lot of the HP, but he has to go dark and stay alive in the first place. Lily's Kleber is going to step onto that C cap now. They have forced KSC off of the cap at least, but it looks like they will be losing Yudachi.
Yudachi just barely hanging on with that heal now kicking in, but he has to go. He has to run away. Otherwise, no, that's a permafire, and he goes down.
He will go down a little bit too zealous to try to keep in effective range here, and I think he got a little bit too aggressive. I think he was still backing up when he died, trying to avoid some fire.
Yeah, the Kleber taking a little bit of damage as well, but should actually try to disengage now. But the Minotaur didn't actually do anything at sea. They have the cap now, they only have to defend it, and I believe Druid plus Kleber can actually help with this. Meanwhile, Jinan has been just trying to keep the Venezia at bay with just a myriad of deep water torpedoes, but Venezia is extremely fast and also agile. So far, nothing has been really happening on this.
It looks like they will be moving that Minotaur back over to the Jinan side to help keep the Venezia away from that very crucial angle on the 10 line, where suddenly that Druid and Kleber position becomes very vulnerable.
Moskva burning the second radar, spotting both the Kleber and the Druid, and yet shooting at the Cloudwitz from a long range with some pretty good crossfire. The Cloudwitz stuck on a fight with a Henry IV from long range. Right now, they have the point advantage. CL has both cap, and they are forcing KSC's hand on trying to make anything happen at this point.
Yep, CL ticking away on those 2 points, giving KSC about 5 minutes, if nothing changes, to flip one of the caps or pick up some kills. The Clausewitz is taking long-range fire, and again, like I said, KSC's ships are very, very good at providing damage at very long range. All of their cruisers having excellent ballistics.
Yeah, indeed, the Moskva, the Henry, the Castilla. The only thing I'm seeing is just this weird Jinan Venezia stalemate. The Venezia not really using her anti-DD potential, especially trying to help the Moskva, which is now cycling 2 radars against this and not really providing any sort of meaningful support on this.
And it looks like we are playing a game of cat and mouse around the map. CL rotating the Lucian and Kleber back towards that C cap to secure it. Now KSC running all of the destroyers over to the home cap of CL.
The plan of KSC, I think, is to try to kill the Cloudwitz and take A. This is what they're trying to do. They are pushing the Castilla, as you mentioned.
Unfortunately for them, Clausewitz is pretty well protected against cruiser HE fire. Obviously, having a thicker deck and the 30mm sides means...
Excellent dodge on the torpedoes. Oh, he's actually going to take one. Yep, not really trying to dodge that.
A little bit too fat to avoid that second torpedo.
Yeah.
I kind of shocking that he would take one, to be honest. He had his radar running, his hydro running, so
he did.
Should
He
have
saw
seen
them
coming
a while ago now, and he's going to see the deep water torpedoes from one of the Lucian as well. Now the Castilla, Lucian, Haaland, and the other Lucian, they're going to make quick work of these Cloudwits, and they're actually going to kill 2 ships from CL now.
Yeah, so it's just going to be the Kleber of CL defending that A cap. Once this Cloudwits go down, actually he does.
He can't go anywhere. He's just it's going to be
stuck against this rock.
This is a dead Cloudwit right here.
Technically alive.
Technically, yes, but then with these deep waters coming in, I don't think... You said Cloudwit is slow and fat. Oh, they die off. But yeah, eventually these Cloudwits will eventually go down.
Unfortunately for him, CL is presenting their Kleber now. Looks like they're trying to focus the lower HP Lucian. Hatake Hiyoshi is running that heal. These Kleber now dropping to about half HP, and this is where the French saturation starts to really kick in. So
yeah, they're going to have a hard time killing this Kleber if he decides to go out. The Cloudwits goes down. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah,
both of the Cloudwits go down, actually.
That's a substantial blow for CL here.
And the combined damage output of these 4 ships, the 5 ships actually, if you include the Henri.
It seems to be a bit of an island issue here with CL. They keep running into them, not really paying attention to where they're going. So this is a bit problematic. Right now, the Kleber is alone. He's being rushed by a Henry IV from one side, which is on low HP but still kicking. And then, of course, a myriad of destroyers on the Castilla now coming in. I don't think this Kleber can escape in time.
Yes.
It is a fast ship, but it's going to have a very narrow window to try and disengage and maybe escape on the A line. But right now, even though CL has the point advantage, it's not really happening well. Minotaur, on the other hand, is going to face off the Haaland with the radar. The Castilla is going to use the AP, but Minotaur is kind of agile.
Yeah, and it's only kind of a matter of time before Minotaur drops to this Castilla fire. Castilla obviously having the larger caliber AP shells means it is able to overmatch the Minotaur. So let's see if he can find the shots through that bow. Not quite able to do so yet. A lot of damage pouring in on the Haaland,
though. The Kleber using his guns again doesn't really care about the Henry IV. Their goal is to just try to get killed, and the Haaland will go down. That's a lot of damage.
Huge damage coming out onto that Haaland. So probably will be going down here to the Kleber and the Minotaur. Let's see if the Kleber can survive this, though.
I don't think so. Versus the Henry IV, no, there's no way.
He will go down as well. It looks like Castilla did find a nice shot through the rear of the Minotaur as he made his turn out. Minotaur does not have his heal. It's only 70 seconds until it's available.
There's not really any coming back
will
from
be the
CL
death of the Minotaur. Castilla's shots not finding their mark, but 2 Lucians do not have very little damage output. In fact, it is about 400,000 damage output from those 2 Lucians combined. So
Lucian being used really effectively here. And again, the Jinan in here on the 10 line, basically facing off against that Moskva, Venezia. These 3 ships have essentially been on the same area the whole time, and we expected most of the action to happen at sea, but the main bloodbath actually happened around the home cap of KSC here.
KSC obviously maybe a little bit more experienced in competitive play. They kind of kept the pace really high the entire game. They made the rotation. They were heavy at sea to start, made the rotation away, and then made the rotation back. The 3 destroyers of KSC just moving left and right across the middle of the map, and then CL just not quite set up properly to receive those 3 destroyers, and eventually they found the weakness, picked up the kill after kill after kill, took away that A cap, and with only a Genon left on the field, CL looks like they're going to be going down to KSC in this series, which means
they are knocked out.
No, I think CL did barely win the first game, right?
Yeah, they did. I'm sorry.
KSC is going to take us finally to a game 3.
We are in a best of 3 indeed. That was very interesting. I'm just a little bit confused about what happened around C. There was an attempt at pushing it, an attempt at contesting it, but then both teams decided not to really bother anymore, especially with the Moskva, Venezia, and all the action suddenly just went to A and B.
Yeah.
Very interesting change of pace throughout that game.
And you would expect a team, or at least a lineup like CL's, possessing the ship like the Kleber, to be able to keep up with the pacing that that KSC brought, but just a single Kleber versus 2 Lucians and Henri, all of them very quickly able to take their new positions around the map in the mid-game, means that is just not able to swing the tides in their favor.
Yeah, definitely very strong rotational play from KSC in that match. I was very, very pleased to see that. And I think really the key moment in this game there was in that middle one. They caught the CL rotation, trying to bring their Lucian and Kleber towards C to combine with the Druid and actually push KSC out of the C cap, which they were able to do, but at a cost. The Lucian went down. The slow ticking heal does heal for a lot over the 60-second duration, but not enough to save it from the damage output that was coming in from, I believe, the 2 Lucians and all the other ships from KSC.
Yeah, so something interesting to point out about that engagement in particular. We spoke a bit about the Moskva not really being able to do much. It was actually the Moskva's radar that first caught the Lucian in middle.
Right.
That's true.
That's why he got spotted. He was actually at full HP before that engagement started. The radar caught him in middle. He took a bunch of damage from that fight, and then he kept engaging.
Right.
Not entirely sure why he didn't want to run away there, but maybe they thought they had a kill. But with 2 Lucians, a Moskva, and like it was just a lot of firepower that was subjected to him, and he was never going to survive that.
Yeah.
And due to that fight, they basically won the middle of the map, and then they had free reign of the rotations.
Think from that point on, we essentially saw that since CL lost their spotting destroyer, only having a Druid and a Clever left available to them against the 2 Lucians of KSC, I think KSC saw a really strong opportunity there that, hey, they don't have anything that can contest the spotting from our destroyers. So what we can do is just take our big ball of DDs and move them all the way across the map to the home cap and just completely push that out, which they were very successfully able to do.
Yeah. There was also something we missed on the home cap kind of push. It was the Cloudwitz and the Henry IV engagement. Apparently there was some hidden engagement that happened at the same time as the DD fight, which we missed. As casters, we can't cover the entire action, especially on high-paced games like this. But yeah, the Henry IV was pretty low HP when it engaged the Kleber and finally knocked it out because
I mean, we did
engagement.
see both Cloudwitzes go down at almost
the same time. Yeah,
indeed. So the Henry actually able to win out that fight against the
I'm a
Cloudwitz.
little bit surprised, to be honest. Generally, you would think of Cloudwitz as a ship with so much damage output as well as really good armor against cruiser fire. Generally should be able to take fights against ships like the Andri and the Castilla, but KSC trading exceptionally well with their maybe reduced firepower on that side.
Yeah, I think definitely a pretty strong deployment from KSC there. I would have maybe liked to see a little bit more use out of the Moskva. I mean, it did get that radar into the middle, and just the presence of the Moskva on the 9-10 line can kind of dissuade anything from happening, but CL didn't seem like they were really planning to play that side very strongly anyways.
Definitely.
Really just dedicating a single Genon to really holding it down with the Minotaur rotating back and forth. So I think really the critical mistake for them probably came from that mid pick. I think if they had the Lucian available more defensively to be able to hold that push with the double Cloudwitz support, probably goes a lot better for them.
Yeah, I think it's also important to know that Venezia obviously does not have a Hydra.
Right.
So pushing into a Genon, even though we saw them basically face off against each other for the majority of the game, they didn't really fight each other. If a Venezia is pushing into a Genon, those deep waters are going to, at some point,
it's very
just going to kill
danger.
him. And you don't really want to push into him unless you have a good amount of support or a way to spot the Genon. So I understand definitely why the Venezia did not make a push. On the other hand, a Genon could have taken more space. Obviously, he would have been a bit under threat of a random Moskva radar catching him out. But if he took that space away from KSC, there was a potential to make a counter push towards the seaside.
Maybe put a little bit of pressure on with the torpedoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to get them to react.
So there was a potential there as well. But I think overall, this was very well played by KSC. They did not really rely on the C-cap winning. They were going for a home push in the end anyway.
I think the fast rotational play, I think, was definitely their strongest suite in this match. And I think especially considering they dedicated the Venezia plus the Moskva, which together are a pretty sizable point investment, making up just about roughly a third of their 100-point roster, to the 8-9-10 line versus only really the Genon, which
the
is
Minotaur didn't really fight on that side.
A much lighter point investment and still being able to win out on the west side of the map, I think really just showcased a very strong ability to take what assets they had and play very well with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those two Lucians providing a lot of firepower at a pretty small point cost.
And
for that
I would say this is actually one of the first instances where we've really seen the Lucians used extremely effectively.
Yes,
and actually be able to put out a lot of that damage output. It seems like teams really valuing the Lucian mostly for its ability to outspot other destroyers for relatively cheap point costs, and also has the survivability with the heal.
And
I feel like this is one of the first times
as well.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first times we've seen the guns really put to a lot of use. Like Zoe mentioned, 2 Lucians putting out a little bit over 400,000 DPM combined, with very, very good fire starting as well. Did a number on the Clausewitz.
Definitely.
And really secured that home cap.
So with this match being won by KSC, the series is now tied 1-1.
Yep.
And the third map will be
I believe it is Warriors Path.
Path.
Once again. Warriors Path, a pretty familiar map to the competitive scene. We've seen it a fair amount in tournaments. We've seen it quite a few times in this year's Warship Masters already. But I don't think we've really seen the teams here play on it yet.
Yep.
So interested to see what they'll bring. I feel like this is one of the maps where battleships can be quite traditionally stronger. We've mentioned a few times that the 7 line can be very critical to a home cap push.
Yep.
And that's really one of the key areas where you would want to put a battleship.
And one of the more convincing games we have seen on Warriors Path was that double battleship push from home cap to home cap, Sicilia and a Rhode Island, taking a ton of space very, very quickly. Those two are very quick battleships in their own rights. So I would love to see battleships coming out from one of these two teams. I think Lucians are definitely a little bit of a threat to battleships, especially at longer
the deep
ranges.
waters for sure.
And both of these teams do favor bringing that Lucian, so there is a little bit of a threat there from that single destroyer pick, which is pretty cheap in the grand scheme of things. But again, just the raw pushing power of bringing 90,000-ish HP in whatever battleship you decide to pick is a potent threat, especially when both teams are playing such a rotational game.
I think given the kind of rotations we've seen from both teams in these matches so far, I mean, would you expect these teams to play more of a home cap style push, or maybe just a more conservative deployment and maybe rotate to see whatever threat they see on this map?
Considering it's the last game of best of 3 in a playoff stage, I believe that it's time to bring out the big guns for this specific game. You mentioned battleships. I believe that if you want to bring big HP and big guns, a ship like Patrie, which is a flagship, could be an expensive pick. But at this point, what do you have to lose except the game, I guess? But I believe that since this is one of the most important games for both teams, we might see actually, I hope at least, to see a flagship heavy lineup as far as the point allow.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
I think
we can
both
actually
these
see
teams
Zorki for like a 9-8 line push with the support of another fast battleship.
Yeah, I mean, looking at our flagship tracker here, it looks like both teams would have Zorkis available. It is one of the more conservatively priced flagships. I mean, it's pretty cheap overall, so I would definitely like to see them bring picks like that out in a game like this where everything is on the line.
Zorki is able to do a ton of damage to basically anything.
Even after a recent burst fire nerf, it lost basically one salvo out of the burst fire. It's still an extremely relevant gunboat.
I mean, even without the burst fire, it's essentially a Kaparovsk with most of the weaknesses removed, in that it has a much more responsive rudder, it has way more range.
And the torpedoes.
And the torpedoes are much longer range, as you mentioned, and I believe it also has a better fire chance on the shells.
Yep. So given the context of this game being the last game of a best of 3 of an elimination game, I would definitely hope that the teams actually feel like they need to invest their flagship picks into this game, just so they can stay in the tournament for longer. And given that they haven't actually spent that many flagship picks yet, I feel like they really should. Yeah,
and also of note, Conde is still available for both teams. I think KFC may have one Conde pick, but they still have one available. CL still has both of their Conde picks. Petropavlovsk we've seen used by KSC. Maybe they bring it out again in a match like this, especially on Warriors Path, where the crossfire can really put in a lot of work from a Petro. So pretty interested to see what we'll see out of them. Hopefully a few flagships. Yeah, just to remind you viewers, you can totally take multiple flagships in a single game.
That's not the points allow it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So
I would wonder if there is a world where you can bring a Schlieffen and a Conde.
Can we actually see the infographic with the points of each ships and their designation as flagships or not? Because maybe that can give a viewer that are imagining some layout. Perhaps it's not possible to essentially bring like a Hanover, a Patrie, you're already halfway through your points. So now you basically have to bring anything but a battleship, essentially. You can only bring cruisers or
Schlieffen plus Petro, Schlieffen plus Conde, you would be at 47 points.
That's already half.
So
almost.
With 2 ships, you're going about almost half of your points, of your point budget. So maybe it's a very difficult composition to run.
Yeah, we have seen KSC be very efficient with those lower budget picks, though, the Lucians and the Castilla. For sure. And if you're bringing a flagship like, say, a Conde, you're usually building the rest of the composition around it. So could definitely see them bring like a Conde and a couple of Lucians to save the points, and a few of the cheaper picks to really round it out.
And it seems the game for Warriors Pass is about to begin shortly. The teams are ready for this last match of the best of 3. CL versus KC. I mean, considering what we've seen, expectations, gentlemen.
I'm still rooting for NA. I'm still rooting for a KSC win here. I think they showed a pretty good performance in last game. I think much better than the first game they played in this series. I think if they can bring that performance again, we'll be pretty set for an NA victory. So I'm going to root for them.
I think... Oh, we're going to the game. Never mind.
So, all right, looking at the lineups here, on the CL side, again, spawning in the north, Burgone, Yodo, Salem, Henri 4, Druid, Lucian, and Lucian. Fairly even spread of points across their lineup, actually, with only a really heavy investment put into the Burgone, above 20 points now. On the other side...
KSC is bringing Condé, flagship, as we said. I'm actually surprised that the lineup is not that heavier on both teams, but I mean, technically speaking, Hindenburg, Double Venezia, Grozevoy, Lucian, and Haaland. We've seen a couple of Haalands recently. They've been contributing with a torpedo hit here and there, but the Haaland is already an odd pick in my book. But Condé is present on KSC's team, so they are actually burning that one super ship card, which, in a way, out of all the super ships available and the flagship available, Condé is maybe one of the most powerful ships.
Yes,
out
it's
there.
definitely the one that most of the teams are familiar with, bringing in firepower at any range, pen against basically anything. Very powerful HE and AP.
Oh, yeah.
Very fast ship.
And King Viper
Pretty
was...
well protected. It kind of has everything.
King Viper was on the Henry 4 on hotspot, and he demonstrated like a pretty good gameplay. So seeing him in a Condé might be very entertaining. In terms of the deployments, what do you see, Zoe?
I think it's going to be a pretty light deployment out of KSC towards the seaside. It looks like it's going to be a Venezia and a Hindenburg, two common ships that we would find on a kiting flank. I am interested to see why they opted for the Hindenburg over a Goliath, for example. They are, in fact, the exact same point cost, and Goliath on an off flank is generally a little bit more survivable. But Hindenburg does offer things that Goliath doesn't. A little bit more sustained damage output, powerful close range torpedoes, and hydro. So we'll see what they decide to do with that Hindenburg. They are going to be facing off, unfortunately, against a very, very heavy push out of CL on the other side, though. The two destroyers, the Druid and the Lucian, heading the flank, going to be backed up by an Henri and a Salem as their two cruisers, and a Burgone, a very fast French battleship with high damage output. Maybe not the tankiest thing ever, but against just a Venezia and a Hindenburg, maybe a rotating Condé should be able to sustain a push through.
Speaking of Condé, it seems King Viper has decided to go full stationary. I don't think it's a disconnect, but there might be a little bit of a delayed action here.
Yes, I think he is just running. He ran that speed boost right at the start of the game. He's been moving back and forth a little bit right here in his spot. I think they're just waiting for information to see which side of the map he decides to commit to.
That's very interesting, because we might actually see a middle... Imagine for a moment, seeing a middle push Condé and
that
just
would be
burst
crazy.
firing a flank. That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think especially in this crucial Game 3 of the elimination match, they really want to put all of their points where they need it. And Condé is, number one, a flagship. Number two, very expensive. So if they commit him to the A-cap, for example, and they face a weak flank, which it is just a Lucian and a Yodo, maybe they wouldn't get full value out of this Condé. But knowing this push is coming on, in terms of our aerial view, I think the play to just keep him in mid and wait for something to happen.
It's a smart play. It's what somebody would do with a battleship, essentially.
Exactly.
But it seems KSC gets the A-cap essentially for free. Lucian and Yodo not able to get any eyes on this in time, obviously. The Lucian from CL is reversing, but with both Hydras being activated, this could be a trade. At the same time, it's a good thing that CL is not trying to contest A, because Haaland, Grozevoy, and Venezia are literally just backing the Lucian up. So Haaland might actually get caught if he keeps pushing this way. He might actually get caught in the hydroacoustic, but it's going to be a bad day for Lily here, because the Venezia is ready for any sort of destroyer encounter.
It looks like KSC has kind of sniffed out the fact that CL has committed just about nothing to this A flank, so they are starting their rotation away. You can see King Viper's Condé, like I said, has moved his ship over to the other side of the map. He's making his way out towards that 8, 9, 10 line, where he can get really heavy sustained fire into that side. Looks like the KSC making their way over to receive the push of the Burgone.
It looks like also a bit of a conservative play here. The Haaland almost going into the Lucian sonar, not really spotting it, and CL realizes that A is not really a good thing. They have something really strong going at on the home cap, a BC push. So Yodo and Lucian, they don't really need to take a risk right now. They just might wait out a little bit of action, get more information to maybe claim the stake back on A. But let's see what's going on at A right now. Venezia being caught, has the smoke available, of course, if it needs to disengage. Will sustain a little bit of damage, but providing vision on the Henry 4.
Yep.
We have a Salem as well on the 7 line, which is going to be aggressively taking islands on the island cover on the 7 line, facing off against the Hindenburg if she decides to push forward.
Yeah, and Hindenburg, despite being a much cheaper ship than the Salem here, I would say, is pretty heavily favored in this kind of engagement, especially with no real support for the Salem in the island chain. Hindenburg's torpedoes, obviously, its single biggest asset in this kind of engagement.
That's true if she can get in range as well, because we have to respect Salem's guns.
Yes,
we definitely
of
have
course.
to respect this. The Venezia doing a good job on KSC's side of essentially just stalling a 4-ship push just by herself, damaging the Bourgogne. The Bourgogne already burning one of the main battery real booster here on an angled
and
heavy
Venezia
cruiser.
is really, really good at dealing damage to Bourgognes.
Yeah.
Bourgogne obviously covered in very thin plating. There is a little bit of strangeness where her external armor is pretty well spaced out from her internal belt, so you do sometimes get those spaced armor hits that do kind of nothing, but SAP pretty much completely circumvents that.
The Henry IV aggressively pushing into that, though. Oh, Venezia gets knocked out quite hard by the Bourgogne AP salvo, but the Henry IV has found an angle on the KSC Hindenburg with spotting from the Lucian and the Druid here. The Hindenburg is going to be in a bit of trouble, has to start reversing and taking back the cover on the island here. Meanwhile, it seems that KSC has only left a Venezia and a Holland to essentially protect A, but CL is just rotating Lucian and Yodo completely away from
I'm actually not a huge fan of this rotation, if I have to be honest. I think Lucian does have a pretty decent chance at taking away that A cap against a Holland and a Venezia. Having the hydro around that island makes it pretty good at contesting, but we'll see if they can make something happen. They are threatening the rear of the Hinden.
They are helping, I guess, the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have a pushing Henry IV, a Bourgogne, just lobbing HE around the island, and behind that a Yodo and a Lucian providing even more HE. The Bourgogne, though, on CL side is hurting. It is really, really hurting.
The long-range fire from that Conde is really starting to kick in. Obviously, this ship has 12 very, very nasty guns, and is able to apply them at pretty long range. If we look at the predictions, KSC's more convincing Game 2, along with a very close Game 1, has afforded them 66% of your vote.
That's good. CL on the back foot with the Bourgogne. The Bourgogne managed actually to go dark, which is crucial because it does has a couple of heals left and it needs to go away. Only sustain mostly HE damage, so she can heal a bunch of this and go back in the fight.
Yes.
Now the Henry is going to be the #1 target here for all of this. Hindenburg on KSC side dodges Lucian deep-water torpedoes, but she is in trouble. Lucian and Yodo, you mentioned the rotation not being really great. It's going to pay off. They will pick up the kill on the Hindi.
They will manage to pick up the kill on the Hindenburg, but we'll see how much time he manages to buy. He has about 10 seconds until his next heal. Hindenburg, being one of the German heavy cruisers, does actually have extra heals available to it. So if he can survive until his next one, he does have plenty of healable HP remaining, as this is all light HE damage output, let's say, from the Lucian and the Yodo.
Some dangerous crossfire on CL Salem here from the Venezia at 17 kilometers. Some AP just went and they did a little bit of damage. He also has to be careful about the Holland's torpedo. The Holland actually engaging with guns here. He has a very short firing range, so he's able to maybe just lob some shells without being spotted.
Yes.
Salem from CL under a little bit of pressure might take a
Looks
torpedo.
like CL's Lucian, though, got caught by the Lucian and Grozovoy of KSC and will actually go down.
That's a trade.
They did manage to trade away that Hindenburg finally, so not quite able to make use of those heals.
Ooh.
Druid takes a massive chunk from the Venezia. He will smoke up and go dark, but he is kind of stuck in his position.
Yeah, he also has no hydroacoustic, meaning that torpedoes could be a problem, just only the long-range Venezia torpedoes, and the Grozovoy. But right now, there's a bit of an issue on CL side because they have no way of getting A back.
Yeah, they have lost their spotting on this side of the map. Just a Druid remaining. Lucian on their side, obviously, having rotated from A, is pretty far outside of the fight, so he's going to take a while to get back in and do some real work for his team. I think they're going to have to try to just HP shove onto this cap. Because
Druid engaging
really...
the Grozovoy and the Lucian here. Has smoke available in a little bit, but is about to take a bunch of damage. Really risky to basically push that double DD. The Lucian has no hydroacoustic. The Druid is basically just going for it. They might have to trade it, actually. This is really
This is
dangerous.
a lot of damage output coming from the Druid, though.
The Druid dodges actually the
manages
Venezia
to
Salvo.
dodge that Venezia Salvo. Unfortunately for him, he's about 5 seconds until his next Hydro, so he will not be able to spot this Grozovoid before he goes down. So maybe just a few seconds too early on that push. If he
Salem
had
taking deep water torpedoes from the Lucian as well. He has no DCP. He does. He doesn't have a DCP until next 20 seconds. The torpedo caused no floods. He is flooding, actually, sorry.
Yep,
and he is going to go
flooding,
back as well.
And he going to go down to this Venezia shot most
But
likely.
he trades the Grozovoid for it. Furious the defense here from KFC, defending the home cap with everything they have against a rather big misplay from both the Salem and the Druid. Henry IV and Bourgogne here are going to try to basically 1v2 this Condé. The Condé is kind of stuck.
Unfortunately for them, I feel like Condé is not.
Oh, it's too late. The
not
points are
that
going to tick.
disadvantaged here, and KSC will clutch the victory. I think very, very well played, just holding their very, very important ship, the Condé, in their back pocket, waiting for CL to commit to a side, and then putting the Condé right where he needs to be.
Bit of a hectic game here, because that massive push from CL basically being stopped from the rotation on the A side from KSC, and as you mentioned, the Condé just being here, face my guns, essentially. You're Bourgogne, you can do whatever you want to me, I will eventually burn you down. So yeah, that basically 4-ship push blocked on the home cap. Really good defense from KSC on this. I'm just wondering what happened at A, because there was only 2 ships I remember from KSC being sent there.
I think again the Lucian and the Yodo rotating into the middle did definitely contribute to the Hindenburg kill. But I feel like despite killing the Hindenburg, they really did not have an opportunity to get anywhere closer to the cap. Whereas on A cap, if they had managed to flip that A cap from KSC much earlier, there's definitely a potential for them, at least to buy some time for their push to happen, maybe for the Bourgogne to heal up, maybe for the Salem and the Lucian to find better positions.
It's unfortunate, because all this time that rotation was meant on destroying a ship, but all that time the A cap is going to tick.
It's
And
just
tick
taken
and
away.
tick, and the game was won by points, essentially. There was still a lot of action going on, and then that's it, points ticked.
Yeah, I think that feeds in pretty well to the point I want to make here, which is that when you make the home cap push, especially on Warrior's Path, it needs to be quick.
Yes.
It needs to be fast, and you need to, I think, really especially push fast through the 7 line. And to compare this game to a game where we saw another team pull it off really successfully in our first series of the day when we watched Rain push home cap on Warrior's Path, we saw them just instantly take that 7 line in the first 2 minutes of the match with their Sicilia, and really put the other team into a massive crossfire. And in this case, CL put most of their assets pushing around the 8, 9, 10 line. Even though the Bourgogne is pretty quick, it had to slow down and kind of wait for the Druid, which is not very fast, to get out in front. And they really just had the Salem down the 7 line, which wasn't really able to apply that much pressure with the floaty ballistics.
I think, and it's definitely stalled out by the Hindenburg's presence there. They did manage to pick up the Hindenburg, obviously, but he stalled the Salem, at least, threatening him with a torpedo rush if he decided to come around the front of the island.
Yeah, so I think there's really a couple of factors there, which is that one, if you're going to devote only 2 ships to A side and you're not going to even try to contest the cap there, you need to make your push on the other side very quick. If you're going to slow push home cap, then you need to be able to contest the A side a little bit more cleanly, and actually try to tie down some assets there. Because I think the general way that we saw that match break down was CL basically didn't put any pressure onto A. So KSC was pretty quick to recognize that the home cap push was coming. They had the Condé pre-positioned to be able to rotate back from a very short distance to help hold it. And we basically had a situation where CL was down a cap, and they're basically trying to fight into a pre-set up crossfire. Which is very, very hard to deal with.
I really like the Condé idea of just letting him stay in spawn until they figure out where the push is coming, and then reactively position him just to defend against the push. And I think this was probably something they decided to do after they saw the team lineups, because the Bourgogne and the way they were basically building the composition kind of signal that it would be a push of some sort, a very aggressive one somewhere.
I would definitely agree that Bourgogne is a pretty clear signal. If you read a Bourgogne in the lineup, that's a pretty good signal that the enemy team is trying something aggressive. Like we've mentioned before, Bourgogne not really that good at tanking, defending. It's something that you want to be able to use the speed and the firepower to really make an impact somewhere on the map. So pretty good decision from KSC there to just decide to position to hold, to be able to rotate.
Definitely. I think additionally also CL completely giving up the A cap, like letting KSC have absolute A control, and basically not having to worry about that cap ever being flipped back was also potentially a mistake, because as long as you have 1 or 2 ships still there, a counter push threat is still enough to make sure that you don't completely give up the 2 ships that are going to be fighting for it from KSC, giving them free play, right?
Yeah, and I think we'll see it more clearly when we get the replay render ready, but I did notice that I think KSC pushed their second Venezia all the way up the 1 line, right into the cap, completely unspotted.
Yeah, it had the backup of the Lucian and the Haaland.
At the beginning, because he was just sitting there unspotted, I think they realized that, oh, these guys are gone, so we can just move all of our ships back towards that home cap to defend. Normally, when you are not really sure where the enemy team is, you want to leave a destroyer spotting for your Venezia, but he's right up in the cap, not spotted, no contest. So they were like, you know what, we can just take our Haaland too. We can just leave him over there.
Yeah, I mean, there was a pretty interesting decision from CL there, which is that they just focused the entire gameplay around the home cap, opting to not put any pressure onto A at all. And again, that kind of feeds into KSC just being able to rotate their ships away from A.
That's the same thing. If you're going to abandon that, the forces at A are going to rotate and block that home push. You know, I guess you always want to leave some forces there to basically keep the attention a little bit away as well from this home push, keep some forces away so that home push can happen.
Yeah,
but them leaving A alone basically allowed the Lucian and the Haaland to basically just tag team the Druid in the end.
Yeah.
So
usually the primary advantage of conducting a home cap push is that you'll run into a numerically less superior force. And that's one of the key factors in what I'm talking about. A home cap push has to be quick.
Yeah.
You have to use that numbers disadvantage while you have it to actually be able to kill the enemy ships and take the home cap. Definitely. And if you give the enemy team enough time to see what's coming and to be able to rotate and actually have numerical parity, then you're fighting into a pretty disadvantageous situation.
Yep. So after the end of this game, we will say goodbye to CL, and let's take a look at the brackets and team standings.
We'll conclude our losers bracket matches. So we've already covered the winners bracket. In losers bracket, them boys beating out Bonks, TSYM beating out or losing to RSTC, Vor beating out Shaft. I was a little bit surprised to see that one be a 2-0. And then KSC, the one that we just watched here, beating out CL 2-1 in a pretty intense series.
I think nothing too surprising here, to be honest. Maybe the Vor Shaft being a 2-0 is a little bit surprising, because Shaft is obviously a very, very experienced competitive clan. Vor, no slouches, though, taking a 2-0 over them. And then, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Bonks, TSYM, Shaft, and CL in our first round of the losers bracket.
Yep. So thank you to all those teams for showing up. Unfortunately, they will not be proceeding for the next series that we'll be watching in a little bit after our devlog reveal. We'll be taking a look at TWA versus TSYMQ. The other match in that round 2 there in the winners bracket is Rain versus ELSR. I think both of these matches should be pretty exciting.
Definitely, yeah. I think all of these teams in the winner bracket are heavy hitters in their own regard. TWA and Rain being the number 1 and number 2 on EU, always competing for that number 1 spot. TSYM being the obvious number 1, and ELSR also being very good.
Yeah. I think for our match, I would probably favor TWA just a little bit. But interested to see what TSYMQ will bring out for it. They've shown themselves to be pretty strong. Are we ready for the devlog?
We may be. What does production say? If we are ready to hop on over.
And we have quite a lot of content to go over. This is a meaty one.
Definitely.
There's a lot of meat on the bones here.
Some, let's say, interesting things coming in the near future, and a lot of content. A lot of content. I think operations are one of the main things a lot of people love, and we're going to have a D-Day operation in the upcoming patch, which will drop next week. But obviously, there will be 2 more operations following the D-Day theme that will be coming afterwards as well, which is something that we'll be going into in the devlog, and also some other things. So, if we go into the devlog immediately, so the first D-Day operation that is coming is
you don't want to read out the title of the devlog?
Yeah. So
he spoiled it.
Well,
disaster.
2 D-Day operations. The devlog title is 2 D-Day operations, clan battles, and more.
And more. There's more.
And more.
There's always more.
So the 2 D-Day operations, the first one being Atlantic Wall Defense. I will just read out what we have so far. As the name of the operation suggests, it's time to play a little defense.
Nice.
You will take control of Tier 5 and 7 German destroyers in an effort to stop or delay the Allied invasion force from destroying their coastal batteries. Don't own Tier 5 and 7 German destroyers? No worries. For those that don't own suitable ships, rental vessels will be provided.
Excellent.
So if you don't have Tier 5 to 7 German destroyers, you are covered. You will have rental destroyers that you will be able to play in this operation.
Yep.
Even if you do own these ships, they are usable in this operation, and you will still have access to the rentals because the rental ships will come in unique configurations. So you can have your own ship as well as a secondary rental with a different configuration.
Yes, the rental will be different from the ship that you already own.
Most
so
likely,
there is
yes.
still a reason to use the rental.
The Allied fleet was spotted by German spy balloons, and planes will be composed of multiple waves, with the last wave comprised of powerful battleship determined to destroy the coastal fortifications. German High Command has also warned you about at least one aircraft carrier present. Additionally, player-controlled destroyers will be outfitted with minefield consumables, which will be the same things that we have seen previously in the Pinata Hunt event.
Yep, and I believe we'll also
as
see them in the upcoming clan battle season.
We will. So the operation, once the operation begins, you will have a couple of minutes to lay down as many minefields as you can. Once the Allied attack begins, German air forces will be pinning down the British cruiser Dido. As a result, the drop minefield consumable will be blocked until the cruiser is destroyed. So the main goal of this will be to deploy minefields to protect your forces and the coastal artillery, with bonus goals being to destroy the Allied destroyers, destroying the aircraft carrier, as well as many coastal guns as possible till your reinforcements arrive.
But you also get a bonus objective that will be assigned randomly, which will either be destroy enemy ships or destroy enemy planes. And lastly, if you lose a player-controlled ally, all is not lost because your ship will receive an extra buff each time you lose an ally, similarly to the last voyage of Transylvania operation.
So this was the Halloween operation, I believe, where every time you lost an allied ship, your team would get a buff of some sort.
Yeah.
And it will make sure that even if you lose one or two allies, the operation is not lost immediately.
Yeah, it will give you a chance, and this time it will be a passive health regeneration buff that will activate on the remaining ships to continue to give you and your companions a fighting chance.
Indeed.
For the second operation, we have Attack on Omaha Beach, which will take place in the last 2 weeks of Update 13.5. The operation will become active, taking place on the same map in just mere minutes after the Atlantic Wall Defense operation. You will play this time with tiers 5 through 7 ships from the US, UK, Commonwealth, France, Netherlands, and some ships from the European navies. There are several damaged allied ships in the area, unable to attack or move, but protected by a smoke screen. However, the smoke does not last forever. Once the smoke dissipates, the German forces will persistently attack the disabled ships. It is your mission to reach those ships and rescue their crews by staying in the vicinity. It won't be as easy as it sounds, as swarms of German Schnellboots are rushing in to attack, supplemented by minefields as well as a tough final standoff with the surviving German destroyers still near the shore from the previous operation. So, as mentioned, the main goal of the scenario will be to rescue the crews of the damaged vessels. Your additional task will be to destroy all the Schnellboots, escort the attacking force once it arrives and starts heading towards the beach, destroy all the shore guns, defeat the remaining destroyers, and have half your team still standing at the end of it all. So a pretty lengthy list of secondary objectives there that if you will be able to complete all of them, will let you max out the operation. And we also have some additional features to the operations, like the first one.
Mm-hmm. So you can get classified documents and operation rewards, obviously. There will be quite a lot of rewards that you can get. There is some camos, some perma camos for the Baltimore as well as the Jervis. There will be a Commander William Tennant that you can get, who is a historical commander. There will be a Sword of Freedom patch, the Ruse of War patch, and some D-Day containers upon completing extra levels of the track that will get you classified documents, I believe.
And just to refresh you guys on the classified documents, the way that they work is every time you complete a folder, you'll be rewarded with a random classified document. Each document has 3 levels: classified, secret, or top secret. They give you different modifiers / buffs against certain enemy types, with increasing bonuses depending on the level of document you have. Classified is base level, top secret is the highest level. And there was a previous devlog published on the topic if you want even more information.
Yep, the devlog is titled 80th Anniversary of D-Day, if you want to read more about the classified documents. So far, thoughts on this, Andrew and, Gaishu.
Who knows?
Robin and Zoe.
Well, it's exciting because operations are a mode that has kind of remained the same in World of Warships for a long time. Adding in some almost roguelite mechanics into the...
some progression between runs.
That's a good that's a good comparison, actually. Please, carry on.
Into the operations means that they will progressively get easier as you play more of them. So exciting to see how they actually play out. So
and I actually like that point just real quickly that even if the operations are pretty hard, as you complete more of them, they will get easier because you'll get very big buffs from the documents. So don't despair if it's pretty challenging to finish at first, because it will get easier as you get more buffs, and that's part of the progression.
Yeah, so the documents will help out with making the grind essentially easier, and the more you play it, the more documents you will unlock, and the higher level ones will give you better buffs.
Yep.
As you mentioned, it's true that operations for a long time have been not repetitive, but they've been the same. They haven't really been updating and everything. And the fact that right now, both new operations with scenarios paired with completely new mechanics and features, like being able to use mines again, or stuff like this, is really going to spice up the experience of... I mean, the game is called World of Warships. It's nice to have an operation where you are on full display of what warships can do, and it's quite exciting. I have to admit, personally, I've never really been a big operation user, but this will guarantee to make me play them. So that's really interesting.
I'm pretty excited for the second operation, the Atlantic Wall Defense one from the German point of view, just because it seems like it will be pretty difficult and interesting. Pretty excited for these.
Should be definitely an interesting one. These are all historically relevant operations, and after we tested the first operation that is in the series quite extensively, and originally it was quite difficult. It's a bit easier now, but it's still very fun. And if the trend continues, which I'm sure it will, it's going to be very fun to play.
I have a question, on the other hand. Are these operations going to stay permanently like the rest of the previous operation? Or is this an overhaul of the existing
That is a
one?
good question. I don't have an answer.
I apologize if I cut you off guard with this one.
That's okay.
All right.
So, moving on, we are going to have Clan Battle Season 26, nicknamed Vulture.
Yep. And just a quick note that Season 25 is the upcoming 3-week season. So this is for the season after the next one.
Yes.
Just a quick note.
So Season 25, the one that is coming up in a week or so, basically, is the experimental season that will have team consumables.
Yep.
And this one is going to be Season 26, nicknamed Vulture, which will be 7v7 at Tier 10.
Yep, pretty classic.
The maps will be North, Hotspot, Islands of Ice, Warrior's Path, Sleeping Giant, Crash Zone Alpha, and Northern Waters. So quite a lot of the maps that we are currently seeing in this tournament, and they will be on the clans domination mode, obviously, because this is a clan battles season.
It makes sense.
And most of the following rules are going to be the same as what you would expect in previous clan battle seasons. There will be 3 capture areas. The capture time will be 30 seconds. And once you capture it, it will give you 3 points every 4 seconds.
All right. How about ship restrictions? So just like in previous seasons, there are certain restrictions on the numbers of specific ships per team that you can bring into a clan battle. These restrictions could either be for the entire duration of the season or for specific periods of time based on need. For example, they could be set after the first 2 weeks of the season, then replaced with different restrictions a few weeks later. So we can make some reactionary changes to the current meta if we feel it's necessary. For the start of Season 26, we'll begin with the following restrictions. You'll be able to go into battle aboard cruisers, destroyers, and battleships, so a very traditional clan battle setup. No more than 2 battleships per team, so 1 more than is traditional. There will be no restrictions on cruisers or destroyers in terms of the total number that you can bring. However, there are bans on some ships. You will not be able to bring Napoli, Petropavlovsk, Louisiana, or Alexander Nevsky into clan battles. You want to tell us about the limits?
Sure. So the limited number of there will be a ship limit on some ships, and they will be in groups. So Kleber, Marceau, and Marseille are going to be limited to a 1.
Yep.
Moskva, Stalingrad, and Des Moines will also be limited to 1. So these are the 3 groups with 3 ships each. The third group will be Smaland and Gdansk, which is a group of 2, which will be limited to 1. And then the last group is going to be Ohio, Kremlin, and St. Vincent.
Yep. So in each of these groups, you can only bring one of those ships out of that group. So you can't bring a Kleber and a Marceau or a Kleber and a Marseille. You could just bring one of them. Similarly, the Moskva, Stalingrad, and Des Moines, very traditionally strong radar cruisers, only able to bring one of those. And then Smolensk and Gdansk, 2 of the strongest radar destroyers that you traditionally see in competitive.
Indeed.
Limited to 1 of, so can't bring a Gdansk if you bring a Smolensk, can't bring a Smolensk if you bring a Gdansk. And then for the battleships, we see a lot of Ohio's, Kremlins, and St. Vincent's in competitive pretty traditionally, and only 1 of those. And keep in mind, there are 2 battleships per team. So.
Yeah, especially given that there's going to be 2 battleships per team. Very likely, in previous seasons when there was no restrictions on battleship picks, you would quite often see a Kremlin and an Ohio. With the restrictions that are in place here, you cannot see an Ohio and a Kremlin together. You might see one of them, but not the other one.
And of course, during the season, based on statistical analysis and feedback, we may apply new restrictions or change the existing ones. We will announce any of these changes separately on the dev blog, and any information about changes will also be available in the game client when they are made. And as we get more details about the new season of Clan Battles, it will be available on the website once the portal article is up. And of course, to celebrate the start of the new season, we have 2 new achievements as is standard. We have the Hurricane King Vulture achievement. That will be the achievement on the right for any clan that enters into Hurricane, as well as the general season King Vulture achievement.
Indeed. So, as it's a Vulture-themed clan battle season, the achievement reflects it. In addition to this, since it's a clan battles and more devlog,
Here's
there will
the more.
be content additions and changes. So there is a Summer Days content edition where Pan-American commander Federica Esteval with a unique voiceover will be added, as well as Spanish commander Martina Verano with an individual voiceover as well. In addition to these 2 commanders being added to the game, there will also be a beach party flag.
And a Treasure of the Sea premium container,
Yes.
will have some special contents. We'll have a chance at 8 rare economic boosters of 1 type. We'll have a chance at 1.5 million credits or 75,000 elite commander XP. We'll have one of the following permanent camouflages: polygonal steel, cartographic rust, and waves of Copacabana. And then it also has a chance at one of the following ships:
Nottingham, Almirante Grau, Tashkent 39, or Renown 44.
If you do already have all these ships, you will receive 60,000 elite commander XP as compensation.
So quite a nice list of ships, though. I definitely want a Grau. I still don't have one.
You don't have one?
I don't
It's
have
a
one.
disaster. We'll also make some changes to the Picnic by the Sea container. It will now have one of the following permanent camouflages: Summer, Fields of Tuscany, Brazilian, or Blue Lagoon at an 8% chance. We will have a chance at 25 signals of 1 type: India Delta, X-Ray Papa Una 1, Sierra Bravo, India X-Ray Sierra Mike, for 5% chance of each type. Chance at 375,000 credits, 18%. Blah, blah, blah. 2,500 coal, 6,250 free XP, and 11 rare expendable camouflage bonuses.
Indeed.
We have some other exciting content coming up. There's more.
There is more.
There is, in fact, more.
It keeps going. How big is this devlog?
Would one of our casters like to
Sure.
bring the new ships to us? New ships, by the way.
Yeah, new ships, finally. The previous content has all been changes and new additions to systems. We are presenting you the 3 Kingdoms is getting 2 new ships. The Tier 8 Pan-Asian Destroyer Zhu Chue and the Tier 9 Pan-Asian Battleship Xuanwu. The Zhu Chue and the Xuanwu are ships based on the Kid and the Iowa, respectively, and they're pretty similar to them. However, if balance changes occur for these ships, they will be applied separately from the ships they are based on, and vice versa. So they're not tied down to the ships they are based on. They will receive individual changes as necessary. And this is probably because the Pan-Asian nation does not get the same unique commanders and upgrades as the USN ships that these are based on. These will come also with the Pan-Asian commander Zhuge Liang with an individual voiceover, the Pan-Asian commander Zhou Yu with an individual voiceover, the Zhu Que, fire deity of the south flag, the Xuan Wu, water deity of the north flag, the Big Dipper flag, and 2 types of containers, one standard Three Kingdoms container and one premium Three Kingdoms container. With the start of the update 13.5, some other containers will receive changes as well. Robin, why don't you tell us about those?
Well, the container contents itself is going to be a bit tedious to go through. I'm sure players can check this in the in-game for the chances. But yeah, there will be essentially changes on the content of the containers. And in terms of miscellaneous, there will be other types of flag, a global sports flag, a Battle of the Philippines Sea patch, a temper patch, which is kind of cool to come with the Wisconsin, if it's related anyway. So that's kind of cool. Commonwealth Fleet 3, 2, and 1 emblems, as well as Commonwealth Fleet Elite Forces emblem. I believe these are keyed to the performance of using Commonwealth cruisers. Nice to have as vanity items. And then some new portraits for the Spain, Italy, and Pan-Asian basic commanders. So these are MISC changes, but still nice to have. That temper patch is definitely going to be quite popular
for sure.
with the audience.
Yeah.
So.
And I know some players of Commonwealth ships were definitely missing the emblems and insignias that show off your prowess in those, so those will be added at last, as well as some new portraits. So I'm pretty excited. We hope you guys are excited about all the new content. Lots of stuff coming up. Let us know what you think.
Look forward for the operations. Most definitely.
For sure.
Gonna be a really good addition. A lot of new content, obviously.
And the summer days.
Since we are now through with all of the, or most of the devlog things, we will go back to our tournament casting. And so the next match, which will start in about 9 minutes, we will start breaking it down. So as we mentioned earlier, the match that we're going to be watching now is going to be TSYMQ versus TWA.
Yep.
And these are 2 heavy-hitting teams.
Yep,
Why don't you share some info about these 2 teams?
Sure. I mean, they are both #1 seeds from their respective region in clan battles. TWA, formerly known as 3X, formerly known as Penta, formerly known as Ban CV. Very, very strong team. We have seen them traditionally take King of the Sea very often. Probably considered one of the overall strongest teams in World of Warships at the moment. Only recently losing out to Rain in the last King of the Sea. And a very intense set of games. But TSYMQ, no slouches either. Traditionally the strongest team from the China region. They participated in the last few King of the Seas, and they've gotten better each time.
Yeah, definitely a very steady progression upwards for the Chinese teams as a whole, but particularly TSYMQ was the really only standout when the Chinese region first joined our tournament structures. And now, still in the upper bracket, and facing off against the maybe the classically known as #1 team in the world, TWA. Be exciting to see what they bring. Our 3 maps are already chosen. It's going to be on Riposte, Tears of the Desert, and Islands of Ice.
Head of a start on Riposte already, especially if facing... I mean, have we ever seen what TWA can come up with on Riposte yet?
I don't think we've had a chance to see TWA play at all, at least from
of
our
course, not
perspective.
on our perspective, but did you guys have any insight in between the 2 casting days?
If you give me a couple of minutes, I can pull that up.
No issues at all. But yeah, Riposte might actually be a very interesting map to start with, especially. Tears of the Desert, we've only seen that map a couple of times between today
I think
and yesterday.
once.
Only once?
On our official stream.
Most definitely. And Islands of Ice as well, being, if the game goes into a best of 3, being a pretty interesting ender as well. But Tears of the Desert, a very interesting map, especially with that A cap all the way up there. Very tiny area. We've seen so many ships, light cruisers and destroyers, which makes for some pretty hectic engagements in the end. Very hard to track off because so much is happening at once.
Yeah, we have seen TWA play on Riposte a few times, looking through our previous matches, but I actually do not see any games for them on Tears of the Desert. So interesting to see that come out.
We'll see new strats.
I'm just picking a random game out of the list here because it's the first one my eyes landed on. TWA playing on Riposte did bring a Rhode Island.
Nice.
Alexander Nevsky, 2 G-Nons, a Z-52, a Yu Yang, and a Lucian. So the Rhode Island making another appearance. The top 2 teams, Rain and TWA, probably considered the top 2 teams in the tournament. Both using the Rhode Island, a ship that we haven't seen many of the other teams take, but apparently these 2 top teams have decided unanimously that this is a pretty strong pick, especially against the lighter compositions that we generally see.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested to see other teams maybe start copying that logic and bringing it themselves. It's pretty interesting to note that TWA has actually favored the Nevsky pick at 24 points. Nevsky, pretty infamous as one of the best cruisers to put into a smokescreen, is pretty well known in the King of the Sea tournament for being just one of the best overall picks, which is why it's oftentimes banned or limited.
Indeed.
So TWA is still finding a way to make it work at 24 points. Looks like they pretty often bring a Yo Yang at 16 points to pair with it for smoke.
Yeah, so that's a pretty significant investment. Nevsky at 24 plus Yo Yang at 16 actually is a more expensive than average destroyer, means that 40 points of their comp are tied up in this smoke and radar combo. So
the Nevsky is priced the same as the Moskva.
Correct.
Quite interesting.
Correct. Yep, both ships bring that strong 12-kilometer radar. The Nevsky acting more of that like mobile smokescreen role, able to play the open waters, and the Moskva much better at locking down those island positions. So both pretty valuable ships. I wouldn't be surprised to see TWA use Moskvas at some point as well. In the last Warship Masters, Moskva was also quite expensive, and they brought a double Moskva comp at one point, which was very effective. So TWA not afraid to use the traditionally strong ships that are still priced very expensive and find a way to make them work.
Showing that they're very comfortable putting players on those 7-pointer ships, the Genons, the Colverts, the Austins, making good use out of those ships.
I mean,
at 7 points.
They might be cheap, but they are still impactful, most definitely. We've seen it happen a lot of times already. I mean, might be a bit of a recalculation done for Lucian next time, but definitely we see teams making use of low-cost ships extremely well. So
for sure,
definitely. So I guess there's a reason to go into the map picks and bans again. TWA and TSYMQ both banned Shatter blind. So both of these teams really do not want to play Shatter or want to save it for the later part of the tournament. This is a winner's bracket match, obviously, so that is a big important thing to say. Either of these teams losing is not the end of the world. They will still continue to play in the tournament in the next weekend.
They'll just go down to the losers bracket. So not playing for elimination here, so definitely still a viable strategy to save a composition that they might have planned for Shatter, or maybe they just hate it. Which is a shame.
Honestly, so far, I think it's a bit anti-Shatter bias. I understand. It's a very difficult map to play. So,
and on that note, both teams have also saved most of their flagships as well. TSYMQ has only used a single Condé. TWA has used a single Vermont. So other than those two ships, all flagships still on the table for these two teams. I'd be more inclined to see flagships coming out of TSYMQ, knowing they're up against TWA, the multiple-time King of the Sea winners internationally.
And perhaps
acclaimed.
TWA being relatively confident with their experience might actually just get a very, I don't want to say cheap, but they might actually remain conservative, knowing they have a very good chance of winning that best of three.
And especially looking at their previous lineups, bringing things like the Nevsky-Yo-Yang combination, I think if they think that they can continue to get good use out of those, they might not feel like they have a need to bring the flagships out.
Fair enough, but maybe they might be caught off guard by a very heavy TSYMQ loadout.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to see. Looking at TSYMQ's previous loadouts, a good transition there. The game that they brought out the Condé against JNMJ today, they brought Condé, Colbert, Genon, Vampire 2, Druid, Lucian, and a Ragnar. So a pretty unique composition compared to a lot of the other teams that we've seen play today. And in their second match, they brought double Brisbane, Castilla, double Goliath, a Grozovoy, and a Z52. So definitely playing a pretty unique play style, I would say, compared to most of the other teams in the tournament so far.
Definitely an interesting choice of ships. So Riposte will be our first map, and it's actually TWA's map pick. This kind of tells me, given the Nevsky favor by TWA, that this will be a map that they play the Nevsky smoke on.
I would agree. I would fully expect to see it. Riposte has a lot of the open water area around those map edges, and if you can control the open water, it gives you a really good window into those caps.
Definitely, yeah. I think Riposte is also a map that will benefit greatly from having a Nevsky smoke playing towards one of the flanks. Ships generally in open water compared to a Nevsky smoke will struggle against Nevsky smoke. Nevsky smoke has excellent spotting, usually by the Yu Yang, and the Nevsky brings its own radar. So if it gets spotted ever in its own smoke, which is very unlikely to happen, but if it does, it will just radar to counter, as well as you'll be able to deal good damage across the entirety of the cap.
Right. Taking just a quick look, I think our game is about to start here. I'm just going to point out the most popular ships of each team. We've seen TSYMQ very favoring the Druid at making up 14% of their total pick rate, and TWA very strongly favoring the Brisbane, the Goliath, the Z52, these kind of more medium value ships. Actually only bring out the Nevsky 4 times.
Interesting.
But like you said, I would definitely expect them to bring the Nevsky here, maybe a Brisbane, and some of those 10-point cruiser to save points.
Yep. Okay, rapid fire predictions. Robin.
Oof, really difficult. I mean, we have already an eye on the game because it has begun, so we have the loadouts in mind. And I have to admit, your experience at predicting what they're going to bring is fairly accurate.
Ooh, okay.
So we might see some pretty interesting things here. The game is beginning, so let's give it away. Zuri, what do you see?
On the TSYMQ side, 2 Clausewitzes coming out onto the field. I feel like the Asian and the Chinese teams do really favor this heavy damage output ship. The Salem and a Venezia and a Gudenlu making up their 5 cruisers. A Yuyang and a Holland, their 2 spotting destroyers. And over on the TWA side, as expected.
As expected, yes. Alexander Nevsky paired with a Minotaur, a Goliath, a Jinan, Z52, Yuyang, and Holland. Obviously, the Yuyang will be radar, and with the Z52 providing some pretty... Wait, hold on a second. No, that is a smoke. It is a smoke, yeah. So they are definitely playing for that Nevsky smoke here. With the Yuyang quick, not quick burst smoke like the British destroyer, but extra charges and very long action time as well, and a fast reload too. So yeah, the Nevsky will be smoked. We already see some pretty aggressive deployment from TWA on the sea side of things.
Yeah, the Yuyang and the Jinan trying to pull the Nevsky along with them up to that open space there. If they can control about the G8 area with their smoke screen, then that island position that the Gudenlu is taking becomes very unsafe very quickly.
That's true. And the Nevsky has excellent long-range ballistic, probably one of the fastest shell velocity for a light cruiser, if you can consider it a light cruiser still. So yeah, it's already, we already see TWA has a plan. They always do. They will put the Z52 very aggressively in the cap. They realize that the only radar threat potentially is the Yuyang from TSYMQ. He is running radar indeed, actually, James Wu here. And briefly, the Salem was spotted by the Holland from TWA around A. And right now, yeah, they're going to get an early claim on the C cap.
So CCAP being flipped over to the way of TWA. TSYMQ not touching any of the caps particularly early. Obviously, having only the 2 destroyers and facing radar, which has now been popped. So the Yuyang, Nevsky, and Jinan are going to suddenly activate here as they catch the Holland of TSYMQ out. He's about a kilometer into the radar, so definitely one that I think he can survive, but it'll just come down to his dodging skills here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of firepower being poured on this Holland, and you know he is deep in that radar, but no engine with the DCP on cooldown, burning as well. He's losing a lot of HP. Now Holland does have a heal, but that is a lot of focus fire coming in from this team, obviously, and it seems that of course they're gonna secure Charlie very early in the game.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Holland is running that legendary mod. It provides him a much more powerful heal. Makes him a lot more sustainable, so he is able to heal away a lot of the HP that he just lost in that radar. He's gonna survive at about 14,000 HP and have a ton of HP remaining once he's able to heal up. He's about 50 seconds until his next one. So
really good opener though from TWA. The Yuyang is gonna be on that chase as well. Venezia. From TSYMQ under some fire here, spotted.
Yep, some long-range fire from the Nevsky. Its real damage output is not spectacularly high, but its application
on the long run. Yeah,
its application is very, very, very consistent.
Notice that the Venezia from TSYMQ is also running the legendary upgrade, giving it extra use of the exhaust smoke generator, which right now she's kind of like just tanking it. Doesn't really want to use these smokes just yet.
Yep.
Basically just taking the free damage. And it seems the free fire from the Nevsky, which, yeah, eventually that smoke is going to be used.
Yeah,
that damage trade
a little
is
bit
great.
conservative with the smokes. Especially when you're running that legendary mod on the Venezia, you can afford to just kind of throw them out when you need to. And he's actually on a double fire with no DCP, so that's going to cost him a lot of HP.
It is costing indeed. We see as well TWA, after just capturing C, TWA just parks Z52 into Bravo and is actually going to claim that cap as well, putting a lot of pressure on the points already on TSYMQ. TSYMQ in the Salem, losing a lot of HP, already has burned through one heal and is on cooldown for another minute under long range fire from the Goliath, the Congo line torpedoes from the Minotaur here. That Salem is aggressively pushing point in the Minnow, but also is going to trade a lot of HP against that Goliath before he can actually reach island cover here.
TSYMQ has opted for a double Clausewitz, a very heavy, as far as cruisers go, push coming out of those two super ships. Good damage
here,
output.
Taking a little bit of a beating in the Minotaur, of course. It's a light cruiser. HE and AP are going to equally do a lot of damage to it. And I'm not sure. We have some crossfire from the Good and Lou as well, which is parked on the other side from TSYMQ. Point under tremendous pressure here, but the Salem from TSYMQ is equally being damaged, so we might see a trade.
20 seconds until the Salem has his next heal. He has managed to duck himself behind an island here, so as soon as he escapes spotting, should be able to go dark and heal up here. As only under fire from a Z52 at the moment, so with only 5 seconds until his next heal. Perfectly safe. Points still under heavy fire from the two Clausewitzes, though.
He also has to be careful about torpedoes. Both sonars are not ready. These are deep water torpedoes. They could be devastating. Minotaur has good acceleration here, but unfortunately, I don't think they'll be able to do it. Is he going to be able to dodge this?
Oh my god! And he just barely escapes that torpedo.
He
would have taken it if it did not run out at about 50 meters before his ship.
Most definitely. The predictions are 77% for TWA, but they almost lost a point here in the Minotaur if it wasn't just for a few hundred meters. Holland trades the Wei Yang here on the flank. The Wei Yang, of course, from TSYMQ being radar must have caught him, but they managed to trade that anyway.
Yeah, the two Clausewitzes putting out so much damage. I'm actually surprised to see TWA not being more heavily favored, actually. 77% is, of course, very high, but TSYMQ being from the China region, which is kind of an up-and-comer, let's say, among the 4 regions, and TWA being such a powerhouse in the competitive community. We saw predictions for Rain, for example, being as high as 90%, with TWA only scratching in 77% against TSYMQ.
The Clausewitz from TSYMQ actually putting a lot of weight in here. They are slowly but surely pushing TWA back into their spawn. The Good and Lou from TSYMQ has managed to find a spot into B where she can stay safe from the Nevsky and Wei Yang. She is under fire from a smoked up Jinan, which is going to be a problem in the long run, but at the same time, if she managed to go dark, she might be able to actually capture B.
The Jinan does not actually have a way to spot the Guden, so he'll duck back into the cap and be relatively safe here.
Coming torpedoes on the Salem here. He has to be careful not to take one. Neo here has been under heavy fire, and he might actually take one on the buy if he's not careful. Some broadside AP fire here on the Minotaur, which is not spotted, sorry, that's against the Z52. Salem might actually go down here.
Oh my god, the torpedoes do not manage to hit him, and he does actually have a heal remaining. While there's not a ton of healable HP, he does have adequate cover on the side of the map, and TSYMQ has picked up their second cap, so with 2 caps...
TSYMQ loses the Holland here against the Wei Yang. The Venezia unable to bring all the guns to bear to help in this engagement because of all these deep water torpedo. Remember, Venezia does not have a sonar, and he might actually take a torpedo here. He dodges it. That's a lot of pressure on this. The Nevsky obviously just pressuring from the long range with the high explosive shells.
And with just a Venezia left on this side of the map, the Nevsky isn't really going to be tied down to that smoke screen, so he's free to move around. Viles Yang was under a little bit of threat from those Good and Liu bombs landed just in front of his bow, but with 3,000 HP remaining, the Yang will rejoin the battle.
TSYMQ is doing an amazing job, though. They managed to capture B now, so they have both cap ticking for them, and the Clausewitz are just pulling in their weight, just pushing that Jinan and Minotaur away. The Goliath is attempting to provide some fire support here, but these Clausewitz remain healthy, and they are just firing. They are not letting that trigger go, and this is going to start counting.
While there is a 300-point advantage currently for TWA owing to their early caps, There is actually a slight favor towards TSYMQ if no ships are lost. Unfortunately for them, the Venezia is stuck against the border. Against the Nevsky, it still is reasonable to expect the Venezia to survive for a long time.
Jinan Deepwater Torpedoes about to scrape the paint of TSYMQ's Goodenlu. He takes the torpedo down to 15,000 HP, burning a hill here, but if he's spotted, these are more torpedoes coming in. Unfortunately, they die off from the Z-52. We have another Congo line from TWA on the Minotaur here, coming in like a lot of pressure on TSYMQ Goodenlu. Even the Yue Yang is going to start putting torpedoes into his retreat, while the Nevsky trying to deal with the Venezia all the way there.
Looks like they actually caught sight of Points Minotaur for just a split second. Guden shot incoming.
Oh,
will manage to find a pretty decent connection, but these torpedoes.
The Salem has been brought all the way down to 1,000 hit point. He has no heals left.
Yep.
Salem has no heal left.
Salem is on the clock here, as if they can't get spotting on him, he still might at least preserve the points that he's going to give up, but it's still waiting for his two Clausewitzes to pick up a kill or two somewhere.
The Clausewitz are really putting a lot of pressure on TWA's Goliath. Goliath does have a heal ready and he's using it, but right now these Clausewitz are just really bullying TWA below the spawn here. The Jinan gets taken out by the Goodenlu.
What happened there?
The Goodenlu from B trying to get a claim on Charlie now. Very aggressive play from TSYMQ.
And that completely opens up the cap for the Goodenlu. It gives him a little bit of cover from those torpedoes as well.
And the Goliath will eventually go down from the combined fire of the Clausewitz here. Panda taking a torpedo from the Z-52. Not really happy about that, but they might even kill the Goliath. Extremely aggressive plays.
And Points Minotaur as well is under heavy pressure from the Goodenlu. He's forced to duck behind this island. Does have a heal running, but that's about it for his HP. The two Clausewitzes took a little bit to get going, but once they joined the battle,
they
the damage
bullied them
output,
away. They completely bullying them away. Points managed to finish off the Clausewitz here, but is it enough? They have all 3 points. Sure, they have a Yue Yang VLX here able to maybe start getting A, which could be a problem right now because TWA still has the point advantage. If they manage to get both A and B back with that Yue Yang, it could be problematic. Remember, the Salem is on basically no HP, and maybe a long-range Nevsky could be able to finish him off.
Yep, and they are trying to get that Hydro cover over the Minotaur. They've just now spotted him with the last few seconds of that Clausewitz Hydro. Guden's Hydro, in the meantime, is making his way on. About a minute left on that, so he's going to just bomb and maybe shoot the Minotaur and try to finish him off without endangering his own ship.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place, most definitely here. I mean, Minotaur has fantastic acceleration, of course, able to kind of duke these Dutch airstrikes, but the only thing is, eventually, that Goodenlu is going to find that rear, and he's going to have to push into a Clausewitz.
Yes.
The Salem, on the other hand, is surviving so far. He is not dark, because the Yue Yang lost visions of him. That Salem is just trying to get away and just keep his ship afloat to save his teams the points.
Yep, and Guden is still making his way around the rear. Minotaur, I don't believe, has the angle to launch torpedoes from where he is, so he's relying on those Z-52 torps to ward that Goodenlu off, but it is very close here.
Yeah, some denial here, just torpedoes, be aware. No, that salvo goes off the mark.
I think the Gooden's just guiding him into the bombs here. Let's see if they can make a connection against the Minotaur.
Do.
Not enough damage to bring
salvos,
him down.
Though, is it able to connect? The Clausewitz as well on the bow. She's using the heel, she's surviving. The Salem gets taken out. It's a trade. It's an actual trade, and the Clausewitz is in trouble now. No Hydro, and Yue Yang torpedoes coming in hot. And the Yue Yang is into Bravo, getting the points back into TWA's advantage again.
Yep, and Point managing to make that a trade instead of a 1-for-0 means that TWA is back on the board. Yue Yang only 3,000 HP, but with no radars left on the field for TSYMQ, no radars and no DDs means that Yue Yang has total freedom on this map.
And now the Yue Yang is going to basically keep that Clausewitz permanently spotted with the Nevsky at range, just spamming HE. He's going to maybe even be able to get some island cover here and just contest any sort of push from the Clausewitz. This could be really difficult here. They won't have any visions. The only way they can actually spot the Nevsky is if he decides to get spotted. Otherwise, the Yue Yang and the Z-52 will just keep these two cruisers completely spotted. We see torpedoes coming in.
With this much time left, about 800 points on the board, flipping a cap, really the only way TSYMQ can pull out this game. They need to take that B cap, start some point tick, and chase down the Nevsky.
This is some excellent plays here, I have to admit, from Kinimod and VLX here. The VLX, of course, providing vision. Oh, the Nevsky decides to get spotted. Do you think the Clausewitz can sustain that hail of fire?
I do think that Clausewitz, if any one cruiser can, it is going to be Clausewitz. But we'll see if he has the time to both flip the cap and pick up this Nevsky kill.
piercing coming in. Maybe the best choice would be to stick to HE at this point to just do as much damage as possible, because once the island is here, there will be deep water torpedoes to contend with. Clausewitz has the hydroacoustic up. Does he seize them though? That's the point. The Clausewitz is slow and not really maneuverable. So
yeah, and Z52 is dealing pretty significant damage with those
the
AP shells.
from the other side
So
in the smoke as well.
Clausewitz is down to about 12,000 HP. Here come the torpedoes. Can he find the gap between them? He has a minute until his next heal.
He does. That's going to be really problematic. He is on 9k HP and ticking. Is there any DCPs available?
No DCP and no heal means that when he goes down, it's going to pretty much seal the deal here for TWA. I don't believe Vile is going to open up. He's just too low to take that kind of risk.
Of course. He is smoking up though, because the radar from Donetsk is going to allow him to get some nice AP here.
The combined spotting of these two ships, the reason they cost 40 points combined.
They know what they're doing with this, definitely. Making the most out of this. Just that Wei Yang and Donetsk managed to get rid of the Venezia and...
Pretty nice blind fire coming out of FLS's Clausewitz, but it's only a matter of time before the HE pens and AP shells of the Yu Yang finish him off.
He's not dead yet.
Vile
He's not dead yet.
Managing to dodge the Guden Liu bombs. We'll finish off the Clausewitz, and that should seal the deal for TWA. 2 caps and 3 ships remaining to the single Guden Liu of TSYMQ.
I have to admit, though, some excellent plays from TSYMQ, putting TWA really off balance here. They had to rely on that Nevsky Beiyang to essentially kind of claw back the cap control into their favor. They had to rely on this massive investment to be able to pull this off. Otherwise, TSYMQ really made them run for the money, if I can say that.
Yeah, for sure.
And that is excellent to see. One of the best team in the world still having to fight for the victory. Yeah. And it's a beautiful display.
Despite playing a comp that they are so familiar with, that smoked up Nevsky comp, you saw at the end there, using the combination of radar and Yu Yang spotting to finish off low HP ships. They're so good at doing so. But TSYMQ's 2 Clausewitzes, I mean, even a little bit of fire RNG could have been the difference between a TSYMQ victory and TWA.
Even though the Clausewitz gets the B cap, though, she still dies, and the Beiyang can just walk in there. So it was an excellent attempt from TSYMQ. Really appreciative of the efforts they put, and they almost won that. They almost won.
It was close.
Yeah, that was a fantastically close game. Actually, much closer than I might have expected. The double Clausewitz push was actually extraordinarily effective. I feel like the difference in that game may have come down to maybe keeping the Salem alive, or trading a little bit less HP on him, or maybe pushing the Howden out a little bit earlier into the Denon Minotaur. I mean, many decisions I think might have swung the game. But I think really good play on TSYMQ's part, reacting to the Nevsky smoke. Seeing what flank the Yoyang Nevsky was on, realizing they have 2 Clausewitzes on the other side of the map, and that their way to win the game is by just pushing those ships and using those 14-point, highly efficient damage-dealing cruisers to just burn down the rest of TWA's comp, which is 60 points across 5 ships.
Yeah.
So,
and we did see that TWA obviously is so experienced on every single map and very well prepared for any kind of engagement. They knew exactly where to put their Minotaur and Genon to stall. They were they were taken down to very low HP very quickly, but then didn't give up their points for free.
I mean, we've talked a little bit about the islands on Riposte, how you can use a lot of them as pretty good positions, but you just need to be mindful of where you're safe and where you're not. So really good reactive play, taking the right islands. And I think, like you mentioned, the Minotaur being able to trade the Salem for his death, hugely important. If the Salem doesn't die there and the Minotaur does, I think the Salem is free to keep running away from the Nevsky.
For sure, yeah.
And maybe come back around to red out the Yue Yang where he was trying to set up to kill the Clausewitz. Right. So yeah, it could have been. It could have been.
Yeah, for what it was worth, the way both the teams played was excellent, and it was very close. Could have gone either way, and even though the predictions were very, very TWA favored, TSYMQ put up a really good showing, and it tells me that they have a chance of coming back in the series and maybe getting a map or 2, or even just winning the series from that. So
there was also some pretty intense DD trades. The Yueyang, the Radar Yueyang from TSYMQ trading with the Holland. I'm not sure if it's the best trade considering the utility Yueyang can bring, especially to the late game.
Yeah, they were definitely missing the spotting later on for sure, not having any of their destroyers left. Yeah, I definitely agree. And I would say I am a little bit... I mean, it might be the expected result, but losing both their Holland and the Venezia to the Yoyang Nevsky flank and not trading a ship back, definitely not what you want to see.
Definitely.
They put Vilex's Yoyang pretty low, though.
Yes.
So maybe if like the Venezia shots had been a little bit more well placed, or the Holland had gotten a little bit more damage
We did
out.
see right at the end of the DD engagement, after the Holland died, there was one single Venezia salvo that did like 2,000 damage. And
Yeah.
a 5,000 damage salvo is not rare out of a Venezia.
for sure.
Definitely.
Right, so the difference between 2 or 3 more shells connecting could have been the difference maker in that game.
I love the fact that this game was down to the wire. This is exactly what we want to see, and it was a brilliant display.
Yeah,
so.
and keep in mind that this was T2A's map pick.
Yes.
I believe they opted to bring out Riposte. Hopefully I'm not wrong on that.
Yes, they did.
And as you mentioned, the
it was a
Clausewitz
BW
push
pick.
was legendary. I have to admit, really bullied essentially the entire spawn of TWA back all the way down to C. So
Yeah, and Goliath is a pretty survivable cruiser, but not into double
No.
Clausewitz HE spam for sure.
not really.
And he got pushed to the border and just run down, basically. And we have seen TSYMQ favor these Clausewitz picks earlier in the tournament. So definitely one of their very reliable things. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the replay render, and we can show you guys a little bit of how exactly the game broke down.
Indeed.
Wrong replay, I believe.
This is
That is-
definitely not
the right one.
Riposte.
It could have been, but it's not the right replay, unfortunately.
One moment, guys. All right, while we get the correct one set up, we can talk just a little bit more about those deployments. I mean, the double Clausewitz, obviously super value. Again, for only 14 points, which is pretty much almost exactly the average value of a ship in the tournament. You get a super cruiser that is fantastically tanky, does a lot of damage. We can see they bring them with the Salem Yoyang as a pretty heavy damage dealing flank. And to break it down a little bit, we have TWA going for a very strong, aggressive early play onto the south side.
Definitely.
Whereas TSYMQ opting for their strong side to be up here. Good to note that Riposte is basically perfectly symmetrical. So each team is kind of playing their preferred side here, which makes a lot of sense. Howden Liu taking the central position here is a pretty good spot for airstrikes. It can be very dangerous into the Nevsky smoke, because if you aren't able to actually fully secure this area of the map with your push, then the Nevsky smoke being able to push up behind here and put fire onto this position is quite dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely.
But fortunately for them, they have 2 Clausewitzes, which were able to put a lot of pressure onto TWA.
Yep.
So let's skip forward a little bit here. You can see TSYMQ basically instantly recognizing what's going on here. The first Nevsky smoke coming out. TWA also playing very well by being super aggressive on the C side.
Yep.
Recognizing that there's really no radar except for the Salem and YY on TSYMQ side, so they can just run the Z in, be super aggressive with this push. Obviously very well experienced with playing the smoke. Getting a pretty good initial trade on that Holland, but like our casters pointed out, the Holland running the unique upgrade gives them a lot of survivability.
Definitely, yeah. I think the Haaland unique upgrade is something that a lot of people may not know what it does. It basically makes your heal significantly more potent.
Yeah.
And so people generally will run a Haaland with a unique upgrade and then run Dazzle on top of it, because it will give the Haaland more speed on top of having the extra speed from getting the unique upgrade. And so you now have a very fast, a very survivable destroyer that can spot very effectively for you. And playing it into a Nevsky smoke is basically the ideal situation.
Yeah, and important to note that Holland is also quite cheap in the tournament format, coming in at only 12 points, so a pretty value pick, especially if you can stall out a Nevsky Yoyang for this long. Especially if they'd been able to trade out the enemy Yoyang, it would have been phenomenal, but unfortunately did not happen. You can go ahead and go forward here. Again, the super aggressive Clausewitz push putting out a lot of damage. It would have been really good for them if they had managed to pick up points Minotaur at this stage of the game. But the Z52 rotating out of middle, I mean, the Z52 pathing here is really good. He goes through C, caps B in front of the Howden because there's no radar to contest him.
Yep.
And then comes out as quickly as he can to drop a smoke for the Minotaur, which helps keep him alive.
Yeah.
And of course, T-Rays see this key pick of the Salem here, opting to focus it instead of the Clausewitz because it's closer. It also brings the radar. So going ahead and drawing all the fire, them putting this much damage onto the Salem this early is pretty important because it greatly limits his aggressive options later on into the match. You can see here the Minotaur does manage to barely survive here, especially with his torpedoes running out.
And the smoke from the Z52 basically making sure that he doesn't get spotted because of the 2 Clausewitz pushing up. Keeping that Minotaur alive was definitely one of the key things that TWA did well. And as a result, they got to secure that Salem kill They still had the damage output. They still had spotting. They still had a potential radar threat, which was quite important.
Yeah. And
And
at this
while
point
all
in
of
the
this
game,
is happening, there is a Yu Yang versus Haaland trade with a Nevsky and Venezia supporting on the top right corner.
yeah. And essentially, this is the key part, which is that TSYMQ recognizes that they're going to lose that fight. And their goal is really just to draw it out as long as possible, while their massive push side here basically tries to corner and destroy all these TWA ships.
Yep.
So pretty good recognition from them as to what they have to do. Pretty good execution as well. I think really the only point that I might have liked to see is this Howden pushing a little bit more aggressively earlier.
Yep.
He does have guns that overmatch the Genon, that overmatch the Minotaur.
Yep.
So maybe during the first Genon smoke downtime, I would have really liked to see him actually push out aggressively here, especially from this position where we can see the Clauswitzes have fantastic shots.
Yeah.
Through this angle. If the Clauswitz just pushes up here towards this island as soon as possible, I think it really makes TWA's game a lot harder.
Yeah, also something to keep in mind is that Genan, Minotaur, Z52 have all been torping towards TSYMQ's push the whole time, basically slowing them down, not letting them go into the favorable positions, and as a result are sometimes maybe slightly mispositioned or being pushed into positions that they didn't not necessarily want to be in. And sometimes these positions essentially end up with you face tanking 2-3 ships. And I believe this is one of the reasons why the Salem actually did go down.
Yeah, and we do see a critical trade up here. The Holland does go down as we would expect, but the Yo Yang is so low.
Yeah.
If they had managed to get a little bit more damage on that, that probably completely swings the match. I mean, we see this YY be so impactful coming up here as he manages to flip both these caps and puts a lot of spotting pressure onto the Salem. It was left on only about 1,000 hit points. So watching the rest of this play out, I mean, we can see the Salem staying alive is very important. The two Clauswitzes managed to kind of just bulldoze their way down here. And at this point in the Minotaur, being able to trade out the Salem due to the YY spotting is hugely important.
Definitely.
So very well played from TWA at the end of the match here. You would definitely expect a team with as much competitive experience as they have to keep it cool, to know what they have to do under these high pressure situations and be able to bring it back.
I definitely agree. I think the more experience you have, the better you are at dealing with these situations in the end game scenario of matches where things may not be very clear and you need to figure things out.
Your strategy breaks down. You kind of have to adapt to different scenarios for sure.
So you need to think on the fly and make up a new strategy on the fly with whatever resources you have remaining. The resource being ships alive as well as the points. And also the time sometimes. And they definitely reacted in a slightly better way. I would say TSYMQ definitely had a good reaction as well. Maybe not as thought through, maybe not as error-free as you would want it to be, but TWA edging out TSYMQ in this game 1. What do our casters think about this series so far?
Exceptional, to be honest. Riposte being such a close quarter maps in terms of the caps allowed this to happen because you see these caps switch from one team to another so quickly.
For sure.
Eventually, TSYMQ has all 3 caps in their advantage, and then about 40 seconds later, they're down 2 again because of the Yu Yang which survived. So this is such a high-paced map, and they bring high-paced ships. It makes for some fantastic action. The next game, on the other hand, is about to start shortly. We will be going on Tears of the Desert. I'm really interested to see what they're going to bring. Battleships this time?
I don't think we've seen this map so far.
We've seen it one time. It was the very first series I think we casted yesterday. We saw a Druid push into the middle that was unfortunately foiled. Unfortunately foiled by I believe it was a Genon Minnow as well. So these two lighter cruisers seeing a lot of use from in the winners bracket, especially. I think the Genons and the Minotaurs especially. I'm excited to see what they bring because TSYMQ has just showed a lot of preference for the Clausewitz. I think this is a map where the two home caps are so close together that bringing a Clausewitz out and controlling that southeastern side of the map can be very, very powerful.
For sure.
Definitely.
No battleships still.
Still no battleships.
So this will be a TSYMQ pick, and let's see if they can claw it back.
I would like this to go into a best of 3. As always.
I certainly would as well. I think we saw pretty good play from them for the first match, so I'm hoping that they'll bring their A game to their own map pick. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the lineups?
We're just dropping into the game right about now, loading in the load screen. So we can't see the lineups just about yet. Maybe in about 10 seconds. But I'm really hoping to see TSYMQ pull out another victory here.
I like how we are going from a very cramped up map to a really large one with spaced out caps. So the lineups might actually differ quite substantially from what we've seen on Riposte. Let's run through it and see what we have.
over on the TSYMQ side, spawning in the north, it's going to be, again, their 2 Clausewitz, the Genon, a Shimikaze, a Vampire 2, a Druid, and a Ragnar as their 4 destroyers. And over by the TWA side...
Here comes the flagship. TWA brings a Zorki. On this map, I believe it makes absolute sense. Rather large open water areas, the excellent speed of the Zorki being used to basically rotate from one cap to another, the survivability of that ship as well. Them bringing a flagship here, meaning that they just want to hammer this best of 3 into a best of 2, perhaps.
Yes.
The rest of the lineup is relatively heavy as well in terms of cruisers. Goliath, Yoshino, Henry IV, and a Brisbane, which is a rather expensive ship as well, priced all the way to 22 points.
Yep.
Of course, excellent long-range radar, but rather poor ballistics when you compare it to a Nevsky.
Yep.
It does have the bonus of having 20 long-range torpedoes, so this is actually taking kind of the role of the radar Minotaur in a way.
Yes.
So interesting to see on the lineups.
Going to be replacing the Nevsky in their long-range radar. They have again brought the Yueyang and the Z52 backing him up, so probably see a very similar deployment out of those 3 ships. Yueyang obviously spearheading the line. It's going to be laying down that smokescreen for the Brisbane. We did see actually in their trade up in the north the Holland Venezia versus the Yueyang Nevsky. Despite the Venezia being slightly closer to the enemy destroyer, the Nevsky did manage to trade very, very, very well, managing to pick up the Holland without sacrificing their own Yueyang. Brisbane, it's not going to be able to do the same thing.
Not really, no. I mean, we see a pretty interesting... it's going to be an aggressive push here with that Zorki, Z52, Yueyang backed up by Brisbane, the Henry IV probably going to go up the 1-2 line. It's going to be a heavy push here on TWS side. They kind of want to try to secure or at least bring as much force as possible to that A cap, which is kind of crucial on the long run. They will be met, though, as you said, by the Ragnar's radar, the Vampire 2, insane DPM, and then the double Clausewitz, which we've seen in action quite effectively from TSYMQ. Might be a big issue for the Brisbane, an even bigger issue for the Henry IV.
Looks like the lead Clausewitz is spotted, so he's going to start his turn out. I'm going to try to stay in effective firing range, obviously. We haven't seen the 2 Clausewitzes have their aim tested by the destroyers in the previous game.
Yeah, we see the smoke strain from the Yueyang here being set up. Some blind fire already in the middle of that smoke. They just want to smoke up that Brisbane, obviously, with the Zorki in the back. They want to make a play on that cap as early as possible. The blind fire is kind of ridiculous, though, from the Clausewitz. It's a good thing that the Striver here is not inside that smoke. But yeah, the Brisbane will have limited time, burns the radar on the Ragnar, spots it, both the Vampire and the Ragnar, providing a lot of information, actually, for TWA. They know exactly which ships are here now.
A lot of information, but honestly, not a ton of damage. Zorki not quite in position to put out that huge DD firepower into the Ragnar and the Vampire 2. So that first radar not going to result in a ton of damage. Unfortunately for TSYMQ, the Clausewitz is not as stealthy, even against the smokescreen. So both of them will be spotted while firing, especially because Vile's Yueyang has taken such a wide position here. He's providing so much information for his team. So while they didn't get much damage into the Ragnar and the Vampire 2, the 2 Clausewitzes are under significantly heavier fire.
It's true, but in the end, TWA actually achieved what they wanted to do, is take a big hold on A. And, I mean, what can TSYMQ really do to basically remove that A cap control? Again, there's going to be so many torpedoes in the way of this Clausewitz. A bit less so, like the Brisbane danger, of course, being present. Vilex is using smoke, of course, and the Zorki, of course, there to contest any sort of DD counter push. So right now, TWA has a big iron grip on A, and they're not ready to let it go anytime soon.
One thing to note, though, is that TSYMQ is trying to make use of that gap in the Brisbane radars. There's about 40 seconds remaining on it, and they are using the Vampire 2 plus Ragnar as a smoke plus radar combo of their own, trying to get a little bit of map control in, but unfortunately for them, Ragnar was momentarily spotted and is taking a ton of damage from the Zorki
already
on the
half
Henry.
HP on that, yeah. That's not really the best trade ever. The Yueyang from Vilex does take a little bit of damage here, but that raid is not into TSYMQ's favor at all. This is actually a very powerful play from TWA, and with that triple DD, Henry IV essentially closing down that flank, there's no way TSYMQ can make any sort of push on A anymore. They have to figure out a way to make a push on B. Perhaps nothing has really happened there. If we take a look at TWA's Yoshino's position and Goliath, their sole role is to essentially defend B here. against the Shima and the Jinan.
Fortunately for TSYMQ, they have opted for at least a third destroyer here. So Shimakaze are going to have completely uncontested spotting, at least on this flank. Jinan, though, not exactly the ship you want to bring to force the ship away.
Against the Goliath and the Yoshino, not really, no. The Druid from TSYMQ has been sort of staged around here for a while. Definitely a resource TSYMQ should be putting into play. How exactly, I'm not sure.
It looks like he's about in towards the middle, so that makes me wonder if he's going to head towards the B cap. It looks like they're actually abandoning that A cap indeed. So the two Clauswitzes, unfortunately, being Clauswitzes are very slow. You can see the predictions are in 71% still for TWA and 29% for TSYMQ. It's actually not a significant drop from the previous prediction. So TSYMQ's very close game they played.
The Henry IV facing off, of course, the Wrath of the Clausewitz, down to half HP, actually, after being spotted momentarily and just being under hellfire from these 210mm guns. Yeah, the rotation is going to have to happen from TSYMQ towards Bravo, just a little bit delayed, I assume, because it was quite difficult to come back from this sort of early loss around A. No ships have been destroyed, but the points are ticking heavily into favor of TWA.
Yeah, as TSYMQ makes this rotation, I want to note that TSYMQ's prediction rate actually went up by 6% following their Game 1 defeat. So the viewers, after seeing that excellent, very, very close game in Game 1, maybe having a little bit more faith in the Chinese #1 seed. As the two Clauswitzes make their way down into the middle of the map, this is kind of the way you want to play against smokescreens, because the main problem with them is that they are tied to their destroyer. The destroyer and the cruiser have to be sitting together pretty much at all times, Brisbane especially so.
Yeah, Yoshino from TWA under Jinan fire, gonna lose some HP, but not in a critical position. The only issue is if she goes forward, she will have to face the double Clausewitz, and the Shimakaze from TSYMQ takes a torpedo from the Goliath? Excuse me?
Looks like that is indeed what happened. Those Goliath torps are no joke.
Even some blind fire on the last location of that. Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. It was one of the strongest assets on that flank, already just down to 6k HP, and the Goliath essentially untouched. Really, really unfortunate here. Providing spotting on that Yoshino and the Jinan just blasting the guns away. Even if they kill the Yoshino though, with the Z52 and the Zorki potentially already rotating back towards Bravo, this could be a problem.
Actually,
Druid.
Did TSYMQ bait this rotation? Because Yechu's Clausewitz is actually about in now towards the smokescreen. This is a very, very dangerous spot for him to be in.
If you look at the Druid, though, a little bit of an island issue here, but might have saved him because the Yoshino's Hydro is still up and the Z52 is coming around paired with the Zorki. So the Druid is trying to get into the B cap here, try to block any sort of points. Even more pressure coming down on the Yoshino from the Jinan here. But look at what the Clausewitz are doing.
Yechu's Clausewitz, I believe, forced to turn in by the smokescreen, will take an early death. And that is very unfortunate because TSYMQ obviously very good at using those Clausewitzes to batter down the position. Unfortunately, losing one of them means that suddenly this long-range firepower is no longer the threat that it is. And FLS's Clausewitz is just hanging out in the middle. He's spotted, obviously, by the Z52. Actually, he's spotted by the Zorki just now. But
a little bit of a
still
torpedo
trying
dodging.
to threaten the Yoshino's rear. As
One
the
on the
Yoshino
bow.
comes around, one torpedo lands on the bow. These Clausewitzes have just been caught in the middle of the map. One of the main weaknesses of the ship is its slow speed.
The Druid, though, is going to contribute heavily on killing that Yoshino, and once they do... Oh, that's your Yoshino blind fire. Was it a blind fire even? I'm not sure. The Druid gets basically down to 5k HP. They might actually be able to get into Bravo now with only the Z52 and the Zorki, but this Clausewitz, as you said, is basically caught between a double kind of gunboat issue here. Meanwhile, the Brisbane and the Yue Yang from TWA pressuring the Ragnar and the Vampire away back in their home cap. There's no way TSYMQ can do anything about A right now. That's why they're just putting all the assets they have onto Bravo. Is it going to be enough?
Unfortunately, with the Clausewitz caught out and being brought down quite low here in the middle of the map, that is most of their firepower and also most of their tanking ability gone. So while they might be able to pick up B here, the DD HP difference owing to that early torpedo hit onto the Shimakaze and the last-minute blast from the Yoshino on the Druid means that the Z52...
burst fire from the Zorki here on the Clausewitz. Remember, these burst fire improve the HE penetration of these shells. The Clausewitz still surviving, still putting damage onto the Z52.
Zorky a little bit off the mark there on that blind fire is going to cost his Z52 a significant chunk of his HP.
Striver actually suffering heavily from this bait. They get the Clouds Wits, but actually this might be able to finish off the Z52 if that Jinan paired with the Druid is enough. Lots of HP being lost. They're going to back Striver.
Looks like they will manage to pick up the Z52.
Oh, he's burning, has no DCP,
Yes.
they get him.
Down he goes. Druid unfortunately did actually drift slightly out of his smokescreen, and in comes the Goliath shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, but meanwhile the Ragnar Vampire basically caught again by the Brisbane radar. They are still both spotted, but this Brisbane Ruyang smoke train is extremely aggressive onto the seaside of
And one thing I
things.
want to note is that Ragnar is not a cheap ship. It is a 21-point destroyer. Brisbane, at 22 points, has a radar that outranges it by what, nearly 5 kilometers, 4.5 kilometers. So Ragnar's utility in this game is completely negated by the existence of
but
that
Vampire
Brisbane.
2 does has torpedoes, and the Yang is gonna have to dodge some of these. Has to be careful. This could be a very bad trade if he takes that torpedo on the back. He does take a torpedo. That's really, really bad for Vilex, because right now that trade against that Vampire 2 will be ridiculously bad. Brisbane doesn't have a radar yet.
He does have it available. He's just not ready to pop it, I guess. They're not exactly sure where the Vampire 2 is.
Oh, here we go.
He is now spotted, so here
radar.
comes the radar.
He won't have all of his firepower ready to bear. He has to be careful not to get out of the smoke. But right now they have eyes on the Vampire, so the Weyang can start contesting Bravo. Unfortunate torpedo hit here, but they still make a really great play out of it by pushing the Weyang into sea anyway, as intended.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, TSYMQ is still on the clock. Their Druid dropping very, very low in the south of the map, down to 857 HP. He's still trying to put in the damage output onto the Henri, but the blind fire is very, very dangerous at this point for him. He does manage to pull a heal out as the Goliath's last shot misses behind him, so Druid will manage to stay alive for now. TSYMQ still desperate for a kill somewhere on the map. The Shimakaze torpedoes on the Zorky, maybe?
But at the same time, look at what TWA is. They realize that they don't need to do anything. They need to run. Even with the double point from TSYMQ, they win regardless.
Yep.
And you see instantly, Weyang runs away, Brisbane turns away.
Actually, Ragnar, I believe, is about to eat a Brisbane torpedo and finish the game.
Oh, goodness. Well, that's okay.
The long-range torpedoes of the Brisbane, very, very dangerous. High alpha on those, and obviously...
Wow.
We'll finish off the game. Another closer than I would have expected game coming out of TSYMQ. I think the rotation of those two Clauswitzes in the middle, just not quite on the ball.
Not effective. You are pushing into basically a three-way crossfire.
Yeah.
Potentially from the Brisbane up north, the Goliath up south, and then the Henry 4 coming back from Hay with the Zorky and the Z52. So there was a very good attempt here, clawing back the home cap again from TSYMQ, trying to get the points going, making the Druid actually do what he was supposed to do.
Got a lot of value out of that pick in this game, but unfortunately the two Clauswitzes is not nearly as effective as they were in the game before.
Yeah, I think for TSYMQ, the most value that they get out of these Clauswitzes is when they're pushing them. And unfortunately for them, I think they were probably maybe expecting a smoke play on their home cap and thought they would be able to push around through A.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the double Clauswitz into the smoke train, they were just not really able to get anything done. They did make an interesting decision to try to rotate them, which I think could be correct.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, one of the Clauswitzes tried to turn back bow in towards A and took a lot of focus fire from TWA.
A little bit of a disconnect, maybe a breakdown of communications.
Yeah.
We don't know, obviously, but the fact that the two Clauswitzes weren't quite on the same page costs one of them their lives. And when you can focus on one ship at a time and not take fire from two Clauswitzes while you're doing so, that makes dealing with these high HP, high armored ships very easy.
We definitely saw that TSYMQ's home cap push was quite successful.
Yep.
The Yoshino got burned down in pretty quick fashion. Even though the Shima took a torpedo, I mean, that didn't really affect his ability to keep the Yoshino spotted, keep the Goliath away. And they were able to flip the cap, but just the main factors to them actually losing the game were losing both Clauswitzes in mid. So a better rotation there could have been a key to their success.
Yeah,
as well as the, I would say even the Ragnar and Vampire.
Yeah.
Not really able to contribute much to the match. Obviously a pretty good combination, but just getting completely zoned out by the Brisbane radar. I would have maybe liked to see them be a little bit more aggressive even into like the Brisbane radar cooldown and try to catch out the Yo-Yang.
Unfortunately, they did make a play of sorts like that at the beginning of the game, but unfortunately, right at the beginning, that's when TWA is the most clustered together. The Zorky obviously providing so much firepower, making very good use of that flagship.
When TWA has like 5 of their ships clustered together at the very start, pushing very aggressively for that A cap. that's when you probably don't want to be taking the face check into their smoke screen.
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
have to admit, when you look at TWS strats, twice they've basically dominated that kind of external flank push thanks to a smoke train from a Yue Yang, paired with a long-range radar. And it is so difficult to deal with, especially when you're facing such experienced players. The Ragnars and the Vampire 2 tried their best, and they almost got the kill on the Yue Yang if it was just for a few hundred meters of sonar, because Vampire has a long-range sonar as well. Could have been a big misplay, but the threat of that Brisbane constantly being here, just like, I was just impressed by the amount of pressure they put on A, get the cap, and just prevent any sort of counter move from happening at all. So.
One of the things I do like about watching TWA is that they're not very passive with that smoke screen setup. They use it very aggressively. Sure. They have an objective in mind. They push straight out and take the objective pretty much straight away. I believe we will have the replay render for this map, so we can go ahead and break down exactly how they did this and maybe some of the key mistakes in the TSYMQ game plan. All right. So starting off, we can see both teams going very heavily towards A, both just dedicating 2 ships towards their home caps. The Druid in a pretty interesting middle position there actually does get lit by the radar, so TWA knows he's there, which is a pretty key factor.
Quite early on, they are aware of almost all of TSYMQ's deployment, given that the 2 Clausewitz were spotted, and there must be a destroyer that is spotting for them. So they had a good idea if there was going to be something spotting for them. Given the Druid was in middle, they can guess it's probably one of the other 3, the Ragnar, Yu Yang, or Shimakaze.
Yeah.
And Shimakaze, generally, you don't want to play it on the pushing flank.
Right.
It's a ship that favors a stalemate position or a defensive position.
Where you can just keep putting out those torpedoes that are a massive threat to any kind of pushing ship.
We could have guessed, or TWA probably guessed, that it would be a Vampire or a Ragnar, and this isn't really that big of an issue, given that 3 of the ships on that flank are also destroyers. Ragnar obviously does not have torps, and Yu Yang does not have torps that hit destroyers.
Yeah,
so they have
looking at the lineups
play.
too. We have a Henry IV pushing very aggressively here, and that's a lot of firepower, very close. We have a Zorki, which is a huge burst fire threat there, as well as the super aggressive Brisbane smoke. That's a lot of firepower concentrated into one area. So the Vampire Ragnar, even though it is a very potent combination into enemy destroyers, when there's that much firepower on the board directly across from them, they can't really fill their intended role.
Absolutely.
If they had been able to play a little bit more aggressively, like let's say the Henry wasn't on the one line, and they were actually able to play pretty aggressively with the Clausewitzes, it could have been a lot different. But I think TWA took a very good read on TSYMQ's lineup, realized that due to the lack of radar threat, they can drop that smoke screen so close to the A cap here.
Yeah.
And that gives them a lot of control. It gives them the early cap, which is super important. And then from there, it's basically them just reacting to what TSYMQ does.
Yeah, definitely. I think the point that there is no radar threat out of TSYMQ is definitely the reason why TWA was so comfortable placing that very, very aggressive smoke screen. Usually you would not see this, given that there is almost always some sort of radar on this island, and will be able to catch out the very aggressive smoke. Or you'll have a similarly fast, maybe a Soviet radar going for the B2 island and sitting here, and they will also be able to catch the smoke out. So given that there is only a Ragnar radar, which if he's radaring a Brisbane, he will also get radar and most likely get even hard spotted by
if Ragnar
destroyers.
is like 8 kilometers away from his Brisbane and the Zorki and a Henry, he's probably dying.
He's gonna get
so TWA,
so
I think,
quickly.
Very confident in their positions here. I would have actually liked to see maybe a little bit more use out of the Druid early into this match. It felt like he wasn't particularly impactful for this A side, so maybe as soon as they see the smoke, if this Druid just immediately starts repositioning, he eventually does make the correct play by doing that. Maybe would have liked to see it just a little bit earlier.
Perhaps some nerves, given that it's the best of, like, winners bracket best of 3, and he got spotted early on through the radar. He didn't want to make a committed play.
And at this point, you can see that TSYMQ has basically realized that they're not going to be able to play successfully into that smoke screen. Basically making the full rotation down. This is also where the Druid starts making his play across the map. The Shimakaze manages to spot the Yoshino on the island here, and they probably realize that this is the pivotal moment. That's probably the ship pick that they have to focus.
Absolutely.
The Shimakaze plus the Genon smoke able to offer a lot of firepower, so they will eventually burn that Yoshino down. But again, I think the key moment where this match really goes wrong for TSYMQ is this Clausewitz getting caught out, I think, by the smoke screen and forced to turn in.
Yeah, definitely agree on that part. I think if they were, I'm assuming by TSYMQ's strat book, the two Clausewitz were supposed to be paired together throughout the entire game and basically combine the firepower, combine the survivability. As soon as one of them gets separated, the amount of damage output they deal will be significantly reduced, as well as a result, basically, the enemy team will be able to focus them better because not all of them will be taking the fire. Giving them more freedom, essentially. And as a result, they were able to exploit this potential misplay / weakness that TSYMQ offered up, and TWA definitely seized it.
And of course, keeping the Clausewitzes alive would have been really important for TSYMQ. Like, if they were able to keep them, say, in like a position back here and just look for the Yoshino being forced forwards by this Genon, could have been pretty effective. They also could have used the Clausewitzes later in the game to maybe stop that Brisbane push, or at least delay it a little bit. But unfortunately, that Clausewitz going down does severely impact TSYMQ's game plan, as well as the Clausewitz in mid getting caught there. So not a hugely successful rotation for them, losing both those Clausewitzes. I mean, at this point in the game, though, they maybe still have a chance. The fact that they pick up the Yoshino, that they pick up the Z52 is also very important. I think maybe if the Ragnar had stayed with the Vampire, and the two of them were able to commit to, like, say, now that the Brisbane and Yoyang are alone, we have the Henry and Zorki out over here. The Ragnar and Vampire stay together and actually maybe try to catch out this Yoyang while he smokes aggressively towards the cap here. Could actually have swung the game for them.
I definitely think that could have been the case if they happen to be catching out the Yoyang maybe after a smoke when the Brisbane has already blown his radar, or the Yoyang is putting a smoke down and the Ragnar can radar him, and if they get that kill, there is definitely a world where the Yoyang goes down and then they can potentially make a counter push towards the A-cap, just basically bypassing the Brisbane.
Keep in mind that Ragnar Radar, I believe, lasts for about 30 seconds with all of the duration equipped. Vampire 2 obviously has a lot of DPM as well.
Absolutely.
Yoyang, not a lot of survivability tools or gunpowder. And then Brisbane, of course, struggles to actually apply its damage at range. So even if the Ragnar is like 7 kilometers away, but it is using its speed boost, definitely not as sweating as the Nevsky, I would say.
Yeah, there is definitely a world where that play can turn the favor of the game.
And I think after the Clausewitzes go down, it has to happen. The point lead is so high in favor of TWA, and this whole like play around the home cap is so precarious for them that I think something actually does need to happen up here.
I agree.
So a little bit unfortunate to see that the Ragnar gets forced off there and is just towards the middle. And especially that Vampire Torpedo dropping the Yoyang down so low could have been an opportunity for him to play a little bit more aggressively.
Indeed.
But in the end, TWA, very solid play, clinching out the winners bracket semifinals here, I believe. So very well done from them. TSYMQ not eliminated yet. They will drop down to the losers bracket. And we will see more of them, hopefully, later in the tournament. We can take a look at the bracket here for our final standings for the day. We can see that Rain took a 2-0 over ELSR. I would say a relatively expected outcome. ELSR is a pretty strong team, but I think Rain has shown themselves to be very dominant overall in most tournaments in the past. So in the winners bracket final coming up, we will have a TWA versus Rain classic showdown. Any viewers of Warships competitive events will recognize this matchup. Pretty excited for it. It's always a fun one. Should be a very, very good repeat. We will... Oh. Yes, okay. Our producer is letting me know that this is the third time that Rain and TWA have already played in this tournament. So even in this tournament, they've already played each other quite a few times. So a little bit of a grudge match here. But next weekend, we will be starting off with Losers Bracket Round 2. We'll have JNMJ versus them. We'll have Resin versus RSTC, RB versus Vor, and ATFD versus KSC. So quite a few teams still left, only 4 eliminated today. Thank you to CL, Shaft, TSYM, and Bonks for showing up. And then we'll be moving on further into the losers bracket before we see the winners bracket final.
So gonna be some very exciting games next weekend as well. And obviously we will finish that weekend on the Sunday with the grand final itself, crowning the Warships Masters Internationals champion. Any closing thoughts for today's games?
I'm spent.
Yeah, it's been quite a day.
It's been a long day and also a very entertaining one. Lots of things happen. I just want to congratulate these teams for having an entertaining display. of skills and just showing us the amount of fun that can be done in this kind of setup.
And I think, especially today, a lot of nail-biter games, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Compared to yesterday, where there were a few more like, oh, we won, go next. Sure. This time, lots of 900-plus point games, like both teams up over 900, coming down to the last few seconds in a lot of these matches. I think makes for an exciting tournament, because even though there are 2 zeros, that doesn't really tell you the whole picture.
Yeah, I mean, even in this series, that first game that we watched with TSYMQ putting those Cloudwitzes to absolute murderous use.
On repost?
Yes.
Excellent display here as well. So, no, fun. Really fun. And I hope that you guys enjoyed.
All right, well, we will be back next weekend with some more Twitch drops and other rewards. We hope to see you there. But we will send you away for today. Just a reminder for next weekend that you will be able to earn the Sir John Vincent Commander plus the paid actor flag. For today, it was some green boosters and a mystery drop. For next weekend, we will also have a cool mystery drop along with that unique commander and unique flag. So we hope you guys will enjoy that. And then for the grand final day, for weekend 2, day 2, we will have the blue booster pack, the Warship Masters flag, the Viscount of Victory skin, as well as another coal drop. And another small reminder, we will be partnering with the Asus Republic of Gamers to do some physical prize giveaways for weekend 2 as well. We will have 2 ROG Ally handhelds to give away, as well as a 49-inch ultra-wide monitor, 1440p, a pretty fantastic piece of hardware, and a ROG Strix gaming laptop. So we hope you'll stick around for those next weekend, and we'll be back in a week.
Yeah, I think the matches are only going to get better from now on, and we hope to see you next weekend. Thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you to our lovely team here in Belgrade in the studio, as well as the video team who are downstairs, I believe.
Yes, of course, it is not just the 4 of us at this virtual desk. We cannot do it alone. Lots of people behind the scenes, so thank you to all of them, and of course to our tournament volunteers as well. And can't run without them.
And thank you for watching.
Yes, and thank you to you, the viewer.
Yep. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, guys.